love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me. It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry. It's time to break up so I can make a better me. Better believe in your mind, cause it's everything. You can mold, shape, find almost anything. All it takes is some time and some clarity to find your identity. It's mind over everything. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Just keep it up. Don't be scared. I'm so gone, no I'm never turning back. I won't stop, I'ma fight until there's nothing left. It's so what? You're gonna be hurting bad, cause I've been to hell and back. You don't wanna make me mad, I stay strong. You will never see me crack. And if you get in my way, you're gonna feel the wrath. Gotta say it to my face while he's looking back. Mirror breaks after math, when I hate I attack. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Just keep it up. Don't be scared. Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb. And I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I won't give back up. Cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
We hope your weekend is cleared, that you have some snacks ready, and most importantly, that you are excited here because the AFDC is back and it is better than ever. And things are gonna get real spicy today.
2.3, 2.2, oh my god, the Home Talent might have this for our 29 seconds.
Look at that! Bro, put your finger back on that release spirit! Put that back on there!
Gosh.
You release spirit immediately! Release spirit immediately! Release spirit immediately! Go and take out the mobs!
Wait a minute, hold on, I have doubted again. 1 second.
They timed it just. Oh my gosh!
Go.
0
Oh
seconds!
Goodness.
Literally 0 seconds!
I've never seen a 0 second clutch before.
Yeah, they got the +2. They've got the +2.
Gosh.
The Marines are. Oh no!
No!
They might still have this though. They might still have this though.
Oh, he's at 1%. We expected to see more priests than we have. See, we got the Resto Shaman now. We've got another team running the Resto Druid. We've got Paladin in the mix. There's a lot of fun and flavor.
You know, I cannot believe everything we've been seeing from the Navy to the Marines or to the Army. This is insane. The Coast Guard has been doing insane. Everybody's been doing insane.
was satisfying to bring home #1.
They have it. They have it in the bag. They're doing a DPS a second. 1% of health a second. Koromar is bouncing around all over the place. But the Marines at the last 10 seconds +2. This 25 Iron Dots. You're no longer racing against the haywire, but you're racing against the potential for a +3.
Go, 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 Pop Lust. Use everything you have. 4 seconds, 3 seconds. I don't think they're gonna make it. No!
Coast Guard just barely missed it.
This was the most amazing Keystone event in recent history.
It is day 2 of the Armed Forces Dungeon League. And after an explosive day 1 that saw the Coast Guard be able to take first place in a pretty convincing fashion, we're now going to find out if our other 3 teams, the Air Force, Army, and Marines, are going to be able to step up and knock them off of that throne they're currently sitting in. My name is Sam Toggs. Joining me, of course, we have Lithy and Marielia from yesterday. Now, Marielia, why don't we get a little bit of a breakdown of the leaderboard and how things are looking? Like I said, Coast Guard is in first place, but how are the rest of the teams looking?
Yes, I have lots of information as we take a look at the map and scoreboard here. As you said, Coast Guard in first place with 68 points, a solid 3 points ahead of their next competitor, the Air Force. We saw some unfortunate end-of-day keys yesterday where everybody really tried to eke out a couple extra points and just wasn't able to do so. The U.S. Army sitting with 64 points in third, and the Marine Corps at 62 in fourth place. So lots of potential for point gain today with a new dungeon coming in. A reminder, the way it works is as you complete a new dungeon, the highest key gives you points. So we're going to see an instant 15-point jump when people jump into Dungeon 4. Speaking of, I think we should show off what it's going to be, don't you? Let's take a look.
I think we should, but we might be
Here it
dealing
is,
with a little
finally.
muted issue going on here. I don't know if anybody else can hear what you're saying, Marielia. There we go. I think we got you now.
Were you able to hear it?
I think I could hear the whole time, so I think it might have just been you guys. I think production was good. But we have our 4th dungeon reveal here, Halls of Valor. It is going to be Tyrannical, Sanguine, and Grievous. No, you don't get to say let's go. You changed your vote to Jade Serpent last night.
I did not.
I think I'm going to check the VOD on that
I agreed
one.
on Jade Serpent for Sunday, but not for today. I wanted Halls of Valor, and I'm sticking with that. Pull up the clips. Get to the VODs. I don't care. I said Halls of Valor, and that's what I'm sticking with. But now that I'm seeing the affixes, I'm regretting everything. Get me out. What the hell did you guys do with that one?
Yeah. See, Halls of Valor is already awful. But then you throw in Sanguine. Oh my gosh. And Tyrannical. Oh my gosh. What is...
That's a
cruel.
Spicy key, man. Oh my goodness.
Halls of...
Hey.
Oh gosh.
We wanted day 4 to really provide a challenge. You know, we figured Shadow Moon was going to be a cakewalk. All these teams were going to get plenty of extra points. It's proven to be a little more of a challenge than I think anyone was expected. So we'll have to see how many teams go, you know what, we just don't want to deal with Halls of Valor, and who decides let's jump right in.
All right, yeah, whoever decides that. Halls of Valor is going to be the longest key out of all of these dungeons. So strategies are going to have to be formulated, and they're going to have to be figured out relatively quickly. Lithy, Marielia, we got something to talk about, though, because, you know, as great as the 3 of us are, I think a 4th person could really add something to this mix. Well, I don't know about you two. What do you think?
No, I think you're right, Kay.
Ooh. Ooh.
What was that? I think that was a moment of
had something stuck in my throat.
just a little cough right there,
yeah, right there. Yeah, I agree. I think a 4th person could make it, and Lithy gave us a little bit of a surprise there. We have the beautifully bearded god himself, Kexman, joining us. Kex, how are you doing, my friend? It is good to have you here on the AFDL.
Oh, I am so excited. You have no idea. I've seen these events going on previously, seen just how fantastic they have been, and I thought to myself, I need to get myself involved with something like that. So here I am, We've got Halls of Valor as the 4th dungeon, which, as you mentioned, the longest dungeon that we're going to see for these teams, and that affix setup that they have for, for Halls of Valor is not going to make that a pleasant place. Halls of Valor, it's going to become the Halls of Hell very, very quickly.
Well, I just want to point out, longest dungeon that we know of, because there's still one more dungeon to be revealed tomorrow.
Is there any? I don't think there is any longer dungeon in Halls. It's just me personally, perception-wise, Halls of Valor is the longest dungeon because it's the worst dungeon. So,
Spoiler
every time
alert,
I go in there, it feels like...
Spoiler alert, the dungeon tomorrow is the 2 Karazhan wings merged together in one go.
I can neither confirm nor deny that.
Spoiler alert, it's Blackrock Depths, the entire dungeon.
Oh,
5
yes,
hour long.
please. Give me Blackrock Depths and
OG Wailing Caverns.
OG Wailing Caverns. All right, so we have all of the dungeons set up. Our teams are going to be able to set themselves up and be able to prepare for this. Now, I mean, we've already had a crazy day yesterday, Kex, man. And since you're joining us here right now, I want to get your thoughts on what you've been, we saw the leaderboards and we saw that the Coast Guard is in a pretty comfy lead right now. Do you think it's possible, though, that maybe one of the other teams could create that upset?
I absolutely think so. There is a couple of different things you need to think about. Not only do we look at Halls of Valor as a Mythic Plus that definitely changes things up slightly because there is a fair amount of RP that happens during that dungeon. There are certain things that you have to do, so that can cause you issues on your timers. We've seen some fantastic strategies in the past for Halls of Valor, whether it is in different tournaments, whether it's on, obviously people just doing their standard keys. There's multiple different ways you can approach that, so that also gives teams an opportunity to catch up. But also, you've got to think from the, from a mental side of things. Coast Guard are on top. They're going to be thinking to themselves, we need to secure this. The teams behind them, there's going to become a point where they have to think, right, okay, for us to catch up, for us to really start to climb and to really compete, full send. And sometimes full sending works really, really well. Sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it does. And when you're in that sort of situation, you've kind of got to do it. And I mean, we've spoken about this before on different broadcasts, Lithi, the mental side of things, I think people often forget about quite often.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Mental is a big piece of the whole puzzle. I mean, we just need to look at the army for yesterday, right? If they started the day out, phrasing it as friendly as I can, that did not look good at all. They came back after the first 2 hours, they found their groove and they started blasting. Of course, they still got some catch up to do for today, but they are on a good path, and I can't wait to see where the rest of the teams go with another dungeon on the board. Basically, the deck is reshuffled. Everyone has a shot.
Deck reshuffled. I like that. And I like that terminology. I'm going to steal that. I'm going to use it for myself. Mary Elliott, though, I think we're going to go ahead and let you get to your beautiful, lovely 1,000 spreadsheets. I'm pretty sure that's on your screen because you were lit up like a Christmas tree for a second. And then yeah.
Yes. As you know, I've got a little bit extra peeking behind the curtain going on, so I already know where these teams are going to be going for their first runs. They're loading up, keys are getting built, everyone's kind of set, and I'm looking at the stats. I've got logs coming in, so, if you need any details, I'll be whispering them to you throughout the show, but you guys have some fun with this first slot.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, Lithi, I want to actually pick your brain about this since we, we've had... We sat together, right? We talked keys for 5 hours, and we saw 3 dungeons yesterday. Now that Halls of Valor is being thrown in, what do you think the initial plan for today is going to be? Do we step foot into Halls of Valor immediately, start getting that knocked out? Or do we maybe want to tease around with some of the other keys that we got really close to completing or are still at that higher level, and maybe we want to try and go for it with a fresh brain?
We'll probably see the Coast Guard with 4 DPS going into Halls of Valor, trying to push that as high as possible, as fast as possible. But I also think we'll see a team like the Air Force maybe get warmed up in Halls of Valor, maybe do the 15 or do the 18 afterwards. But we might see them jump straight into that 25 Shadow Moon Burial Grounds that they did in time yesterday as we ended out the day. So that's on the board. Maybe the Marines are actually going to go back into Algathar Academy, and now that they've grooved themselves in a little bit, had some time to practice over the night, over the morning, maybe finally finish up that 22 that they tried 4 times already. So we'll see. It's going to be interesting to say the least.
I agree. It's going to be very interesting. Now, Kexman, Lithy touched on it a little bit. The Coast Guard had 4 DPS that they were running with for a good majority of the day. Finally meeting their match in, like, I think it was a 24 Shadow Moon Burial Ground is where they decided, all right, maybe we need to switch off here. But I want your opinion on the 4 DPS composition.
The 4 DPS composition is always a good one. I think it's one of those situations where if you are confident in the ability of your DPS to not only self-sustain, obviously depending on what classes they're playing, what specs they're playing, but also their ability to avoid various different mechanics, being able to note when they should use their cooldowns. Obviously that's a very, very big thing, both offensively and defensively. If you're confident in your team to do it, absolutely you should go for it. The other side, however, is, as Lithy mentioned, they will have been practicing this morning. I'm sure that there are no teams going in cold, but you can practice all you want. It then becomes a very, very different point of, you know, concentration when you're actually then, right now it's time to get down to the nitty gritty. So I think going back into a dungeon, as mentioned, like the 25 burial grounds, could be a good decision. However, if they go in slightly cold, and they end up not being able to time that, or something goes wrong, suddenly that's a bunch of time that they've lost at the start of the day. And that can start to snowball very, very, very quickly. So I think if you are going to be doing something like that, you have to make sure that you are A, feeling confident, but B, you are also warmed up properly. If you aren't, then it could eventually, you know, really come to bite you on the backside at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up too, because I think there's a lot of talk about, sure, they may be fresh, mentally speaking, but you do got to get the gears turning a little bit before you attack a dungeon. It pretty much goes for anything, like sports-wise and esports-wise. You got to warm up. You got to warm up the aim or warm up the mechanical skill, whether you're going to be able to hit your rotations correctly. And especially for some of these players, they're running multiple classes, running multiple specs. So you got to make sure you get into the mindset of, all right, well, I was playing a rep paladin, but now I'm playing a shadow priest, right? I go from melee to range, and we saw that yesterday. And so you got to get into different mindsets. You got to warm yourself up.
No, Sam, you don't get to talk about being a shadow priest main now. You're not even level capped.
I just hit level 60 today. Okay, Lithy, I just
10
did it.
levels
Hang on,
below
60.
the max.
Yeah, 60. Hang on, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 70. So there's 10. There's 10. Not only 10 levels, there's 10 talent points in between that. There's a bunch. I mean, technically though, what do you like? If that's the character that you are focusing on, that one should be your main. Surely level doesn't come into it. Just because he says he's a Shadow Priest main doesn't necessarily mean that it's level capped.
Yeah, that's the issue with me though, is that
I'm not giving him those 50 cents kicks.
Just do what I do. Just do what I do. Roll a character and a class when the game launched 17 years ago, and then don't play anything else apart from that class until the current day.
Yep.
That's what you do.
There it is.
You know what, Kex, I'm going to start doing that right now. I'm going to go back 17 years ago.
Exactly. Go back 17 years and you'll be fine.
Perfect. All right, I figured out the secret formula.
Time.
Yeah, break time. Listen, a lot of these teams are going to have to figure out, Kex, how to break time, because these timers are going to be working against them so hard, especially that Halls of Valor timer. So, that Halls of Valor, right, Lithy? That is a long key, a very, very long key. And a key that demands, I think, no less than perfection, because this is a key that you need to make the judgment call very, halfway through whether or not it's going to be timed. Otherwise, 40 minutes just went down the drain.
It is rough. The highest key ever completed for Halls of Valor is at 28 in 37 minutes and 48 seconds. So, yeah, it's going to be fun. And we are starting into the day, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between, of course, with the Coast Guard. Plopping in the Halls of Valor on 15. This is the quad DPS comp they've already ran with yesterday so much and have been very successful. On the other 3 screens, you will see a 25. I'm repeating this. 25. I lost the burial grounds. That's the dungeon name. Why am I blanking on that one at the start of the show, man? I have no idea. Army and Air Force both in that key. You know what would be funny? Army finishing that 25 before the Air Force. That would be hilarious. In the meantime, 23 Shadow Moon for the Marine Corps.
Kex, I gotta talk to you real quick though, because the Army. I know you're a big Warrior fan. That's your 17-year-old character.
17-year-old character, Tauren Warrior, always been the same, never changed. All specs, all specs done.
Yeah, and the U.S. Army is running a Fury Warrior. Do you agree with that decision with the Fury Warrior?
Oh, 100%. Absolutely. Well, each team is running a warrior. We actually see a Fury Warrior coming out of both the US Army and the Air Force.
Oh, yeah, look
so
at that.
2 Fury Warriors from them in this 25. Fury Warriors doing a great job. I mean, the commanding the rallying cry alone, huge for these. The defensive cooldowns that they have available is massive. And then if you look at the Marine Corps and the Coast Guard, you can see both of them running with a Protection Warrior, which, as we know, very, very powerful. I'm interested to see that they're not running with a Paladin tank, because we've seen those absolutely dominate over the past couple of weeks, especially in these Mythic Pluses. But you can see on this 15 here, the Coast Guard have absolutely tore through Heimdall, the first boss there on that plus 15 Halls of Valor, very, very quickly. But I do want to bring attention back down to the US Army and the Air Force, both on this 25, currently looking to see who has the advantage. And it looks to me, I think it's going to be the Coast Guard. They're approaching the first boss here on this 25. I'm wondering if we could get a close-up look of them just to see how quickly they are going to break through this first boss, because this boss can be tricky, Lithy.
Absolutely, and if you remember yesterday, the end of day run the Air Force did was this 25, and if we remember, until that first boss died, it took them 13 minutes after the start of the dungeon to kill that first boss. So really curious to see if they can bolster this out today. Kind of make up the little bit of time. I think we came out to about 5 minutes. They need to make up to be able to kill Ner'zhul at the end of the run that we saw, right? So that's going to be a thing. In the meantime, the Army wiping it up on that trash pack. They're going to zone out and reset the key. A few minutes lost, but nothing too major. Let's pop over to the Air Force, because we are on board with Sadana Blood Fury at about 80% health and 50 seconds into the fight. That's a big health bar.
That is a huge health bar. I mean, you take a look at this. Is tyrannical, obviously, so the bosses are going to have a huge amount more health than what we're used to, and it's a plus 25, so that's just going to get even higher. We know that there are changes coming in Season 2, but we are focusing on what is happening here in Season 1 in these dungeons. And this is, once again, one of those fights. Great heroic leap coming out there from Venom. This is one of those bosses that you can do for, 2 minutes and it looks smooth, and then all of a sudden one mistake and the entire raid team is gone, or you lose one player because they're a little bit slow on this Dark Eclipse here, Sam. And when that happens, you fall behind so quickly. And look how much damage that did to the entire team there. They actually, I believe, did lose 2 players. God. Yeah, look, you see how quickly it goes. If you are low when that Whispers comes out, that's going to be it. The entire team here looks as though they are going to be dying. Halos is the only one alive, and that is going to quickly wipe them up. And as I was saying it, I almost jinxed them straight away. I immediately come onto the desk and I immediately jinx a team. Name a more iconic duo.
It's the Kexman special, the Kexman debuff. When we focus on it and Kex starts talking about them, they get wiped. But Kex, if it makes you feel better, the Air Force actually did have difficulties with this first boss yesterday on this 25. This was the boss that they wiped on, pretty much costing them the key. They had, I think it took them like 13 minutes to get through the first boss. Like from start of the dungeon to the first boss took them 13 minutes. And they were 4 minutes over the timer by the completion of the dungeon. So that's something that's going to be at the back of their minds. They need to at least be 8 minutes. For 8 minutes or less is the goalpost that the Air Force needs to meet based on history from what we've seen from them. And that's not an easy task, not in these tyrannical keys.
Yeah, absolutely not. And that's going to be playing in the back of their minds. And the other side of it as well is they get to that boss, Lithy, they know they've got to beat it. They do it in that sort of time frame, but then you've got to think, oh, okay, I've still got 3 bosses ahead of me. I know this is going to be a very, very difficult dungeon. Not only the bosses, but also the trash that we have to deal with. And again, that's that mental side of things. When you start to consider it, you start to think, okay, we have to play perfectly throughout this entire thing. And playing perfectly from start to finish, specifically in the 25, takes a lot of concentration. And we see both the US Army and Air Force going straight back into this 25 here. They want to get this done today, and they want to get it done early.
Yes, they do. Everything that you can get in your pocket, especially for the Coast Guard, because that's going to put them in a massive lead. The more that they can get Halls of Valor done, the long key, the more they can get that done, the less they have to think about it. And especially going into tomorrow with whatever dungeon is going to be revealed, hopefully Temple of the Jade Serpent, is going to be is going to be something that's at the back of their mind. But I mean, already 7 minutes in, 6 minutes and 30 seconds for this Halls of Valor. They've taken down Heimdall, Herja, now making their way over to Fenrir. Liffy, yeah, this 4 DPS composition, a really good starter for the Coast Guard. This helps them to really establish superiority early on and saves them so much time.
Yeah, I mean, on this 15, it's very fast, but I don't think the difference between a really solid 3 DPS comp and a 4 DPS comp on a 15 isn't that insane. Where it really starts to shine is these higher key levels, right? We saw the 18s, the 21s. The Coast Guard yesterday ran with 4 DPS, which... one of them, they even 3-chested compared to some of the other teams only being able to get a 2-chest out of those dungeons. So that's where
right
you
in the
can
same one.
really act up with the timer and not lose time to a dungeon reset. What also could break your neck, as we've just seen, is Sanguine here in the Halls of Valor, and also Grievous is the big point we need to talk about with this 4 DPS comp, because I have no idea how that is going to work out on the higher key levels, especially considering a boss like Fenrir, and it is tyrannical after all.
Yeah, I mean, Halls of Valor is dealing with the trash in these, like, before you actually get to the wings can be a little bit of a nightmare, you know, on its own. Add in Sanguine, that makes life a little bit more difficult. Grievous, I mean, they do have the Paladin there that can obviously off-heal. They have the Shaman there available, which can off-heal. So that's not going to be the end of the world. I'm assuming that they will have assigned one player specifically to that. Say, you know, to the Shaman, hey, you're the one that's going to throw out the off-heals potentially for Grievous. You're the one that's going to do X, Y, and Z. These early keys are, you know, it's where they kind of get their rhythm in. And it's interesting that we've mentioned that you have this 25 Shadow Moon available for both US Army and Air Force. They've gone in, they want to get this done. They want to get it done early doors. Coast Guard, however, because they're in the lead, they know they have a buffer. They can turn around and they can say, right, let's just relax into Halls of Valor. We know that it's going to be the key that everybody's going to want to do. They're going to want to push it high. Let's relax into a 15, kind of get used to the rhythm of it, get ourselves back into that, you know, real sort of progression mindset, and not only progression mindset, but also a competitive mindset, because realistically, that's what this is. It's a competitive mindset, and
I agree.
we can set ourselves for the rest of the day, whereas US Army and Air Force, and even to, you know, the Marine Corps to some degree, they kind of have to start from yesterday, whereas Coast Guard are starting from today.
I agree. I also want to take a quick look at the Air Force. They're back on Sedana Blood Fury once more, and they've gotten to 65% of her health. In the meantime, while we were even saying that, look at that, already 60%. And this is looking like a, so far, I got to be very careful with my words here because, you know, gas occurs and everything. They're looking decent.
Nice jinx, Sam. Good job.
Yeah, I said the word decent. It's over.
Yeah, exactly.
Go ahead.
they're
Wipe
done.
out Air
But
Force.
you have a point. At this point, or on the last run, they had already wiped at this point. This is what I should rather say. So we're getting further in. Also today, the Air Force running with a Druid healer instead of the Evoker that it was yesterday, if I remember correctly. So a lot more just continuous hots on the group. A little bit more tankiness for the healer himself. So Dart just pumping on through here. You can see how much damage is coming through the channel darkness here. And for now, well, boss going below 50%, nearing the 40% mark, and another spirit coming in. It's looking solid, classic Blood Fury fight, and with this timer, 14 minutes left. How far into the dungeon are we? 5 minutes.
5 and
30. Yeah,
5 minutes
30.
40.
This is this is pretty much on pace for what they need to be able to time this key based on what we've seen from them yesterday.
Yeah, they're doing a good job on the boss here. Now, this is where the danger comes in, the Dark Eclipse. So they need to make sure that they are soaking in these moons to avoid the damage, and then immediately afterwards, they need to be careful just in case the Whispers come in. It doesn't look like it is. Everybody needs to be topped off. Halo specifically needs to be topped off here. Looking like they're doing a good job. They haven't got the Whispers in. In comes the Dark Communion with this ad. They've been able to top themselves off. If they manage to break through this ad, they should, in theory, be okay. 6 minutes 15, they're still on time. They're gonna get this sub 8 minutes if they stick on with what they're doing. But again, as we've seen, there's the Whispers, but everybody topped off, looking relatively healthy. Need to get Drock up on that Hunter, but it looks like they've done a good job. Nearly 60k sustained HPS there coming in from Dart on that Druid. They want to get through this Dark Clip, so once again, they need to avoid these swells coming in. They've got the Thundering as well. That's going to make life a little bit more difficult. Bunch of people taking damage, but no Whispers coming through once again. We're looking at about 1 minute 10 seconds, so about 70 seconds for them to get through this. Sam, it's looking close, but so far confident.
Very confident. Now we're in execute range. Oh, there goes Drock. There goes everyone. It's all falling to pieces at the last possible second.
Did I just do it again?
Did
I just do it again?
At the very least, they could potentially throw out a battle res. Both of the paladins are still alive. Whether or not they have that, they should. Okay, there goes the tank. Now all that's left is Drist.
And also the boss heal. I just did it. Do you know what? I'm gonna leave because I'm not doing well for these teams. I will see you folks later.
Bye, Kegs.
All right, let's bring it back to the 4 square since now we've lost Kegs. No, but that's heartbreaking. It was right there. And in the meantime, while we were looking at the Air Force, the U.S. Army has restarted their Shadow Moon once again. It's looking like the Marines are doing a pretty good job in their 23. They've taken down Blood Fury, Nolish, and of course the Coast Guard still blasting their way through. We're about to have the God King Skovald RP after we get through these last 4 kings, which I know Lithy is a big fan of the Skovald RP. Unfortunately, it got nerfed, so Lithy's not as happy anymore.
I didn't get nerfed, it got removed, man. They shafted my boy. Absolute tragedy.
God King Skovald. He was fantastic.
So
I love him.
When that happens, can you two recreate it for us?
No.
I don't know off by heart. I don't know off by heart.
We're not doing that on command, Sam. We have to want to do that.
Okay. Maybe I can somehow convince you to later on in the weekend.
Kegsman would make a fantastic Odin, though.
I would
excuse me?
I would love to play Odin.
Kexman is basically Odin.
No, Kegsman is massive.
Army and Air Force. I've just noticed they've ditched Shadow Moon Valley. Shadow Moon Burial Ground.
Can't blame him. 25 Shadow Moon is just a terrible key to warm up in. I mean, it's cold and damp and underground. No sunshine.
There's ghosts.
Okay, Lithy, don't talk about my room like that, please. I
talk about your room however I want, Sam.
There we go. Looks like we've also got a change up in the setup on the side of the Air Force. Looks as though they've dropped. Have they? Yeah, it looks as though they've dropped the warrior, brought in a shaman. By the looks of things, they've got a resto shaman. Not sure. It looks like the army has stayed the same. Their composition looks to be staying the same. I think. No, they brought in a monk. They've brought in a monk on the side of the U.S. Army. So there's a slight change. I mean, the 23 for the Marine Corps is going well. And a Demon Hunter. U.S. Army has completely changed it up.
Yeah, they got a Havoc Demon Hunter. So yeah, they're wanting to. I guess they want to go through Halls of Valor as quick as possible. But an interesting note to make: not the 4 DPS composition like we're seeing coming out of the Coast Guard, but like Lithy said in these initial 15s, not too much of a time game. But once we step foot into those 18s. Well, then that might start changing things around a little bit. The Marines are making good pace though in this 23. Looks like they might still be on track to be able to +2 it and reach that 25 that literally all of the other teams have been in so far. But yeah, I think I like the idea of them all going into Halls of Valor, just get it taken care of, get it out of the way, and warm up inside of this key rather than banging your head against the 25, which we've seen, I think, 3 resets of so far.
Yeah. I honestly think keep a close eye on the Marine Corps, because I have this feeling that even though we at the start we were like, oh, the Army and the Coast Guard are in a 25, Marine Corps are only in a 23. However, they're able to kind of warm up in this 23, and then, as you mentioned, Sam, go to a 25. What they could then do is say, right, we've warmed up, we've got our 25 available. The 25 Shadow Moon is on the table. Now let's switch Halls of Valor. Let's get points on the board there. Let's see how quickly we can go. And then once we're feeling confident, once we've kind of got, everything, we're back in that groove, we're back in that mindset, then we switch back to the 25. Maybe they push the Halls of Valor up to the 21 and then see where they're sat for the rest of the day. At the start, I was kind of a little bit dubious because it felt like they were already behind. However, I've got to say, I actually think I do like this now. I would keep a real close eye on what they're going to be doing over the next couple of hours.
The Marines need like every single victory in their corner right now. So we definitely we're rooting for them to be able to close that gap and that distance some more. And maybe, with this double Warlock composition running with the Ret Paladin could be a very big potential here. And this is also a lot of fun to see the Ret Paladins coming back out. We have 3 of our teams right now running with that Retribution Paladin. And something cool with that rework that came in is obviously the red aura. When someone gets chunked for, I think, 30% of their health, right? The entire group gets a 5% damage-wide buff, for which in these high tyrannical keys, and even just in these high keys in general, that's going to be happening very often to the tank. So you're getting a pretty sizable damage boost.
Oh yeah, for sure. And again, it's one of those situations where it just brings them up to a decent level in comparison to the rest of the classes, because Rets weren't in a great place. The double Warlock, obviously incredibly powerful. We do see on the side of the Air Force, they've dropped the Warrior. It looks as though they have brought in the Shaman that they do have there. It looks as though on the side of the US Army, they've got the Demon Hunter in there and the Monk. So a lot of classes around. One thing.
Disaster.
They're wiping on Bonemore is a nasty boss as well. Bonemore is 100% not free, but they're wiping on that. That's not what we want to see. That's super unfortunate for them.
That is unfortunate, but it's still at a position in the dungeon and at the timer where they can still finish the key. The question is, do you really want a +1 at 23 instead of resetting and going for a +2 to be able to go into the 25 immediately? It seems really like they are going back to finish this dungeon up. They should be able to time this without too many issues. The question I really have at this point is the +2 doable? Because it doesn't really feel like it if they have to do the full Bone Maw fight, which is, I think, same as Nazul, around the 5 minutes.
I honestly think this is the right call for them. Because if even if you've wiped on this and you're not going to +2 it, they're going to, as long as everything goes okay, they're going to +1 it at the very least, which gives them points. And I think getting points on the board straight away for your first dungeon is the most important thing for them right now. If they end up dropping this and going back, and then they go for the +2 again, and something happens and they don't get it, then all of a sudden you're looking at 30 minutes at the start of the day without any points on the board, which is a huge factor. It's so demoralizing.
And something else to note too, right, Kex? If they complete this 23, regardless, they'll be tied with the Air Force and they're going to be tied with the Army. So far, out of our 2 groups, they haven't been able to complete that 25. Out of our 3 groups, no one's been able to complete the 25. So at least they meet the other 2 teams at that 23 level. And then if they're able to complete the 24, then they're actually ahead of the game, because then they'll be tied with the Coast Guard, who also attempted to do the 25, but just barely missed the timer with like a minute. And if the Marines can do that, if they can get the 23 done, and then if they can get the 24, then they're tied for first place inside of Shadow Moon Burial Grounds with the key level of that dungeon being done.
Yeah, exactly. We spoke at the start about, what are they going to do with Halls of Valor? What's their plan? Are they going to go back into, the Shadow Moon Burial Ground? Are they going to move forward for Halls of Valor? It's a situation where, again, do you go for, as you mentioned, do you go for that 24 and then, you are ahead of technically the US Army and the Air Force, or do you do what all the other teams have done and go into Halls of Valor to get your points on the board for that one? Do you switch it around and, maybe visit something else? There's so much that they have. And on top of that, not only is there so much, they still have 4.5 hours left in the day, which is a fairly substantial chunk of change when it comes to doing dungeons. Most of these dungeons outside of Halls of Valor, you're expecting to be finished around about that 20 to 25 minute mark, maybe slightly later depending on some of the, we'll say 25 to 30 minutes. So you still have time for in the region of about 8 dungeons to complete, if you don't obviously, waste any time. So you then say, okay, well, let's complete this 23. We'll go into a 15 Halls of Valor, complete that in X amount of time. Looks as though we do have one player dropping on the side of the Marine Corps here, which again, super unfortunate. If we could get a full screen on the, it looks like they did use their reincarnation. If we could get full screen on the Marine Corps, that'd be fantastic to see exactly what's happening. They do need to clear with a healer here. So this Bowmore fight has been causing them issues in regards to the amount of damage, but down to 9% here. This should be a clear. The +2, looking at it, completely out of their reach now. There is no way they are doing Ner'zhul in 3.5 minutes unless they pull something incredible out of their bags, which, for these teams, it's not out of the ordinary for that to happen, Sam.
No, it's not. We saw some impressive moments yesterday where we thought, all right, this isn't going to happen, and somehow the teams were able to pull it off. But like you said, it would have to be a monumental feat for that to happen. It would have to be pretty much a miracle for them to be able to get this +2. And I think for what they have to go through left with less than 3 minutes on the clock, it's a lot. They're taking care of this final 4-pack and then the 2 blueberries up above. And of course, finally, Ner'zhul, the bad.
Did you just call them blueberries?
Yeah, the blueberries up there.
Okay, yeah, I see it. I like that.
Yeah,
I like the blueberries.
Yeah.
I mean, this trash pack's nasty enough.
Yeah, it is. Interrupts are very important with this trash pack.
And it looks like they've been able to pull it off rather cleanly, actually. That was a super clean pull from them. But again, the +2 not available. However, as you pointed out, they complete this. Now all of a sudden, they're level with the, obviously, excluding the Halls of Valor, but now they're level with the Army and the Air Force. So that now gives them a little bit of a buoyancy, saying, we could definitely do. They know they can do a Halls of Valor 15. They could do a Halls of Valor 18. They can continue to climb up through that. So now all of a sudden they're on even playing field. That gives them a little bit of confidence, a little bit of a pickup, saying, hey, yesterday might not have gone our way. Today we've already changed that in the way that this this morning has gone so far. Then you look at the you look at the Air Force and you look at the Army. They could be thinking, oh, Marine Corps have caught up. We now really need to start pushing. And full sending, I said at the start of the day, it can work out really well in your favor. If, however, you are behind or you need to push to get ahead and you start making mistakes, that snowballs real fast.
You know what else is amazing about the Marines, Kex? Because before they started here this weekend, they actually had a lot of issues with the roster. They lost 4 players within 48 hours of needing to turn in the roster. Yeah. They lost their 3200 tank that they had in the last AFDL. They required a lot of role swapping, and for the fact that this team is still managing to be able to time 23s, Kex, man. Even for some of even on like we're on tournament realm, right? So we get all of the best gear, we get all of the best everything. But that's still an impressive thing to be able to do when you have individuals having to step into new roles, things that they don't really understand how to do. And 23s are still unforgiving, even for some of the best teams out there.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you just have that just shows the skill level that's available for these players, is the fact that, as you mentioned, they're going in a role that they might not necessarily be comfortable with. They might not know that role in the same way that they do, their quote unquote main. And it's a very, very famous saying in that, you turn around and you say, hey, as a player, you would much rather somebody be comfortable on a role that might not necessarily be meta, rather than them trying to play a role that is meta they're not going to do as well as. It's kind of one of those situations. You want them on a class they're comfortable with, regardless of what that class is. However, when you're doing 23s, you kind of need somebody to step into that healer role. You need somebody to step into that tanking role. So, and I mean, you see here just this sheer amount of damage that's coming in from Ner'zhul on this 23 Shadow Moon. The +2 is gone. Ner'zhul at around about 69%. Nice. They do have the Ritual of Bones coming in. They need to clear this as it stands. It's looking like they are going to do it. Again, I don't want to curse them too much. Lithy's back here, so I'm sure Lithy will be able to counteract that. But still, a very, very difficult boss.
Oh,
Yeah, Lithy, why don't we get you to
Spirit
weigh in with...
Yeah. Spirit Link comes out right in time because here's the Omen of Death. That's what I was waiting for, and this is spicy as hell. Luckily, HB has a bunch of CDs rolling, so able to heal through this just like that quite nicely. Next Omen already coming in. It's a continuous pressure of damage going out here, but all in all, it looks really solid what they're doing at the moment, and with Ner'zhul on 60% after about 2 minutes of fight, they should have enough time to finish this out if they don't lose anyone. And that is the big if here, because look at the health bars here, man. That is so sketchy.
I need to turn your two attention to something, though. Look at the percentage.
Oh,
Kexman.
no.
Kexman.
That's a lot of
Kexman.
percent missing.
Yesterday, the Marines stepped out of a 15. 98% trash done. And they started their next key.
That's a pain. That's painful.
They went through the entire... Yeah.
I'm trying to think what trash they'd have missed. I mean, there's trash that you can get right at the start of the dungeon, so that's not necessarily going to be too much of a problem for them. Like, if they need to kill this boss quickly, though, 4.5 minutes left. Realistically, you'd expect the boss to be dead in 2 minutes. That gives them 2.5 minutes to find 4.5-ish%. Which is doable because it is not fortified. However, it's gonna be tight. And hopefully they've noticed it as well. I think that's the big thing. They need to have noticed it. And they're going to notice the amount of damage coming in right now as they get pushed to the wall. They need to clear this Ritual of Bones. They're getting close as well. There's the Malevolence. It looks as though they have been able to save everybody. Yes, everybody is safe. So, not the end of the world. They've been able to clear through that. And again, they're getting into the final 30%. This is a long boss fight. But so far, they're looking good, looking confident. It looks as though we do still have a couple of cooldowns available on the side of HB on that Shaman. So, once again, the big thing, do they notice that trash count?
That'll be fine, man. You miss trash once. And never again.
Yeah.
Never again.
All right, place your bets,
Hope
chat.
it, at least.
Do the Marines... Are the Marines checking their trash percentage? Hopefully. But with the way that things are looking with this boss, 18% left to go with 3 minutes on the clock. Has to get out of here. You got a TP back to the start, and Large is gone now too.
Oh no!
Wasn't that large, huh? Or he was too large.
I was also trying to
Dodge
think
the
of a
hitboxes.
large pun. Yeah, I was also trying to think of a pun there, but it didn't quite work out. That is going to slow them down slightly. They are still on pace for that 2.5 minute finish. Enlarge back up, so immediately accepting a res. They need to get them a little bit healthier here. Obviously, we have the storming coming in. They need to clear 5% left on the boss here, 4%, 3%. This is going to be a pretty quick clear on Ner'zhul. 2.5 minutes, almost on the dot. Now, do they immediately recognize this? Do they recognize the trash count? They need to go out and in. Yeah, it looks as though they have. Yeah, they've immediately recognized it.
Wait a minute.
What's
Wait.
it gonna be? It's the
Yeah,
pack.
yeah,
at
yeah.
Oh,
the
they're coming
start
back.
of the
Okay.
dungeon.
Whew, there was a moment there where I was very worried. I was like, where are they going?
They could have taken the town portal, so we know that the second they turned around, it got a little bit nerve-wracking, but yeah, they picked it up. The Marines have got the recognition, and they are going to be able to time this plus 23, plus 1 it to a 24. So let's go ahead back out to the 4 square and see how the rest of our teams are doing.
Plus 18 for DPS for Halls of Valor running for the Coast Guard at the moment. The plus 15 still underway on God King Skovald for the Air Force. And so our army...
Did the Coast Guard reset?
Yeah, the Coast Guard had to have reset because
They
are
must
still
have.
on the first boss. Because the
Yeah,
last time we were on them, they had just started.
Yeah, they've absolutely. There is no way they have not reset.
Well,
what happened? We don't
It's a
know.
spicy key to do without a healer on an 18 and be able to 3-chest it. So it's kind of an angle of you wipe once, you probably want to reset.
Yeah, that's true. Especially on an 18 as well. This will kind of be the bread and butter for the Coast Guard here. We do see, it looks as though the Air Force currently working on God King Skovald. US Army just slightly behind them. They're pulling the trash up the steps towards that encounter. So the Air Force, again, ahead on the 15. However, I think the big news so far that we've had, the Marine Corps, they are now effectively, with the, because this key hasn't been finished yet by the Army or the Air Force. They're effectively neck and neck now. They've brought themselves back up.
That they have.
Yeah, I love that for them. And if they can complete the 24, then they'll be tied with the Coast Guard and head of the Army, Air Force in Shadow Moon Burial Ground. I want to make a quick note too. You two, by the way, like saying God King Skovald's name the same way, and I just
yeah, you've got to put respect.
I think that's a European thing.
Put
oh
respect
wait, sorry, I can't say
that man's
European
name
anymore.
No, I'm not officially.
Unlucky.
Oh yeah.
Yes, that was a Brexit joke, Sam.
Yeah, you put respect on God King Skovald's name. He has proved his worth, Sam. He's proved his worth.
He's proved his worth. Okay, I apologize to everyone out there. The Marines, by the way, they are going a different route than what we've been seeing. Our two other teams. Yeah, they're back to school. After who knows how long, I think they're ready to begin implementing some lessons onto the mobs of this dungeon.
I will never forget first week Algrathar Academy. That was pain. Absolute pain.
Yeah, because oh gosh, what was it? Because the skitterflies were.
It's just everything.
Yeah,
it's just everything was pain. It was nasty. It was very, very tough. But yeah, they're back. They're going back to school. They're gonna learn their additions here, hoping to add up all of the trash up to 100%, and then adding the bosses to dead so that they can clear that. It is a 21 Algrathar, so fingers crossed. This will give them, a couple of extra points as well. And I'm interested in the fact that they are spending this time going back and doing some of these older dungeons. I'm not 100% certain, obviously, how this is going to play out. Because you've also got to consider, you have X amount of time today to complete as many dungeons as possible. So you want to get your Halls of Valor in, Lithi. But you've also got to consider what's coming tomorrow and how much time you're going to need on the new dungeon tomorrow.
Yeah, you just not only need to clean out Halls of Valor, you also need to make sure you push not just one dungeon, you need to push all dungeons as high as possible, because the last day, a lot of the last day is going to be invested into pushing that last dungeon up, because it's not an easy thing of just an hour or two to cap out a dungeon, start to finish. And so you probably want to invest 2 or 3 hours of the last day tomorrow just into that new dungeon to be able to kind of reach your higher, if not even your highest potential there. So that basically kind of directs the same time effort, for me at least, towards today as well, towards Halls of Valor, right? Especially with the key being considerably longer than a lot of other dungeons. So Halls of Valor is going to take a majority of the time investments from most teams today, I'd assume. But you also got to find some opportunities to push the other dungeons. And first and foremost, something like the 25 Shadow Moon Valley seems to be very far up there in terms of very easily attainable points. And then there is, of course, things like the 22 Academy that the Army already tried. And I think Coast Guard and Air Force are sitting on a 21 timed in the Academy currently.
I want to bring your attention to the Air Force. Ooh. What do you notice about their comp? It's no longer 4 DPS.
Well, the Air Force wasn't running 4 DPS. That's the Coast Guard, Kingsman.
Oh, the Coast Guard running 4 DPS. Yeah, sorry. I just saw them going into the 18. I got confused. I got confused.
No worries. But that's an 18 underway for the Air Force as well. So they're on the tails of the Coast Guard, which is basically the story of yesterday. Coast Guard and Air Force kind of swapping first place between each other. So
I'm also very curious to see where the Coast Guard met their untimely demise.
Where
they were forced to reset?
I would assume it was either Herja or the Wolf, because look at the damage going out from the Lightning Storm. And consider that we have Grievous going on, right? So you need a ton of healing just to make sure everyone is topped off after this. And of course, the one-shots from the Expel Light are also not that fun to deal with if you don't have a healer. You need to rely on the off-healing from the Red Paladin and the Enhancement Shaman. And on top of that, we're not running a Feral Druid like the Coast Guard was at the start of yesterday. And instead, they're running with a Rogue and a Warlock. So that's 2 DPS classes that can't heal anyone else outside of themselves.
True. That is, I mean, I think I agree it would have been Herja that would have caused them to wipe. I think based on the time that we weren't watching the Coast Guard and then where they were when we came back in, Herja does make sense. I think the Warlock and the Rogue, I don't know. I'm interested by the choice because, as you mentioned, Lithy, they don't self-heal, but the defensives that they have available to them, incredibly strong. So I'm wondering if that is more of a play for them. Instead of going, oh, we need off-healing, we need X, Y, and Z, if they turn around and say, we've got defensive, if something targets us, we just negate it. The Rogue can completely negate pretty much anything, specifically with their defensive cooldowns, and then the Warlock just incredibly tanky on top of that.
Their defensive cooldowns will have to be, like, cycled appropriately, because you can still kind of rely on the Paladin and the Shaman to do a little bit of their own, and being able to survive through that. So I think that's kind of what the plan was there. We try to burst this as quick as we can and just 2-cycle this, so that way when the second one comes around, we don't have to die to it.
Oh yeah, they will have spoken about this as well. This isn't a case of, hey, we need 4 DPS. Well, I got a Warlock. You know, it's not that. They will have figured this out. They would have known who's playing what. They would have, you know, trained on this. You know, they'd have practiced on this. So they will know what they can push and what they can't push. The question is then, you then have still that RNG of, hey, you know, am I still going to be able to, you know, is this going to target me at the appropriate time? Is it not going to target me? You know, they're moving through to Fenrir now, which is another boss that, if you don't have a healer, super, super sketchy. And we see the Rogue dropping really low there and being picked up on the Coast Guard. Looking over at the side of the Marine Corps, they're making good progress with this 21 Algathar Academy here, taking down the first boss. Veximus looking at around about 10%, so looking relatively clean. On the side of the Air Force, they're still moving through this plus 18. They've got to the trash after Heimdall. Running obviously they're deciding to run with that additional, with the healer rather than the extra damage. How do you think that's going to play for them here, Lithy? Do you think that's the right call on an 18? Kind of give themselves a little bit more leeway so they don't have to reset as we've seen from the Coast Guard?
Quite honestly, I think it's a little bit more of a comfort thing than a right or a wrong call. So they've run all the 15s and 18s yesterday already with the healer as well, and they've done really well for themselves. It's just a little bit, it's a little bit safer. The question really comes in, are they able, or rather, are they unable to time the 21 on a +3 because they're running a healer, compared to the Coast Guard potentially running the 21 with a without a healer and +3ing it because of that. So,
I mean, speaking of healers, the army definitely had an interesting strategy where looks as though one of their healers, or one of the players, which would have been the healer, accidentally TP'd out on Odin. So they actually four-manned that.
The healer said, you know what, you guys are hard to heal.
You got it. You got it.
Yeah, they gave him a pat on the back, a thumbs up, and a TP'd out.
Yeah.
Always good times. Mm-hmm. Looking at this, though, I mean, the U.S. Army, they did complete it at the very least, and so now they're back into the 18. The Air Force and the Coast Guard, kind of the two that we're wanting to keep an eye on with this 18 and seeing just kind of the time differentials that'll be happening here. Very interesting to see what could potentially be from that.
Fenrir, though, for the Coast Guard, this is going to be an interesting boss for what I think could potentially be maybe the
Yeah.
staging grounds of a potential wipe.
I'd like to get full screen on the Coast Guard if possible, because this boss, specifically without a healer, the amount of consistent damage that comes out is quite nasty. So if we get a full screen on the Coast Guard, and then take a look and see who gets targeted by what. If it's the rogue, look for, you know, various different ways that they can use their defensives, use various different ways that they can, you know, obviously your feints and such. And then on the warlock, an incredibly tanky class. This fight is going to be the one that is going to make or break this run, I feel.
Fenrir, he's a good boy until he's ready to rip your
Fenrir
head
is
off.
a good boy. Fenrir is
a good boy.
He's the
Yeah,
best.
it's
The best boy in this dungeon.
He is. He absolutely is. He's the best boy. He needs pats, but unfortunately, we need to. We don't kill him. We just put him to sleep. We just give him a nap.
Exactly.
That's all it is. We just give him a nap. So, looks as though they have invested a couple of various different cooldowns into this. There's obviously, they're doing as much damage as they can. I think the key point here is you kill Fenrir before Fenrir kills you. I mean, it's an 18, so it's kind of bread and butter for this team, but at the same time, still a dangerous boss. So we'll keep an eye out. Nearly 20% left. There's the Unnerving Howl. Looks like everybody was able to... I mean, these ads are just going to get absolutely deleted. That's not a big worry. The bleed damage coming out, not looking too bad. I mean, you could take a look at the healing done here, and the Enhancement Shaman there doing a bunch of additional healing. Same with, obviously, that Retribution Paladin. And honestly, we thought this could have been a bit of a banana peel for them, but Sam, they've absolutely deleted Fenrir.
That's disgusting. This is unreal. This team has been unreal almost this entire weekend. A very good job from them, though. Yeah, that's a big victory and a big feather in the cap for the Coast Guard to take on Fenrir like that. And the big time bank that they still have to work through here on Halls of Valor.
Bears.
Oh,
yeah,
they're
I thought they were going to go for the bear strat. I thought they were pulling them all to the bridge, which would have been a huge strategy, which you can do. I like on my runs, I always like to at least pick up 1 or 2 bears as a little bit of a, you know, as a little bit of a sort of a backup, just in case something goes wrong with the percentage. A backup bear is always good. But once again, this Coast Guard, this 4 DPS team, absolutely shredding through things, Liffy.
I also want to make a quick note though, just real fast, because on when they were fighting Fenrir, they actually did the Ravenous Leap cancel, because if you saw, it only went on to the Rogue and no one else. So I love that little bit of extra strategy that they were able to pull off. It's for me, I don't play a class that can vanish or a Night Elf that can
Rogue.
Shadow Melt. So them being able to pull that off is actually, I think, a big one of the big reasons to why that fight, I think, went a lot easier and a lot less stressful. I think they were going to get it in the bag regardless, but it was much easier. Fortunate timing with the RNG.
I mean,
well, that's the beauty of it. Yeah, I think if you run a 4 DPS setup, you know that the players you choose have got to be skilled. They've got to know their classes. They've got to know the ins and outs, not only of their classes, but also of the dungeons, to what they can do in certain aspects. But as Lithy mentioned, you've got to get a little bit of luck with that as well. You know, if that doesn't target the rogue first off, if it targets the shaman and the rogue is the final target, then all of a sudden it's like, oh, okay. You know, that the fate doesn't come into it at all. The vanish doesn't come into it at all. So yeah, the luck is, I think the luck is a big part of it, but it doesn't take away from the skill that we're seeing from them. They're moving up now, obviously, to God King Skorvold and Odin. So there is that going for them. And it's honestly, for me, easier as a 4 DPS setup with these 2 bosses than probably Herja and Fenrir are. I'd like to take a quick look if we could potentially go back to the 4 stack so we can see what the Marine Corps are doing. They're in that 21 Algathar. We can also see on the side of Air Force, looks as though they're heading over to Fenrir now. They've cleared Herja. On the side of the US Army, they have cleared Heimdall. They're on their way to Herja again, taking the same route that we're seeing from Air Force here. So both of those teams US Army slightly behind in regards to entering the dungeon, but almost identical in how they're approaching it. It does look on the side of the Marine Corps, though, that they're looking at routes. Something has gone horribly wrong with their dungeon.
Liffy, what do you think it could have been? I think because I guess a logical explanation was something went wrong with Croth.
So honestly, the most dangerous parts are the Ancient and the trash around it. We've seen some pulls, or actually most of the pulls that went horribly wrong yesterday were around the Ancient. The other half that went horribly wrong, especially for the Marine Corps, was the trash all around Vaximus, especially the Mana Worms. And considering we do have the Raging Affix here, this has been something they've been struggling a little bit with. That's kind of where I put my money on, but honestly, if you want to know, I can just go and check the VOD.
Just go. I mean, when we saw them last, they had actually cleared the first boss and the trash around it, and were heading their way to Croth. So maybe that was what caused the issue.
Let's be real here for a second, guys. Who wipes on Croth?
I mean,
are you gonna help me like that,
my
Liffy?
pug group.
I don't think I've ever actually wiped on Croth.
That's what I mean.
I think Croth's
I've wiped on
bugged
Croth.
out.
Yeah, with that bug. Yeah, that's the only time.
But I've never wiped at Croth. There's a difference. There's a difference between wiping at Croth and Croth bugging out. Which one are we talking about here?
That's a good point. Yeah. I don't know if they hit the bug. They still have that bug too, right?
Yeah. I also appreciate, by the way, if you look closely, specifically on the Air Force, section, you will notice that there is a vast amount of immune coming up on the Paladin tank screen there, and that is because I think there's a specific. I think it's something to do with the combat scrolling text or something. Because consecration slows stuff, bosses are immune to it. But combat scrolling text still shows that, so you just have a wall of immune show up on your screen whenever the boss is in consecration, which is hilarious to me.
It is great fun. We've been staring at that lovingly already yesterday. It's been great to watch.
It was.
Sam was
It's
very
just, the long scroll. I got scared at one point because I saw it and I was like, I was like, wait, is something happening here?
Something
what's going
wrong?
on? And then I remembered. Yeah, and then I remember Consecration has that slow on it now with Paladins, and then that gives you the immune wall of text,
which is very, very funny. But across the board, I mean, we're seeing the 18 being completed now for the Coast Guard, or getting close to being completed. I don't know whether they're going to +3. I think the +2 is more likely, depending. It looks as though they're about 3 minutes, just under 3 minutes away from that.
That is
or maybe
easy clear of Odin, though.
That is
+3. That's a
+3.
Odin takes like 2 minutes on this level on Tyrannica, right? Especially.
True.
They used Bloodlust for Skovall just now, so we won't have that. But you have the Valkyrie phase, and you get such a crazy damage boost.
Huge buff.
Unless anything goes wrong with a 4 DPS roster, you have no issue just nuking Odin out of his seat.
Yeah.
Oh, to be fair, he's not sitting, but
he's not sitting.
I was gonna say he's gonna go. But you nuke him back into his seat.
Ooh, I like that. Oh, there is the bug that happens where if you keep hitting him, he doesn't actually break combat, so you can get him down to 0 health, which is very, very funny. But we're also seeing, obviously, this will be a +3 from then. Fingers crossed we'll see a +3 coming out of the Coast Guard and the US Army. Out of the Air Force and the US Army. And then we obviously have the Marine Corps in that 21 Academy, which we do want to see them completing. If you're the Marine Corps right now, Sam, what do you do after this 21 Academy?
I guess it depends, right, on how the key look. No, I'd go into Halls of Valor. Even if you time this key, you just go into Halls of Valor. So far, Algothar has proven to be the downfall of many of our teams. Stepping into that 22 range the 21 so far has proven to be pretty difficult for them already, and that 22 is going to be a big time sink if they decide to go back into there. So I think for them, just meeting and matching the rest of the teams, and then go for Halls of Valor and start pushing that.
I agree. I do want to point something out, though, in between the Air Force and the Army. Looks like the Army has had 4 deaths. We do see 2 people running back now. They have killed Herja, so that's not too bad in regards to, you know, sort of like timing, but that's going to cost them. Whether or not it will be enough to cost them the +3, I don't think so. But if they lose any more players, then that's when you start getting into that really, really dangerous territory. On the side of the Air Force, though, they are heading towards they're heading towards sort of like the final encounters of the dungeon and looking to be on pace with Coast Guard here in regards to actual overall completion time.
Looking like possibility there. Coast Guard is very cool. Very good at what they do. The Air Force, the Air Force, they're still. I'm feeling pretty okay about that. And what they should be able to accomplish. Is it still within the realm of +3ing it? Ooh,
yeah,
probably not.
It's
5 minutes
is.
left.
They don't have Bloodlust for another 4 minutes, so
They'll
still
have Bloodlust for
They just
Odin?
finished the first Kings. They're not playing double Kings, so this is going to take another. Oh, are they playing double Kings? Oh, they are actually. Never mind.
Yeah, they
then.
are. Yeah.
Okay, that's going to save them some time, but just the 4 Kings in Scoville alone probably is going to cost them somewhere between 2 to 3 minutes minimum. And then Odin on top. It could get super close. Maybe they can nuke Odin with Bloodlust and still make it, but I think it's highly unlikely.
It will be very, very close. I mean, again, they are going to have Bloodlust available, but the Scovold he's a pretty beefy individual. So it's I'm going to err on the side of they're probably not going to see the +3. But at the same time, I think it's if they do manage it, then that's going to be a massive win for them if they do, and that will be a big confidence booster. Specifically, if they do decide to go directly into a 21 afterwards.
Speaking of our 21, the Coast Guard, back in the halls of valor once more, eyeing that 21 again,
but with a healer.
But with a healer, exactly. So the 18 had already given them a little bit of trouble with having them to reset once, and so they were able to complete the 18, but not taking any chances or any risks with the 21, especially once you start adding on that bursting, adding on the sanguine pools that you have to contend with. Better to be safe and have that healer than to die and have to reset, right?
I think we just saw a massive miscommunication on the side of the Marine Corps. They had a shroud going up. They still had about 11 seconds left on the shroud, and trash was pulled somehow, and one of them ran off. It looks as though they carried on in the direction they were supposed to be going for the shroud, missed the fact that trash had been pulled more trash, which I think was their intention, and ended up with an extra pack over what they had, and everybody was out of position. So it looks as though they have wiped on that trash, and it was the last set of trash before you head over onto Croth's platform. So are they now going to go
to the
back?
Yeah.
I wonder, or are they gonna?
They're gonna take on the Ancient.
Oh, so they're going to take on the Ancient and go to Croth that way rather than deal with that trash. And it's possible, we didn't see it previously, but it's
Maybe
possible
not.
that that's where they could have wiped beforehand. So I don't know whether it was miscommunication, whether there was just a mistake, or I'm not entirely sure what happened, but they had about 10 seconds left on the shroud and they pulled.
There definitely seems to be a little bit of talking and communicating going on at the Marine Corps at the moment. It seems like we will be going for the Ancient. It's always a bit of a thing, right? I'm not exactly sure if they were going for the bridge, skipping the trash on the bridge and just wanted to pull everything out of the shroud, whatever is going on there. But, well, I like that they're adapting after the wipe, going for a different trash pack, going for a different route, because maybe they got enough percentage anyway. Maybe they're going to go back to the
Air Force killed God King
later, and in the meantime the tank is just gonna get clapped. This pull catching them a little bit off guard here. The healer not able to keep the tank alive, and that's gonna be a quick wipe here for the Marine Corps.
Can
Can we pull up the Air Force real quick? Because they are now in the Odin RP with still 1 minute and 16 seconds left to go.
Oh boy.
That's the Coast Guard. If we could get the Air Force, that'd be fantastic, because that's a 21 Horse of Valor. It'll be exciting to see how that ends. But the Air Force with that God King, with Odin down now, this is going to be the big tell. Less than a minute left.
With Bloodlust.
Less than a minute left with, and they popped it straight away. So this is going to be real close for them. I'm excited to see how this plays out. I mean, the Bloodlust at the start, I think, is the right choice because they do have that massive Valkyrie buff that does come in, but this is a lot of health to burn through. They're already through 7% of it. In comes the Obliterator. That needs to be killed. 35 seconds left on the clock. I think this is going to be a little bit too far for them, honestly, but it's going to be down to the wire here.
Yeah, Runic Brand in 12 seconds. That's the Valkyrie phase. We've got a Thundering going on for a little bit of extra damage. At the moment, next set of spears coming in. Shatter Spears will now be thrown at the party. You gotta dodge all these orbs. Stun is definitely not something you can afford here. 10 seconds. Odin on 6%. And this is gonna come down to the wire. 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is the 3 chest saying bye-bye to the Air Force. But nonetheless, this is going to be a timed key in a fairly smooth fashion. A single death is all they took home from here. And with
that single
12
death
seconds
could have
over
made
the
the difference.
+3, it's not the single death, but almost. You know
Well,
what would have helped here, Kexman?
What's that?
The 4th DPS.
A 4th DPS would have massively helped. I mean, the single death, the 5 seconds alone wouldn't have cost them, wouldn't have made the difference. However, if you then include the idea of that the res time, or if they had to run back, they had to wait a couple of seconds for them. If you're not able to keep that momentum going throughout a dungeon, it may not seem, that 5 seconds may not seem a lot, but that's just the flat time sort of penalty that you have. That doesn't include all the various different things that you have to do outside of that. We see the US Army on their way up to that final area once again. It looks like they're heading around about the same sort of time that we saw the Air Force going up there. So again, this could come down to the wire. They won't have Bloodlust available, same sort of time frame again. Looking at 4 minutes and 45 seconds for them. So a similar story for the Army there, the same as the Air Force. And these two teams pretty much going neck and neck, trying to chase down effectively the Coast Guard. But not only that, the Marine Corps trying to chase down the Army and the Air Force with this Algathar Academy. And as mentioned, Sam, it's been proving problematic for pretty much everybody.
Well, this is my question to you, Kex, now, with what the Marines are doing. How many more times do they attempt the Academy?
Well, that's the question. I think, I kind of on Lithy's side with this. You kind of got to keep attempting it because, I mean, I would say, honestly, the Marine Corps should be confident in their ability to do a Halls of Valor 15 and 18. They should have zero problems with that. Realistically, you would hope at the very least they would be incredibly confident with those 2 dungeons. So that's not going to be too much of an issue for them. However, this is where the points are going to come from. Is clearing these. This is where it's going to really sort of help boost them up. So 21 Algathar Academy, they'd be quite happy with that, and then they can start to work on the Halls of Valor.
Okay. This is this academy though, yeah, it's just been a pain for a lot of these teams, a big pain point.
Yeah.
We saw multiple attempts from the Army, multiple attempts from the Air Force. So the Marines can do it, and if they can meet it, it's a big win in the camp of the Marines.
We also
Would you say it's the most difficult?
A bunch of
Like,
comp changes for the Academy come in yesterday for example, Air Force and Coast Guard, right? We saw a lot heavier caster comps for the 21.
Yes, I did. I think caster comps are the way to go for Academy. I like the Rogue in there. The Rogue's quite a nice choice, obviously, because you do have that ability to vanish on various different abilities. It's quite a nice. It does a bunch of damage as well. And the Warrior Tank, as we know, very, very solid. My question, Lithy, is out of all the dungeons that we have available at the moment, Algathar Academy, it's probably safe to consider, even out of all of the Season 1 dungeons we have available, argument could be made for most difficult.
I think if I remember the tweet statistic I saw, that this dungeon does have the most depletions, I think, or one of the highest anyways. for sure. I mean, all of the Dragonflight dungeons are kind of
Yeah.
kind of rough a little bit.
Who's ready for Brackenhide Hollow?
Oh God,
baby.
Kex, please.
It's gonna
Can't
be
wait
so
to get
good, man.
Can't wait to get hit with the snare while I'm trying to back away in Brackenhide
Yep.
Hollow and get stuck in all of the 27 poisons.
It's gonna be beautiful.
I
The
cannot
pug.
wait. No, you got
The
a
pug
point. Academy definitely is spicy from the bosses to the trash first and foremost. There's a lot that can just straight up murder you if you are not careful. So not surprised,
to be
honestly, that on the higher key levels things go somewhat terribly wrong every now and then. 20 Halls of Valor now going on for the Air Force. Actually, guys,
Yeah, straight in
that's a point where I kind of need to ask your opinion, because I haven't gotten around to asking people their opinions on this too much. How are you feeling about all these old Legion dungeons coming back? And not even BFA, Warlords of Draenor.
I'm pretty excited. I think dungeon design. I think Warlords of Draenor has some fantastic dungeons. I think Warlords of Draenor as an expansion as a whole gets a bad rap. Had some fantastic raids. The zones were brilliant. Quest lines fantastic. The dungeons were really solid. And I think we had, there's a bunch of dungeons across the board that could be included. I personally would love to see them bring up a couple of even older dungeons. I'm not asking for a Blackrock Depths. I don't want a 5-hour time, 5-hour Mythic Plus, because nobody wants that. Nobody wants that at all. It would be really. Imagine trying to do a Imagine trying to do that with, with fortify. I mean, obviously, in season 2 things are changing, but fortified and bolstering. It would be the worst thing imaginable. It really, really would. We're seeing. Oh no, it'd be pain. We're seeing.
It'd be fun to watch like MDI style. Sorry.
Oh yeah, true. But yeah, the Marine Corps coming up to this area now, and if we could get a full screen on the Marine Corps, because this has been the problem for them. This area specifically, I have a feeling this is where they've wiped twice on this 21 Academy. So a full screen on Marine Corps. We'll see how they deal with this, if it goes better than it did last time.
I want to make a quick note too for the U.S. Army. They are not going to be +3ing their key, lagging behind where the Air Force had been in. They were very close to getting the +3 done. U.S. Army not even close, but still going to complete the key, which I think is important. So they'll be able to beat the Air Force.
Oh yeah, I mean that's points on the board.
Exactly.
And
so
we know what points mean prizes.
Points mean prizes, and in fact, I think we got to talk about that a little bit, real quick too. The fact that we are doing a big charity sort of drive, an incentive for these teams. If you type in ! charity, that'll take you to a GoFundMe, and whichever team wins in this AFDL, well, they get to choose a specific charity that some of that GoFundMe money will be going towards from the Activision Endowment Fund. So pretty cool.
Yeah, it looks as though we've actually seen. So this has been cleared up now by the Marine Corps. Originally, they were trying to shroud through trash. Originally, they were trying something different. This time, they just stuck hard right and were able to get this trash grouped up pretty nicely. Now, let's keep an eye on them as they head towards Kroth, because as we have seen, Kroth does have some interesting issues. They will have to deal with this mini boss first. This should be relatively easy for them. They're looking to clear nice and quickly. It looks as though they have done a great job on that one. And here we go. Well, they'll clear this and they'll head to Kroth. Now, I don't know if anybody... Is there anybody out there that doesn't know exactly what's happening with Kroth? It seems to be an issue, potentially, I think, with some of the trash that spawns, Lithy.
You're talking about the bug where the boss just doesn't spawn, right?
Yeah, just doesn't spawn. I think it has to do with I don't know if you've encountered it yourself, but
no, I
haven't. I think it's something to do with if you start fighting the trash as somebody is leaping over, because the trash comes in and it will target specific players. If somebody is leaping over as that trash targets them, the trash bugs out and doesn't complete the quote-unquote RP of that trash jumping down, which then means the boss is never pulled. and it's a really, really weird bug.
I assume that the whole thing, since we are talking about an event with triggers for RP, etc., that are happening, that something there is going on in terms of you need to be in a specific part of the dungeon, in a specific area, to be flagged for whatever auras and tech stuffs are going on in the background. And if, well, someone is in the mid-air, as you just mentioned, if something is weird, wonky there, that the group or the mobs or however these flags work to initiate these events, that something just doesn't flag appropriately, so until once you've killed everything off, there's a flag missing to initiate the spawning of the boss, and that's why it doesn't work. But that's just my rough estimate as to what this could be.
Lithy, I'm just going to shake my head and go, That sounded, you sound very smart, and I trust you.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like I actually learned something in my apprenticeship, you know, but...
Which is the important thing for an apprenticeship, I think, anyways.
Every
Coast
day
Guard
is a school day.
Every day is a school day. Anyways, Coast Guard looked like they were having a good time on that boss. Kex, Lithy, though, we have already been here for an hour. Can you believe that? Unbelievable.
Damn.
And in that hour, well, our teams have been going through a heck of a lot of keys. So I think it's time for a score update from Marielia.
No, just you guys. Just
Okay.
Oh, just us. Just us.
Sorry, there's no Marielia. I apologize, everyone. But anyways, let's go ahead and take a look. Algothar, Shadow Moon, Ruby Life Pools, Halls of Valor, the 4 dungeons that we have for today. And I think in a not so shocking news, the Coast Guard is still maintaining their very strong grip on that first place. But look at that Shadow Moon now. Look at that. Every team but the Coast Guard sitting at that 23. Same for Ruby Life Pools, 21. Now we look over at Algothar. This is why the Marines, though, right? It's very important for them to get this 21 done, because then they'll be tied with the Coast Guard and the Air Force. The U.S. Army will be the only one at that 20. And for the Halls of Valor, everyone at the 18 except for the Marines.
Yeah, the Marine Corps not even stepping into Halls of Valor. And I think the idea, because they complete the Algothar, then they're even with the Air Force, and they're ahead of the Army. You then look, Shadow Moon, everybody even outside of the Coast Guard. You look at Ruby Life Pools, everybody even outside of the Coast Guard. You look at Halls of Valor, Marine Corps, 15 and an 18, pretty easily. We see the, obviously Air Force, US, the Army, and the Coast Guard now working on that 21, or the 20 for some of the other one, for, I believe, 21 for the Coast Guard, and 20 for the Air Force and the US Army. So even though the Marine Corps is slightly behind, I suppose you want to say overall time-wise, because they're still having to work on that 21 for Algothar, it very, very quickly becomes a situation where the catch-up is not difficult for them, Lithy.
Catch-up is a weird thing to talk about at this point of the day, right? Because we're not even close to the cap of what Halls of Valor is giving you. These teams can easily reach 21, 22s, maybe even 23s. I have actually no idea what the cap is for these guys in Halls of Valor. So just getting a few more runs in there is going to catapult you up the rankings in terms of points. So, hey, just gotta grind out some runs, focus on what you can do a little bit easier to get the points in, and then focus on what you can actually reach. And that's where we can really think about, okay, who got to where and what is going on, and how many points can they get still out of this whole situation.
So for you two, I guess the question does become, we'll start with you, Kex, is this kind of the scoreline that we were expecting to see at the beginning of this first hour?
I think so. I think it is. I personally, at this point, would have liked to have seen Coast Guard slightly further ahead. They went into Halls of Valor straight away, and we saw both the Coast Guard, we saw both the Air Force and the US Army. I don't want to say waste time at the start of Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, but they definitely spent time trying to get that 25 burial grounds out of the way, which didn't work out for them. So that was an opportunity for the Coast Guard to really push ahead. Now they are ahead when you look at where they are in the dungeon versus the other two teams. They do have that 21, but at the same time, when you look at the scoreboard right now, they are neck and neck. Everybody is at that 18 level. So I think it's a very, very close setup that we have at the moment. But at the same time, I do feel as though there is potential for... There's definitely potential for the Coast Guard to kind of get knocked off their perch, so to speak.
Perch is a good point, Kex, because
Ooh.
apparently the Marines are doing some crazy stuff in the academy. So, sorry, the Marine Corps. And according to our production team, these guys have snapped Lashers over to Croth. So we're getting the full-blown MDI strats going in our little tournament here. I love it.
When we were watching this, I saw them all move over to Croth, except for one person. Buck Boozled on the Rogue didn't follow them. And I was initially worried because I thought if they get targeted by trash, it could bug out the boss. And I was thinking to myself, there's no way they're going to... After they wiped on the trash and stuff, there's no way they're going to snap trash over here. But look at that trash percentage. When they arrived on Croth's platform, they were around 28-30%-ish, maybe 33%. They're now sat at 65.78%. That's huge. And it's kind of interesting as well that we were talking about, oh yeah, this is a really difficult, this is a relatively difficult key for them. Teams have been struggling with the academy. And this is now a point when the Marine Corps went full send. Let's full send this and see what happens. And it is massively worked out for them.
Hell yeah.
This is the interesting note, right? Because Lithy mentioned MDI strats. And this being a TGB style format, you think to yourself more along the lines of, okay, you want to go for endurance rather than speed, but speed is still a very important component of these events. Obviously, if you can get the dungeons done quicker, then you have the opportunities to do more dungeons. That's like the logical conclusion that you can draw there.
Yeah, exactly. And it's also that situation where, again, there's a lot of people... It does happen quite often. We see Croth going down here. 3 minutes left. They're not going to +3, but the +2... still potentially on board here. The Overgrown Ancient will cause issues because it's just an absolute nightmare. But, you see it a lot where people, after a specific MDI strat comes in, there are always groups, whether it's pug groups, they will do, we need to do this strat, we need to do this, and it doesn't necessarily work out for them because they don't know the why they're doing the strat. I mean, obviously the big one is because it's, because it does so much... It saves so much time. We see even Lashes here on this platform. It saves them time, but there's more to it than that. There are specifics, who goes over, what they have to do. It's not just a case of, oh, you do this. There's a lot to it, and I think that they've done a great job in being able to to work through that, and they're moving on now to the boss, and the boss is up. I think there's a couple of packs of these Skitterflies up, which are a little bit annoying, but
what happened to the Warlock? Did I miss something there?
Did the Warlock fall off?
I think they did. I thought I saw them falling to their death, but I may be... No, I think they did.
They're coming back from the entrance, so maybe.
They must have.
I guess they did. Yeah, I thought I saw them fall straight down. That's...
Could be the classical the wind tunnel bug, when the bounce platform just straight up doesn't work. I mean, we've seen that a lot, I think.
Could you imagine you're walking along and you're like, yes, I'm about to walk across the platform and be jetted to the other side, and you just plummet straight down to your death. That's always...
Yes, death.
For those that have been playing a long time like me, they will have seen that happen during... it looks like they pulled the boss as well with the Skitterflies. That is super risky because those Skitterflies hurt a lot, but this will potentially help with the funnel DPS that we do see out of a lot of these classes here. The Warlock and the Rogue, I believe they will have that funnel DPS available, but that bug has existed since Dragon Soul back in Cataclysm. Those of you that did the Madness of Deathwing fight, exact same thing used to happen. The exact same thing used to happen. It was a nightmare jumping between those platforms because sometimes they just straight up went no and didn't transport you over to where you needed to go.
Imagine getting benched for a bug because you didn't make it to the other platform.
I was a tank. I never got benched.
Oh,
but that was super clean. That was super clean coming here from the Marine Corps. They do have the Ancient Branch that they are going to be needing to interrupt and kill. There we go, everybody getting in. It is going to heal up the Overgrown Ancient slightly, but that's not going to be too much of a worry for them. We do see the second set of Hungry Lashes coming out, and the Burst Forth will also happen at the same time. This is such a great play here from the Marine Corps. They are looking really solid, and I mean, they're still going to be close to that +2, but the 21 Academy, as we've mentioned, gives them a huge advantage potentially moving on for the rest of the day.
Something that they can have, like, they don't need to think about, right? Because then they're going to be tied with the other 3 teams. Then they have that 24 Shadow Moon Burial Ground that they could still go back and do, right? And then tie themselves up with the Coast Guard on that key. And if they wanted to, maybe attempt Ruby Life Pools. And I feel like at a certain point, we gotta wonder when the Marines want to step into Halls of Valor, though.
Yeah. Exactly. It's like I said at the start, keep your eye on the Marine Corps because, you know, it's definitely not over. It is 100% not over for them. And it would have been easy to have counted them out after after what happened yesterday. But I think it's foolish to do that right now. It's foolish for them to take that much damage.
How much health does the Lasher have? Looks like it's getting...
it's dead.
Yeah, it's dead. Yeah, okay. All right, I got a little scary there. All of the lashes that were coming out on the Ancient.
5 minutes. I think a +2 is going to be a bit much for them.
4, 3.
I mean, if they wanted to be really crazy, they go for the +2 and then go for the 23 Academy.
That would be that'd be some
if they really wanted to push it.
That would be interesting to say the least. I think it's still doable. We're talking about fortified after all, not tyrannical. So you can make it through. The question really is how well do you play out these 2 poles of trash here, right?
And they have 3 minutes until Lust comes back up. So
yeah, I mean, the final boss is not too bad. I mean, the final boss of Algrathar Academy, honestly, for my money, a little bit of a disappointment considering the bosses that are there in the dungeon. It's a bit of a disappointment. It's a nothing burger, if you will. However, that does mean that it is a pretty quick boss realistically for these teams. So I mean, it's definitely doable if they really push. I mean, chat, I don't know if you want to give the Marine Corps your energy right now because they are going to need it trying to push through for that +2, but 4 minutes left. I'm doubting it more and more as this pool goes on.
I'm gonna have to see. I'm gonna have to see how.
Unless they pull the trash on the boss.
Ooh, that'd be an interesting decision. And we've seen so far from the Marines that they really do like making those kind of interesting decisions of let's do big pulls and bring them onto the boss and see what happens, like pulling skitterflies on there. And this might be, I think we might be seeing a little bit of that here, potentially.
I think they're playing it safe.
Not, well, because I think they might play it safe, pull these mobs together, get the percentage they need, and then pull the last 4 mobs right there onto the boss.
Possibly. I mean, they've got the classes for it. The funnel DPS will be available for them. They've got the right classes for it, but again, it's I don't know. It's going to be risky because then, I mean, they at the least they will still have the time to complete the dungeon. They're already at that point. They've cleared the trash. The trash is not going to be a problem for them to get back to the boss. So this could be a moment where they just say, "Hey, let's send." Let's go for that full send and see how this plays out. Although It's a Bunny is dropping real low on that Protection Warrior. Looking that they have been able to save it. 2 minutes, 40 seconds left. So this will be close for them. But if there is a team that's going to do it, I think it's going to be this. I think it's going to be this team here. The Marine Corps, they could go for it. I mean, what do they lose out of this potentially? They lose a little bit of time, but then they also have the opportunity. Hey, you know, we've got that 23 Academy available if we want to go a little bit crazy.
I don't think they can do it. They have another full pack of trash unless they pull this into the boss fight, which I wouldn't be shocked to see, but it's gonna get spicy and HB needs to pump himself a little bit here. The spins and of course the channeling is pretty hurtful. These arcane missiles hurt like a truck, but for the moment it seems all to be fine. They're not pulling it into the boss, and even though they have Bloodlust up and available for themselves, I don't think it's going to be enough. This boss has a chunk of health, and a minute 30 or even less time is not going to be enough to finish it off.
Yeah,
So they decided to make it
130 Bloodlust, it's 20. Yeah, I mean, but it's not tyrannical. So it's, I mean, they may surprise us. They may surprise us. They will. Oh no, they're still going to need another trash pack. This won't be enough.
Yeah, that's all right. That's unfortunate for the Marines in getting that +2, but at the very least they get the 22.
They get the 21.
Yeah,
As in
exactly.
complete the 21.
Yeah, complete the 21, get the 22 key. So, yeah, that's a win. And now I think if you are the Marines, you know, just take things nice and slow. Relatively speaking, obviously, you still want to get this done, but be safe with your pools. Don't go crazy, and just make sure that you're prepped and ready to go for the final boss, which they will be. They'll have Lust. They have B-Res available if things really do go wrong. Yeah, easy 21 here.
Yeah, and they get the opportunity
knock on wood.
Knocking on wood, easy 21, but they will be able to relax a little bit as well. They will be able to sit back and just say, we're fairly comfortable. 21, we've just got the final boss to go. Let's relax, just do what we need to do. We don't need to really push ourselves super hard now because the points are already in the bag, which is quite nice because in this sort of environment, you're just going to spend so much time constantly on the edge that this will give them, you know, they can just loosen the muscles slightly and give them a little bit more of a, hopefully, you know, a little bit more of an easier time in the next dungeon. I'm wondering if we could go, as we see them finishing off this 21 Academy, because as we mentioned, this boss is kind of a nothing burger. If we could head and go to the 4-stack to see exactly what everybody is doing right now. Because whilst we have been talking, these teams have been working through Halls of Valor. The 20 on the side of both the US Army and the Air Force. It looks as though they are in the same sort of region. The Coast Guard absolutely blasting through that 21. Looks as though they're going for the +2, which they should secure here. Realistically, the US Army slightly behind Air Force here, and I'm talking very, very small margins between the two of them. And honestly, at this point, I'm super excited to see how the next hour is going to play out, because for my money, Lithy, it's going to be crucial for these teams.
Absolutely. Quite honestly, when we started out the day yesterday, I would not have expected the army to pull so close and up to the Air Force this early into the day, today already. So this is exciting to see, to say the least. Of course, the Air Force still about half a boss fight ahead, and, well, nonetheless, I'm very, very happy to see the army having recovered this well after the start yesterday.
The recovery is something that the U.S. Army needed, though, going into day 2. Day 1, really, beginning of day 1 especially, really, really rocky. But we saw slow, steady improvements, slow, steady gains. And it looks like it's just continuing to keep that train going for themselves. They're relatively close to the Air Force right now, and with the way that things are looking, like just timer-wise, it took the Air Force 20 minutes to get to and finish Fenrir, whereas for the U.S. Army, they're going to be able to skirt by that just a little bit quicker. And with that, you're starting to see the adjustments that whatever the U.S. Army is making is really working out for them. And I think actually one of the big things is them having that unholy DK now.
You know what's also pretty big? The fact that the Coast Guard is wiping it up on Odin right now. On about 80%, maybe the tank solo is able to finish this one out, because Odin is on 80.5%. This is basically in soloable territory, but Fuse gets stunned up here for a moment, needs to walk out of the next Spears of Light, otherwise he's gonna get hit, of course, and ad spawning now as well. That is disgusting to have alive as the tank solo, but 80.3. He has about 30 seconds left. He needs to get out of the Radiant Tempest to not get one shot, but for the moment, it's gonna be okay. If we can get a
bless
full
up.
screen on the Coast Guard, that would be perfect. 0.25% on Odin. That's a lot of HP to solo as just the tank here. But if there is a class that can do it, it would be the Warrior. 18 seconds left to go. 15 now. It's not looking great. And there goes Foos. It's not possible for him. That is the +2 gone on the 21 Halls of Valor.
Yeah. That's really unfortunate for them. They pushed it as hard as they possibly could, and that's now obviously going to play a little bit of a part because the +2 would have been nice to get that 23. They're now going to have the 22 if they go and re-clear, obviously, Odin. You know, nothing is guaranteed in this. Hot on their heels, the Army and the Coast Guard. They are the Army and the Air Force. They are going to be, again, behind in regards to their starting time of the dungeon, but they're going to be even on their actual level as long as nothing goes wrong for them. I'm looking on the side of the Air Force right now, and I mean, you see that time. You made a very, very good point of it, Liffy, when you said, you know, you look at the 20 minutes it took the Air Force to get there, and the US Army got there in 15. There's almost a 5-minute disparity between these two teams here,
Marines.
and they're effectively neck and neck. And we see the Marines, now they're heading into that Halls of Valor. They've got that 21 Algathar Academy under their belt. The confidence is going to be high in the team. Now they start to push to join these other 3 teams in Halls of Valor, getting to that 18, getting to that 20, that 21, and potentially even further beyond.
Hell yeah. Love to see that. And it's always nice to see the MDT for these teams. You can see massive pulls right at the start, then a solid pull after the first boss. Heimdall getting clapped, and outside of that, well, there's not too much happening in this main corridor, but of course, they're not quite done planning this one out, because there is a lot of trash in this dungeon and a lot of percentage to be grabbed. All in all, I'm very curious what the Marine Corps can do over the next hour or two. My main point of focus, honestly, though, is gonna be the Coast Guard. They are back on Odin, and they're looking to finish off this 21 on a +1.
So disastrous. That really was super unfortunate for them to be able to have that 23 and then to be able to attempt it. Foos did everything that they could. We you know, it's just a really unfortunate moment when that happens. A Prot Warrior is a very powerful tank, but even the most powerful do have their limits. As for the Marines, I someone mentioned it yesterday. Why don't they already have these routes taken care of? And just a small reminder: the teams don't know where the dungeons are going to be until the day of. And so it is a nice treat that we get to see what the plan is using MDT, how they're going to go about approaching it. And it looks like something unfortunate happened here for the US Army. We have our poor hunter dead on the ground.
Oh no. Hate to see a dead hunter. Dead hunter.
It's unfortunate for them.
But this is cleaned up. I have the slight feeling that this might have been an intentional death to reset the pack because he aggroed. Then again, we're talking about a hunter with feigned death, so not quite sure if it all went smooth and according to plan. One way or another, who cares? They are on to the Kings already, and we can get that one rolling. Love how all these teams are playing double Kings at least, so that's a nice time save that's being brought in.
Yeah, it really is. The interesting thing on the side of the Coast Guard, though, is they're tackling Odin without Bloodlust, so they will have to be a little bit more cautious in regards to their approach. Also, once again, take note, Air Force, currently working on these Kings, 25 minutes, nearly 26 minutes on the clock. Take a look on the side of the US Army, only 20 minutes. They're neck and neck in regards to their position in the dungeon, but time is on the side of the US Army here in regards to them catching up and being able to, you know, really put a stamp on the fact and say, hey, we're on your tail, Air Force. We really are on your tail here. The Marine Corps now working on the first boss on Halls of Valor. All these teams now in Halls of Valor as our 4th dungeon. And as we watch these two teams working here, and we do see on the Coast Guard, it looks as though one player, did they clear it? They did clear it. There we go. So there's the clear for the Coast Guard. They do have that 21 Halls of Valor done. They did only +1 it though. So it is a 22. We're looking at Halls of Valor as the choice of the 4th dungeon. The 5th dungeon comes tomorrow. Predictions, Sam, Liffy, I'll come to you first, Sam. What is your prediction for tomorrow? Like dungeon, I mean,
Temple of the
affixes
Jade
could be anything, but what's it gonna be?
Temple of the Jade Serpent. Fortified. Yeah, that's it. That's the only affix I care about.
That's the only affix. Just fortified.
That's the only
That's
affix
what
you
you
need for Temple of the Jade Serpent.
It's fair. It's fair. How about yourself, Liffy? What are you expecting? What do you want?
I really don't want to see anything outside of Temple of the Jade Serpent. I'm not a fan of the no good offensive. I don't particularly enjoy Azure Vault from a caster's perspective, so while Azure Vault could be nice and short and sweet, all in all, I think Temple of the Jade Serpent would be the most exciting one for both us and the teams to play.
I would agree
Unless
with
you
that.
give it Sanguine, then we gotta talk.
I don't know. There's a little part of me that wants to see Knockhood, simply because it's such a beautiful dungeon. And
I do like it.
Yeah, but also the dungeon is incredibly boring, Kex, and you're wrong. So
plus L plus ratio plus you fell off.
Yes.
Oh,
I
what
mean,
about you
I
guys?
can't argue with that. I can't argue with that.
Is No Cood gonna be the dungeon you predict, or is that the dungeon you want?
I think the dungeon Knockhood is going to be great fun to watch, especially if they go tyrannical with that last boss. But there is also a part of me that does want to, I don't know, there's also a part of me that wants to see something really fast. Really fast, like something that they can really push hard. So I don't know. Knockhood would be quite nice, but I also think at the same time I do like the idea you're coming from. Temple of the Jade Serpent, fortified, doesn't. Ooh.
There's Court of Stars is still in the
Court of
rotation.
Stars.
What am I even
Court
thinking?
of Stars.
How did I
Yep.
forget about Court of Stars? Of course I want Court of Stars. Get the friggin' temple out here. Don't care about that one. Give me Court of Stars.
I mean,
okay.
Court of Stars. You can't use the weak aura anymore. We do know that weak aura has been broken, so you can't use it to automatically identify.
They tried fixing it. It got updated immediately.
But
Yeah.
it's also a really nice dungeon. There's a lot of things you can do with it. The actual the different routes that you have available also could be a super fun dungeon to see how they play it out if they do decide to go 4 DPS on sort of the plus 15 and the plus 18. That could be super fun to see. I think for my money, I think Azure Vault could be very, very fast, but also it's a very
Azure
mid
Vault,
dungeon.
man.
Yeah, it's a mid dungeon in my opinion. But if we go Court of Stars and we go, if we've got a choice, Court of Stars or Temple of the Jade Serpent, I mean, I'd be happy with both of those.
Well, that's fair. That is fair. That's an opinion you can have, definitely.
Or maybe we just switch it. Maybe we just switch it up and we have a season 2 sneak peek and we go freehold.
Yeah. Oh man,
Oh,
that would
give me
that would bring a
Give me
smile to my
that.
face.
You know what was pretty funny, and this is just a little story. I was recently running some keys with Syrah, and for those of you who don't know who Syrah is, you two know who Syrah is.
Legend.
But
Legend.
yeah, Syrah is a old school MDI legend, literal MDI winner during a Legion timeline. So imagine running casual and plus keys from Legion with an Legion MDI winner. That was a little entertaining.
Yeah, that would have been good fun. We do see it looks as the Air Force have completed. They plus one'd it as well. It looks as if they plus one'd the 20, so they're now up to 21.
Missed it by a few seconds, yeah.
The U.S. Army, on the other hand, it looks like they're going to get the +2.
Yeah, let's full screen the army here for a second as we come down to the second half of Odin here, sitting on 94% actually, so about 2/3 of this boss fight left to do. They got massive amounts of time,
Yep.
man. Plus 20.
That's what I...
Plus 20. Okay, they're one lower, but that's still 4 minutes just to finish off this boss, and this is not an issue at all. He is
And then you gotta think
melting.
about it. Then the U.S. Army, with this +2, will be at the same place where the Coast Guard is.
Yep.
Key-wise on this Halls of Valor.
Yep.
But then it becomes interesting as well, because then you look back and then you note that the US Army, if my memory serves me correct, even though they would be neck and neck with the Coast Guard on the Halls of Valor, they would then be behind on Algrathar Academy. They only cleared a 20, whereas everybody else has cleared 21 or higher.
I think this like new and improved army, whatever they did in between now and then, I think they could take on Alcathar. It feels like with the momentum they have for
what
themselves.
they did, Sam?
What's that?
They put Zoro on the tank position.
Ooh, they did.
So that's
Halls of Valor
tank swap that came in yesterday. No, today actually. I'm not sure if that actually happened at the end of yesterday already, because I'm not sure if Holy Beard, who was running on the Paladin, is another player in the squad or is actually swapped over to the DPS spot now. But from what we've been told, and also someone mentioning it in chat, he was super new to Holy Paladin, and making that swap now to someone who's very comfortable apparently on this Prot Warrior seems to be paying off a lot.
And just a reminder to everyone of the history that the AFDL has gone through. The Army was the inaugural winner. They were the first place winner of the AFDL all the way back in July. And then in the second AFDL, it was the Marines, right? So there's a little bit of blood going on, and the U.S. Army wants to reclaim that title. Obviously, the Marines want to get that and hold on to that title. For the Coast Guard, though, they've been the second place both times. Every single AFDL we've had, they have been in second place. And then you could also say the same for the Air Force in the position of fourth place that they've been in. So you can tell that the second place is no longer where the Coast Guard want to be. But with how the U.S. Army is playing now, a potential for them to get that crown back.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where, yes, they're obviously, every single one of these teams is playing to be number one. There is no doubt in my mind that that is their goal. But then there's also, as you mentioned, the added little stories that are in between all of that. They're all playing to be number one, but who used to be number one? Who has been so close to being number one but has never kind of got there? There's added impetus for these teams. And after we see both the Air Force and the Army clearing that Halls of Valor, they're kind of back there taking a look at what they want to be doing. So again, are we going to see them going back into Halls of Valor? Are we maybe going to see the Army? Yes, there's the Halls of Valor for the Army. They want to tackle this 22. The Air Force, what do they want to do now? Do they want to go back in on the 21? Do they want to maybe go and try out the burial ground? There's a couple of different options for them. We see on the side of the Coast Guard, they are tackling the 22 Halls of Valor. They are currently taking on Heimdall, the first boss. He's at about 50% health. And on the side of the Marine Corps, they are working on their Halls of Valor. They finally entered in after the Algathar 21. They're on the plus 15. And once again, they've gone for a pretty standard composition. They've got the one tank, the one healer, 3 DPS, nothing too crazy for them as of yet. However, keep an eye out for them. They did something crazy on Algrathar Academy. Are we going to see something crazy here? Looks like we did. Did they pull that yak? No, I don't believe they did. They were able to avoid it. That could have been pretty rough if they did at that point. So, looking pretty solid for them, and they move on to the first stage of Fenrir now. And if you're on the side of the Air Force, Lithy, what are you thinking? Because we see is that a mage in their team now?
That is a mage. Also,
mage
the Boomkin
priest?
back on the board. No, sorry, not the Boomkin, but the Resto Druid. But Mage Shadow Priest, and this is something we've seen from the Air Force yesterday already. And if we're running this comp, that kind of screams Academy for me, honestly. No mind.
See, the mage is gone.
Mage just got kicked, Kexman.
They don't like mages.
I mean, the mage got kicked. Who needs a mage these days?
Listen,
but
guys,
on the plus side, there's a priest. Main. I was just about to say, there's a Shadow Priest in, Sam. What are you thinking as a main?
Well, ever since I reached level 60, Kex, I've obviously gone through the ringer as a Shadow Priest. I've learned a lot about them as a class.
You are the go-to priest in the world.
I am. I don't want to brag, but it's level 60 Shadow Priest. No, I do think that bringing along the Shadow Priest, if you're going into Algathar Academy, I had to agree with Lithy. That's the only time we saw the Air Force bring out the Shadow Priest was to step in to the Academy. They wanted to go to school. with the Shadow Priest and with the caster composition. So now that the mage has been kicked out, what's the decision making here? And I think they do need to account for the damage that they had, because I was trying to take a peek at their damage meters, and it lacking a little bit, especially compared to what the U.S. Army was pumping with. I mean, you look at the U.S. Army, they're across the board between what the Air Force was having. The Army was just blasting ahead. And I think that's one of the reasons why not only were they able to +2 it, but they were able to comfortably +2 it. It wasn't even close. Where the Air Force, both times, ever since that 18, has been so close to +2ing, it just hasn't been able to get there.
Yeah. And I mean, we see the US Army now, they've just decided, hey, Horse of Valor 22, let's go. We see the Coast Guard are doing the exact same thing. If we can do this, this puts us in a pretty solid position. And also, they managed to get the +22 done now, and they have just under 3 hours left in the day. And as I say that, I mean, the US Army, they might want to leave the 22 Horse of Valor, because immediately we just saw somebody get absolutely decimated. But this will set them up quite nicely, and it looks like they are going for the reset. Are they?
No, he was.
They
was
wouldn't get
walking
out of range of the thunder.
Range, yeah.
Good adaptation here, but I mean, that's also Hunter life, right? It just happens. That's
Air
what
Force.
you sign up for when playing this this thing. But the kiting looking solid, getting all the mobs out of the sanguine pools here, and of course you gotta be careful with the kicks there. The Thunder Caller healing up back to half HP. Little bit of a rough position, but still pack cleared out quite nicely. So the army is walking forward. On the other side, top right, the Coast Guard is moving on to Herja as the second boss, and that is looking like a clean run so far, only a single death on the board.
Yep, that's what we're looking at, and we see on the side of the Air Force, they've got rid of the mage, they've brought in a hunter, so it looks as though we do have, we've got is that an Arms Warrior? Ooh, interesting, Arms Warrior choice for the side of the Air Force. Arms is... Honestly, and I've said this many, many times before in my past, if you are a warrior main, if Arms and Fury are close to each other in regards to actual the sheer amount of DPS that they do, Arms will always be more fun to play than Fury. I will say that until I am on my deathbed. I love Warrior Arms. It's absolutely fantastic.
Arms is the true warrior respect.
It's so good. It's so good. Especially this, it's been brilliant. But what do you think in regards to getting rid of the mage, bringing in the hunter? What do you think that potentially brings them? Oh, no, hang on. Is that also... So they've got a paladin... paladin, druid, hunter, shadow priest, warrior. Why do you think they got rid of that mage there, Sam?
I guess they feel like they can get more out of the hunter. They bring in the shadow priest, and I'm assuming with the hunter they're expecting to get more AoE damage, since this is a fortified key.
Soothe.
And we have seen...
Ooh, Soothe is a big shout.
Soothe, next
Soothe,
to the
that's
druid,
right.
So that's
I thought you said smooth for a second.
Since you need a bit of soothing, especially for the skitterflies and everything, right? The thing is, yes, you have a druid, but a mage can soothe, and I do think with hunter and druid, that's a little bit more comfortable to play. And damage-wise, I don't think fire mage and BM hunter on this level, unless you are incredibly comfortable on the class, has that massive of a damage difference. Although I know that fire mages are really damn good in Academy and on single target damage in general.
Yeah, this is a 23 that the Air Force are going for now, and they're heading for their first boss. Their choice is going to be the Overgrown Ancient, which, honestly, for my money, is the right choice to make here, because out of all the bosses, it is probably the most difficult out of the three. And the Overgrown Ancient, and I've said this before in some of my groups, this is where pug groups go to die, is this first boss, because it is a world of hurt. And as we see on the side of the Air Force, they've already lost their hunter there, and I think that's one of the downsides. It brings a soothe, but they just have no defensives available for them. They have it's very, very little they have available.
Well, the Coast Guard making their way over to Herja, U.S. Army taking down Heimdall, and these are kind of the two teams to keep an eye on. They're back to back against each other on this 22.
The U.S. Army trailing just a little bit further behind, but we're going to see how this is going to go for both of these teams. The Coast Guard had that just heartbreaking moment of not being able to get that 21+2 at the very last possible second. And yeah, things getting hit in the face with the orbs. Never a fun time.
That was the Expel Light one-shotting the Shaman.
Mm-hmm.
You can see
it hurts.
A little bit of... that's a lot of damage coming in. Oh my god. Okay, I think they got a reset off.
Yeah, they managed to get their res.
I'll be straight with you guys. Whatever is going on for the Coast Guard right now, they are not juggling this boss well. You get a lightning storm on the light side of things. After
I think
someone
what
just got
happened
one
was
shot, it's not a good position to be in, and this is really, really rough. They gotta reset it
they
now,
were,
though. So
they were a
should
bit slow. They were a bit slow on their repositioning. I think that's what happened at the start. They didn't quite get it over to the storm as fast as they should have done. It looks like they have been able to stabilize. I'm trying to keep an eye on the time, though, because it looks like... Correct me if I'm wrong, but this 22, it says that they are currently on Hersia now, and they've been... I mean... They pulled Hersia around about the 9-minute mark, 9.5 minutes. Whereas you keep an eye out on the side of the US Army, 6 minutes in, and they're dealing with this last set of trash here. If they pull Hersia quicker... Oh, no, they're not even at Hersia. I don't know. Sorry, ignore me. I got confused as to where the US Army was. I thought they were at Hersia's room. They are not even close to Hersia's room.
That's right. Okay,
that's
no,
all right.
I might be wrong. I might be wrong on the Hersia Lightning strat. I'm still stuck in the Legion keep pushing. Since they've just done it again, seems to be the standard.
Yeah, seems to be the current standard for Hersia.
I hate that, honestly. As a healer, I'm just sitting here and thinking, oh my god, what are you guys doing to me?
Killing the boss for you, Liffy. You're welcome.
Yeah. I mean, they've done a good job. I think what they do is, I think it's one of those situations where the strategy is you keep Hersia pretty central until the moment where that thing goes off, and you pull her across so that as she comes across to the light side, she then casts the lightning storm, and it probably requires some very, very tight timing for that to happen. But these teams, specifically on the side of the Coast Guard, we know that they have the skill to pull that off. And Hersia down 12 minutes into the dungeon on this 22 Horse of Valor, looking relatively solid. And we do see on the side of the US Army now, they are coming up towards Hersia's area, 7.5 minutes. Again, looking pretty solidly on that time. Algrathar Academy currently taking on the Ancient... obviously the first boss that they have chosen is the Ancient Overgrowth here on Algrathar 23, and looking relatively solid at the moment. And it looks as though hang on, that is not... I've just realized that's not a Shadow Priest. That's a disc.
Oh!
See, Sam? That's a real priest spec.
That's a real
okay,
priest spec.
Let's calm down here, okay? Let's pull it all back for a second. Let me enjoy my whispers and my shadows.
No, I like the swap. I like the swap. This priest in, Boomkin in. It's a solid comp. You still
someone
gain
get automatic
the
jack in
advantages
here.
of Mass Dispel, of single target purge, but you also have a Boomy in for some sweet multi-dotting and AoE. And of course, some spicy disc priest damage.
Speaking of spicy, you look at Coast Guard. They're wiping on trash there. Looks like they may have pulled a couple of... Whether or not they pulled things accidentally, I'm not entirely sure. Or it could have been a trash skip, but that's a hell of a trash skip there. Having everyone die on that 22 Halls of Valor just before they head over to Fenrir. So we'll keep an eye on that one for the moment. Currently, we do see the Marine Corps working on Odin now on their plus 15. This is going to be an easy plus 3 for them. And then they move on to the plus 18. On the side of the US Army, they're working now on the trash just before Hersia. Not too long for them. They're pulling these two together, and we will keep an eye out. And actually, if possible, if we could get a full screen on the US Army right now, we'll see how they play Hersia at the start here. So let's pay attention to this. As they're pulling through this set of trash here, let's pay attention to exactly how they do it. And if they are able to pull off that specific tactic that seems to work out quite nicely.
Getting a good old buff reverse in. That would be lovely for the moment. It's Dargev struggling to keep everyone alive. Man, I hate this boss so much as a healer. It's always so sketchy with these lightning storms. And that's not even the boss fight itself. And we are here sitting on a tyrannical buff, so that's gonna get interesting. Let's see if they can pull the reverse off. I can see our friends in chat already talking long and wide about it. It's very interesting to have a little bit of insight on that little strat, so thanks for that. And we will be moving into the boss fight in just a moment here.
Yeah, and a little bit of time lost there, having that boss die, having that mini boss die on the left-hand side and running all the way over to the right-hand side. A little bit unfortunate, but let's see what happens here. Let's see if they are able to do this. See quite how it plays out. We see the knockback coming in, bringing them over. There's the Expel Light, Eye of the Storm coming in. It doesn't look like that has happened. I'm not entirely sure. And then immediately we see Super Easy not getting into the bubble in time, and they dipped their toe in. We're all seeing the healer dropping down, and this looks like it is going to be a wipe here on Herja. That is super unfortunate for them.
Pew 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 pew.
That's basically what happened. That is
Exactly.
effectively what just happened there. Herja
That's
just
a reset
absolutely
if I've ever
ruined their
seen
day.
one.
Yeah, that timing
Yeah.
didn't work out well. They're going back into it though. Interesting. Do you think they're looking for completion here on the 22 rather than, because you could say that the +2 still might be on the table if they really push hard. But would you go for a completion here, Sam, over getting a high like +2 or +3, or would you be looking at resetting to guarantee a +2?
I'd just be resetting at this point to guarantee the key. It feels like more or less. I just completed it at this point, right?
Yeah.
For the U.S. Army, because at the very least, regardless of what the Coast Guard does, then you'll at least be tied with them, even if they +2 it. So then you'll be at the same level of them, and then you'd have to do a 23 versus them having to do a 24, and then it really does all hinge whether or not it's kind of a gamble, right? At that point, it becomes a gamble on whether or not the Coast Guard can complete it, versus whether or not you're able to comfortably hold on to your 23 without having to worry about them completing that 24.
Yeah. It's this is kind of where that strategy comes in. Let's see how this plays out now. Are they going to be able to get that reverse off? I'm not entirely sure. There's the Expel Light. Looks as though they haven't. Oh, I think they may have. This is going to be real rough for them, though, because she's currently stood inside. Yeah, and there's immediately the wipe. It's not working out for them. That is super unfortunate.
That's a reset.
Super unfortunate. And there's the town portal. Yeah, that's the reset coming out of the US Army. They're resetting. How are the Coast Guard doing, I wonder? Let's head back and see exactly what's going on. And they are on Fenrir and looking relatively solid on time. And immediately we come back and they lose somebody. If that doesn't quite sum up exactly what a Caster Curse is all about, I don't know. Yeah, let's check him out. Immediately come back. Scotty Lock just gets eaten by several wolves.
Nuked into oblivion. And those wolves, they obviously do a lot of damage.
You could say he was in a pole position for his death.
I'll accept that. That's quite good.
I won't accept it. No.
No, I will. I think that's quite good. Poor position. I like it. What do we think, chat? Poor position? Is that good? Have we got thumbs up or thumbs down from chat for the poor position? I mean, I'm giving the Coast Guard a thumbs up right now. They have had 8 deaths, but again, I think it doesn't look to me as though they have had a wipe, so I believe this is probably going to be, once again, just a flat completion from them. Which, honestly, I think they've definitely, they've definitely got the ability to do it. I don't think they're going to go... I don't know whether they might go for the +2. It's going to be very, very tight here, even if they manage to go for it. But and we see Mech there dropping real low on that hunter. That is super on the rogue. Sorry, that is super, super sketchy. Is that a hunter or a rogue?
That's a
I think
rogue.
that's a rogue. It looks light green on my screen. I'm not sure whether that's just me, but it looks green rather than yellow. But yeah, that was. Are
you colorblind, Kex?
Possibly, I don't know.
We're finding it
like-
out right now. Live
Yeah,
on-
we're finding it
live
out
on-
right now. There we go. What a way to find out. It looks tinged green to me, but normally it doesn't look like that. I'm not sure whether it's just the screen or how it's set up.
I think it's because it's sandwiched between the blue of Mirren's Shaman and the Evoker green of webbed tacos. Which I don't know if I want my tacos webbed, but yeah, I'm not gonna judge.
How do you web a taco? How did?
Listen, Kex. I couldn't tell you.
Is that a string cheese angle?
Oh, maybe. I mean, burritos are better than tacos, but you know that's a different conversation for a different time.
All right, chat. Burritos or tacos? We gotta.
Oh, it's burritos.
We gotta go in there.
Burritos every single day. You know, absolutely. Nachos are just. Ooh.
I do.
Right, I'm gonna be honest. Okay, I like nachos. It's just a smashed taco.
What?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's
nachos are just. Yeah, they're just smashed tacos. That's what they are.
What about fajitas?
I like fajitas. I do like fajitas. Fajitas are good. I still prefer burritos.
What about some good German bratwurst?
Oh, I love. When I was over in Germany, working at an event, there was a stall just outside the event that had the best currywurst ever. It was so good.
So here's something interesting about the Coast Guard that we just got from production. So tacos used to be toes. He was thick toes. In the last AFDC, when it was called AFDC, I kept calling him tacos apparently. So he changed his name for this event. For the first 20 minutes yesterday, I kept calling him toes.
That's why his name ends on OES.
Oh, I get it now. I understand.
Because I was already
It makes
thinking
sense.
that kind of looks like a mix of tacos and toes. Is he going for a multi-name pun or something?
Maybe. We do see, you know, looks as though the Coast Guard here going for that completion on the 22 Halls of Valor. We did just see the US Army portal out and reset the entirety of the dungeon. Let's take a look at the Air Force and the Marine Corps now. If we head back to our beautiful screen of 4 different teams and see exactly where they all are as we stand just over 3 hours left. Just over 3 hours left of the event here. We do see the Marine Corps working through that 18 Halls of Valor. We obviously have the Air Force wiping on trash, it looks, in the same place we saw Marine Corps wiping on Algathar Academy on the 23. And the US Army, they have fully reset that Halls of Valor now. So they're going to be working once again on that 22. And these teams, it's so far, it's actually been... It's kind of worked out the way we expected it to, with these teams going into Halls of Valor and then going back into some of these various different dungeons. Is there anything so far that stuck out for you, Liffy, as being very different?
Man, you're asking some off the rails question today.
That's what I'm known for.
Yeah,
I'm the catalyst for good, bad, and everything in between.
Yeah, I can appreciate it, definitely. Honestly, I have no answer. I am speechless, Kex.
Speechless. I think that's the first time that's ever happened.
Oh, I don't know.
Kex,
don't get used to it, Sam.
Yeah, I know, I won't. So there we have it. Yeah.
3 hour mark. Three hours. These teams pushing hard. It seems like the perfect time for a break, Sam.
That's yeah. I think for especially with what just happened there with the Army, that is unfortunate. The tank goes down. Looks like they're able to get the B-res off just in the nick of time. The tank to get that threat back, but yeah, spicy nevertheless. Very, very spicy. So yeah, I think I think before we go to any break though, I think we should have a quick little recap about everything that we've seen here, Kex and Liffy, and what a 2 hours this has been so far, right? A lot of action has happened. We've seen almost all of the keys except for poor Ruby Deathpool's just chilling out there. Nobody cares about it. Nobody wants to step foot in that accursed dungeon of death.
I think we've gotten high enough on the Ruby life pools yesterday. I think that was one of the dungeons that was pushed the most. So I would be, quite honestly, a bit surprised to see a lot of life pools, if any life pools at all today. So yeah, no. I mean, we're 2 hours in of the 3 hours of Halls of Valor that I've kind of, at least for myself, mentally allotted for today. But we've also seen a few other attempts at other dungeons. We're definitely, before the end of the day, going to see more Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. We're definitely going to see even more Academy. But mostly it's going to be Halls of Valor today.
I have a prediction.
Oh, hit it.
By the end of today, we will see a 25 Halls of Valor completion.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
I'm looking at the way the I'm not going to say they're going to +2 it. It's not going to be a quick one. But I have a prediction that one team, and I don't know who it's going to be, they will complete a 25 Halls of Valor. I just have that feeling looking at how they've been going.
I love that. All right. Caxman, you've made the prediction. 25 Halls of Valor is going to be done by one team, one out of the 4 team today here on the AFDL, which are 25 Halls of Valor. That's a beefy key, no matter how you cut it. But
that was my nickname at high school.
Oh.
Wait, what?
Beefy key. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Wow.
Anyways,
good job,
we're
Cakes.
We're gonna throw it to a small break. We are gonna do small caster swaps here. So, I'm gonna be stepping out for a little bit. I know, you're gonna miss me a lot. Just kidding. Marielia is going to be stepping in for me, I believe. So you can enjoy all of the beautiful faces that are about to be coming up on here after this break, and we'll get to see more keys. We'll be right back.
There you go. I left in protest. Hope you're proud of me. Thank you.
Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between. Welcome back to the AFDL here. With myself, Kexman, we are seeing some fantastic keys going on today, and it's been so much that Sam needs to go and have a lie down. He's too excited. However, we have a fantastic person in place. We do have Marielia here with us, and you've brought some stats with you as well that I'm sure we'll be going into very, very shortly. Lithy, you are still with us here, and the first 2 hours have been full of a couple of surprises here and there, but also at the same time, we've seen a couple of teams really start to creep up on the Coast Guard, the US Army specifically, after their pretty slow start yesterday. We're also seeing the Marine Corps starting to once again climb back up to those top ranks. It's been great fun. From your perspective, Marielia, how has it been, like, looking at these teams, seeing the statistics that you're seeing, and day two being very different from day one?
Oh, I don't know if he heard you, but I heard you. Lithy, can you hear us?
You guys, yes.
Wait. I mean, I can hear everybody. Is something going wrong here? Can Mariella hear us?
Am I? What?
I can hear
okay.
Lithy.
Yep, I can hear both of you.
What just happened?
I have no idea.
I'm not sure. I think I might have lagged out, if I'm honest. I think my whole setup just like froze for a moment and it threw me off.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So it's me having some problems. All right, that sounds about usual.
I'll go back. I'll repeat. I effectively said, seeing what we've seen so far today versus what happened during, obviously the first day, and the stats that you have available on your end. How different is it in comparison?
It's significantly different. There's a big shift in how the players are utilizing their time. Like, even just looking at, I've got stats here for how much time was not spent in a dungeon, for example, and teams are just going right back in much quicker than they were yesterday. There was a lot of downtime debating, where do we want to go? Okay, let's buff up. That has been cut down a lot. There's also a big factor of just the number of deaths is definitely interesting. Like, let me bring up this fun bit that I've got for you here. The Marines have been leading in deaths pretty much all day. The gap is slowly closing. So the Marines used to have at least a 6 death gap. Like they currently have 36 deaths today, for example. But the Army and the Air Force are now sitting at 31 and 35. So while the Marines have kind of stabilized themselves, you can see the individual misplays starting to accumulate from these other teams.
Interesting. We're seeing
the
Air Force
going
going.
Angle for key difficulty, right? Because I think the Marine Corps started out the day going right into the Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, among other things, while, for example, the Coast Guard right away went into Halls of Valor. So that's 15 plus 18. That's not really somewhere where you accumulate a lot of deaths. So I'm really curious what that's going to look like at the end of the day when all of these teams have spent equal amounts of times wiping, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking a look right now, and we're seeing the side of the Air Force, they're still in that 23 Algathar Academy. So since we've been on break, they've obviously reset that because they were on the 23 beforehand. It does look as though they have... they do still have the Disc Priest available there. They've gone in, they've got the Arms Warrior available as well. They've got the Paladin tank and the Rep Paladin as well alongside that Hunter. So they're going to be trying... They did kick the Boomy out. They've gone for the Rep Paladin instead. Whether or not that's going to be because of the extra off-healing they can do, I'm not entirely sure. Meanwhile, on the side of Marine Corps, they're getting that. They're going to get the +2, touch wood, on the Halls of Valor, which means they'll get the +20. We'll see if they go into that +20, the same as what the US Army and the Air Force did. Meanwhile, on the side of the US Army, it looks as though they are taking a little bit of a... I'm not sure whether it's a break or whether they're just trying to kind of figure out what they want to do here. They're still in Halls of Valor, so maybe that is going to be their go-to here. Maybe they're going to continue on with that. However, On the side of the Coast Guard, that 25 Shadow Moon Burial Grounds does seem to be the play for them right now. So, it's one of those situations where they have to start to really think about, what they're looking at in regards to where their points are going to be scored, but also how to best use the time that is left available to them.
It's also interesting that we see the Coast Guard back in Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, because they've already attempted this 25 yesterday and were underway with a decent pace until they wiped on Ner'zhul with like 30% or something with a minute 30 to go. So very much on path to time the key, and now they're starting it out, and immediately on the first pack the healer gets one shot. So not the best start they were looking for, but they are stabilizing and still working this through. Of course, the blueberry in this pull does a massive amount of damage, but these guys are used to playing without a healer, so no problems had here.
Yeah, I want to bring up something interesting, which is the Coast Guard and their run yesterday was absolutely smooth sailing for them until they hit this key. This 25 was the first key they elected to reset, and then the first key that they failed. So the fact that they spent so much time just saying, let's not worry about it, let's go somewhere else and get some extra points, and now they feel prepared to come back, I hope it's going to go well for them.
Yeah, I think it's one of those choices, and we see another death on that first pack, just going to show how painful this key is. And it's kind of one of those weird situations where Shadow Moon Burial Grounds is considered one of the freer keys if you're doing, say, a 10 or a 15, but then you start to climb up and it just gets even more dangerous as time goes on. We obviously have the Marine Corps still working on that Horse of Valor. Looks like they managed to get the time on that one, so they have the 20 available. The US Army maybe taking a bit of a break here, kind of relaxing slightly. Breaks very, very important. And coming towards yourself, Lithy, we spoke about the mental side of things in being able to get your confidence, being able to ensure that you're playing effectively peak performance, for lack of a better term. And the timing of the breaks, just as important, especially when you're looking at 5 hours of playtime, because you might sort of think of it, most people, 5 hours of WoW, those are rookie numbers, you better pump those up. But it's not just 5 hours of WoW. It's 5 hours at a high level, at a competitive level as well. So this is something that these teams are really going to have to, make sure they time their breaks properly so they don't lose any momentum, but they remain refreshed.
Exactly. Timing of breaks in general, how you break and how hard you push, really comes down to what you can do as a team, right? Some teams will definitely be the type of, we are playing 5 hours non-stop, no breaks, nothing, and just pump through and perform incredibly. And some other teams, well, they try for a key, something goes wrong, 5-minute break, let's talk about things, nice pull, lads, how about a break, and go back to the drawing board a little bit. It is a super personal thing and very individualistic based on what team is doing what. So far, quite honestly, over the day yesterday, I couldn't really tell if the teams were actually taking longer breaks than maybe 2-3 minutes, 5 minutes at a time after a key.
Yeah, so I have some information on that. For the most part, teams elected to take their breaks in, sporadic segments so that they could come into a key refreshed rather than, one big block where they just say, all right, guys, let's get up, let's go away for 15 minutes and come back. We have seen teams try that strategy before at previous events. But I think, especially with how yesterday went, kind of spreading out your break time and just giving everyone small moments to refresh was definitely the way to go. People were hitting ceilings, people were just making individual mistakes that crippled the group, and you need time to make sure that your players don't dip so far into the pessimistic mindset that they just can't recover.
Yeah, that's the danger you want to avoid. Specifically, it's bad enough if you are doing keys quote-unquote casually with your friends to get your score higher, but when you're in this competitive situation, It's the absolute worst. It's the worst thing you could have happen to a team. We see the first boss down on the side of the Air Force here in Algathar Academy. The Ancient Overgrowth has been defeated. They're going to make their way towards Kroth now. On the side of the Marine Corps, they're on that 20 Halls of Valor. So they're going to continue to push this higher. They're going to get to the same level, hopefully, that the US Army, that we've seen the Air Force, that we've seen the Coast Guard get to. So once again, that's going to put them into a pretty solid position. We do lose a player on the side of the Coast Guard here on this first boss here, Sedana Blood Fury. I believe it was the Shaman that went down. They were able to reincarnate back up. We are looking at that 8 minute setup we realistically want them to be killing this first boss in, but my word, this boss is no slouch here, specifically on a 25. Not only damage-wise, but the health that you have to plow through on this boss. I'm keeping an eye out. I'm wondering if we're going to see any trash that is going to be snapped into this Kroth platform here. I don't think it is, but the Hunter is currently not there. So they've already cleared the first boss. They've already cleared the Ancient Overgrowth, so they can't get the Lashers in. I'm wondering if they get something else in here, Liffy.
No, they just had a Hunter walk back in.
There
he is, just rejoining the pack. I was about to say, Caxman, you got some good points, but let's make it snappy. Sadly, that didn't happen. So, yeah, no, it's just more Academy. On the side of the army, they're wiping up Heimdall at the moment, and that's going to be a quick reset early on that 22. The Marine Corps sitting in that 20 Halls of Valor, working on Heimdall at the moment, and of course the Coast Guard in that 25. Honestly, I'd really just like to full screen the Coast Guard for now and see what they are up to in this 25, because I'm really curious to see the timings they go through with this dungeon, as this is their attempt at a new highest key, and I don't think any of the other teams have managed to time a 25 here yet.
No, the last attempt we have on a 25 Shadow Moon was from the Air Force at the end of the day yesterday. And just a reminder, they took 13 minutes and 19 seconds to kill Saldana because of player misplays and early deaths. And that had the crippling effect of just really ruining their key, but there's no way they could have known that until we got towards the end and realized Bone Maw was not going to die fast enough. They also had, a minute lost to deaths. They were 3 minutes and 41 seconds past the timer. So we know that this 25 is absolutely killable by these teams, but you can't afford to have your players down like they're like Kaboom right now, like Scotty earlier. It just can't happen.
Exactly, 4 deaths. That's not only 20 seconds on the time, and that's also a few seconds that you lose on this boss fight on top of that, right? Just playing it out with a dead DPS, but at least she is done for now, and that's 8 minutes 10. Already the 5-minute improvement on the timer that they needed compared to yesterday.
Yeah, that's got to be good for them. They're going to feel confident, as you mentioned, comparing that to yesterday. However, there is still a lot to go through, and Ner'zhul is dangerous, and pretty much every single boss in this dungeon is dangerous. But Bone Maw, I don't know what it is about Bone Maw. It's just, he has so much health. He is a chonky worm, and I'm hoping that we will see our first 25 done here. Interesting that we see the Feral involved here as well. Kaboom Claws on the Feral Druid.
I love how you are casually ignoring that knowledge even exists, Cakes.
Yeah, I mean, I said all the bosses, so I didn't ignore Nalish. I did say all the bosses, but Bone Maw is a chunky boy. For my money, Bone Maw is the most dangerous.
Man. Knowledge is a joke.
A trash pack. Okay, we'll go trash pack then. We'll go trash pack.
That's fair. Tacos, by the way, dead on the floor right now. They don't have a battle res for their healer at the moment, and especially this pack with all these exhumers, they got some nasty channels going on and a lot of damage. Yep, that's
casual
a melee
500k melee.
that's a quick. Love to see that. Or not. It depends on what you're cheering for.
It's a Warlock. Anytime I see a Warlock die, I'm happy. Let's be honest.
Wow.
Let's be honest. Warlocks. Who do you think?
That seems like a a very particular gripe.
Okay, a question for chat and a question for the both of you. I'll come to you first, Marielia. Who is the worst? Who is the most whiniest community? Boomkins or
Rogues.
Warlock players?
Rogues.
No, rogues are not even close to rogues. Is it Boomkins or is it Warlock players?
I mean, are we factoring in
All
PvP community as well, or just PvE?
No, because that's, you know, the PvP community is something else entirely.
Yeah, that's true.
Look, I dislike your classification of these communities as whiny.
I mean, what else do
but
you want to classify them as?
The problem is, I don't feel like I can give you a real answer because I play a druid, so I'm in the druid community, so I receive a disproportionate amount of the whining
Do you play Boomy,
that the
though?
druids have.
Do you play Boomy?
Do you exclusively
I do
play
not,
Okay, there we go.
And yet it never manages to
Okay.
come across my
Okay,
desk.
Yeah.
good. Because if you are part of the druid community, but you don't play Boomy, you're not part of the Boomy community, and we're just talking about Boomies and Warlocks here.
Yeah.
And
I was...
Yes, but even though I'm not part of the Boomy community, like I said, I'm exposed to it.
You're there. You're
yeah.
you're in the trenches.
I'm sorry to
You
hear that,
see?
but
The funniest thing,
Yeah,
I tell you
that's-
what, the funniest thing I've seen, as we see them moving up to Nalish here, obviously still looking solid on the time here for the Coast Guard. One thing I do want to bring to light that I thought was very, very funny. I was looking up some videos, obviously, for 10.1, and there was some raid testing going on, and Warlocks were on top of the damage meters. And I saw someone, unironically, legitimately put a comment in one of the videos that said, "Oh, Warlocks on top of the damage meters, guess we're getting nerfed again." I was like, what are you... Warlocks have always been on the top of the damage meters. What are you on about? Like, as if Warlocks are the worst...
I can't think of a time.
Yeah, as if Warlocks are the worst class. I was very confused by that comment. I was like, what do you mean?
I think there are classes much more hard done by than our Warlock friends.
Oh, 100%.
can I get an F in chat for Red Paladins?
What do you mean? They've literally just had a rework.
Oh, come on!
Thank you, Flannel. Appreciate that.
I know. I know you're on about
Favoritism.
PvP, but they were so broken in PvP.
Oh, they
I think
were.
you-
They were absolutely busted, but that was... Come on, that was one patch for not even 2 weeks. And then think back towards everything, literally, for the,
Yeah.
past 2 expansions. Red's got constantly shafted,
Yeah.
just as Mirren is getting murdered by this mini-boss, or trash pack right now. It's... Red Paladins has been rough, man. They did something evil to Red Paladins after Warlords of Draenor.
Yeah, it's been interesting. I mean, speaking of interesting, this run is going smoothly for the Coast Guard, but let's switch back to our set of teams and see exactly what all 4 are up to. We do see Algrathar Academy still going on for the Air Force here. Looks as though Croth has been killed, so they're now going to move over to Veximus, that arcane elemental boss. 15 minutes on the timer, looking pretty solid. On the side of the Marine Corps, we do have the plus 20 Halls of Valor. They have had 8 deaths, but they are still on target to go potentially for the plus 2 here. On the side of the US Army, they are still on the 22 Halls of Valor. So these teams here still working Halls of Valor for a couple of them. The trash path there causing some issues for them, but they're able to get through, and they're going to make their way towards Herja between these teams. And honestly, the Air Force working on this 23 Algathar Academy, that would be a pretty solid victory for them if they are able to time this one.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out. Obviously, this is not their first attempt on the 23 Algathar, and Veximus has definitely been the run killer of all the bosses in this dungeon today, I would say. So, something we're going to want to pay close attention to. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get up their old logs from their previous attempts and maybe compare, if they succeed, what they've done differently.
Yeah, that's going to be the big thing, is identifying those small mistakes that come in and then being able to change that. I love the fact that we are seeing some Arms Warrior gameplay. If we could get actually the Air Force full screened, because as mentioned, Veximus seems to be the place where these teams come to die during these runs here in Algrathar Academy, because it also means we get to see some fantastic Arms Warrior. Look at it. It's beautiful. I love to see Warrior play. It's brilliant every single time, because
One
for the
button
longest
rotation,
time,
let's go.
It's not a one-button rotation. Mortal Strike, you got Thunderclap, you got Cleave, you got Overpower, Warbreaker. There's loads of stuff going on. Blade Storm, obviously. Yeah, Blade Storm. It's really difficult. You press one button and then zug in a circle for 6 seconds.
Let's hope he doesn't get dizzy. No, I can appreciate some Arms Warrior. I do play a lot of Arms Warrior myself, so there's that. But
I think
the
he's saying
textbook
getting dizzy.
definitely needs to go. That's something the Arms Warrior definitely has no use for. And with that cleaned up, you can already see how much respect these teams have for these higher key levels, because beforehand we saw just big pulls, the whole platform in one go basically, and now we're going one by one, slowly but surely, and you gotta focus these books, man.
Oh yeah, these books need to die super quickly, and this is one of the things. I mean, this one only has, I believe, there's 2 textbooks, so you're going to have to ensure that both of them not only interrupted, but they are cleaved down as quickly as humanly possible. And this is exactly why you would bring an Arms Warrior. Their cleave is nothing to poke at. I mean, we're also seeing the Rep Paladin currently topping the meters 200k. They're quite nice. Ooh, that nearly got off there from that textbook. It looks like they were able to stop it. That monotonous lecture is real nasty. But this boss, when it comes in, is going to be tough. It is. I mean, this is a 23, so, and we do lose we have unfortunately lost the Hunter. That's not going to be the end of the world for them. They're going to be able to res him up, but I mean, again, still a pretty smooth clear of those ads there, because once again, as you mentioned, Lithy, that's dangerous.
Indeed. One more death on the count. That's 3 now. 15 seconds. Nothing that'll break your neck at the moment. And we got another 13 minutes to go. And it really comes down to Veximus Kex. As you just mentioned, right? This boss is incredibly dangerous. Lots of damage going out. So we'll really have to keep an eye on Skunk, on his Disc Priest, to try and keep everyone alive and stable. But of course, well, Venom has some nice tools to get out of a little bit of these situations. Spell Reflect, you have Drisser on the Red Paladin with some solid off-field. So all in all, I don't think this should be too much trouble, as long as you don't overlap too much damage coming in at once. And also, the big advantage of the Disc Priest in this situation is you can Master Spell, as we're just seeing all these debuffs that you get from soaking the orbs, which is a massive boon to the party.
Yeah, that's going to help them massively. Also, the Warrior can Spell Reflect one of the debuffs, so that's going to be really useful. Let's see, there's the Spell Reflect coming in. They didn't get rid of that debuff, but they were able to avoid a bunch of damage coming in from the circles that appear on the ground. There's the Fronter coming in, and now we're getting to this 50%, and this is where things start to get a little bit tricky for them, because they are going to have to deal with a couple of extra bits of damage. In come these balls. Once again, these do need to be soaked. In come the mana bombs as well. So once again, these need to be taken out. We do see the soak coming in. It does look... Oh, Venom just off that Spell Reflection there. Arcane Fissures as well. So once again, this is now where the damage will start to slowly but surely ramp up. Everybody looking relatively healthy, though. 40k sustained HPS coming in from Skunk Priest there. Nothing too massive. We have obviously seen much higher in some of these dungeons. And honestly, Veximus at the 23 key level here, they're dealing with it really nicely.
Any executes?
Any executes? I mean, Venom
definitely some executes in here. I mean, look at the damage meter. Venom lacking behind a little bit in the 50k department, but all in all, still holding up incredibly well. Drock, though, man, 80k DPS. That's a pumping Hunter. And Venom doing a great job just soaking whatever needs to be soaked. These guys are clean on Veximus Kex, and I think all your worries about this boss were for naught. There's a barrier down, there's got another orb that needs to be soaked, and we should be done with this all elemental. And a commendation from your teacher, and then we're done in this department. Let's move on to the Door Dragon.
They did a great job. I will say, Veximus, pretty tough, but obviously, I mean, one thing to remember, this isn't tyrannical, so they're not going to have to worry too much about that. Honestly, the trash they have left They do still have a couple of Mana Fiends left. There is obviously an Battle Axe over there that they need to be careful of as well. But on top of that, I mean, the final boss we've already mentioned is kind of a nothing burger. They're not going to +2 this. 3.5 minutes, that's too much for them. Yeah. Too much for them to go for, obviously, the +2, but they will still get the completion on the 23, which is very, very nice for them. It will give them a little bit of confidence, but we do unfortunately see Venom dropping there, immediately releasing. There's no need for them to be battle resed. That's a dangerous pack they have pulled. And we do see Dristle taking a bunch of damage. Skunk looks as though Skunk has died as well. So they may potentially wipe on this trash. Drock has got dropped as well. Immediately reses up. But having to run back. Skunk is up. I'm not sure whether that was a battle res. We do also lose Drisret there as well. They are losing players on this. And it's a good job. Yeah, it's a good job they weren't going for the +2. Because it just went completely out of their hands there.
Unfortunate.
I just want to jump in for a moment because they went into that pack with 3 deaths and came out with 9.
Oof.
For context, 3 bosses is the farthest they've made it in this dungeon. Their previous 2 attempts were a reset, and it looks like their second best progress was actually only defeating 2 bosses. So 11 deaths on the first pull. They're already getting close to that here. And again, people going down, they cannot afford to lose this much time on trash before Dora goes out.
No,
it's still,
I was just about to say,
it's still in the ranges of acceptable, but you can tell something is not going right with the coordination. If you go into such a trash pull, you need to be ready to interrupt exactly what needs to be interrupted, and especially these I don't even know what the cast is called, but these massive arcane explosions coming in from the elementals. That's not something you just can have go off randomly because you didn't get an interrupt in. So some mistakes coming through for the Air Force, and they decide to just go past it, let it be trash, and move on to greener pastures, namely all these Echo Knights and the general illusions running around here.
Yeah, they're moving back onto the Echo Knights, and they are doing... I mean, it's 7 minutes left with this trash pack. I don't know whether they have enough trash available here, but as Marielia put it, they can't afford to lose any more players. Not only because of the sheer amount of time that they will lose, 5 seconds every single time a player dies, but the fact that they will then have to run back, they'll have to wait, it will slow them down on trash. It's a real rough position for them to be in, and Halo dropping really low, able to pick themselves back up. They were 5%-ish there. So as we see them moving on this trash here, let's take a quick look back at the rest of the teams. We may come back to the Air Force, depending on where we see them as time currently stands. But the rest of the teams here, we do see the +20 Halls of Valor still going on for the Marine Corps. 19 minutes in, they are on Fenrir on the side of the... Oh my god, we're actually looking at Bonemore now for the Coast Guard on that 25 Shadow Moon. This is a real rough boss fight. And on the side, it looks as though we may have had a reset on the side of the US Army on that 22 Halls of Valor, because they are once again back onto Heimdall, so they have reset that.
Yeah, it seems like 22 is kind of a cursed number for the army, both yesterday and today. So we'll see if they can pull it through. Heimdall, obviously, a little bit of a tricky boss until you really get into managing these Drake Breaths fly-throughs properly. But for the moment,
Air Force lost more.
HP. What?
Air Force, I think, lost 2 more people.
Oh yeah,
we see Venom going back on the
They're
Warrior.
just dying left, right, and center. That's been going on for a bit. That's a depleted key.
I'd also like to bring attention back to the Coast Guard because they're still on Bone Maw. They're making decent progress, but this is not too far off from where we saw the Air Force last night, and it felt a little concerning.
Yeah. Pretty close here on the Bowmore. Inhaling coming. They need to make sure that everybody is nice and safe. That's happened. 20% on the boss. We do have 9 minutes left. We expect at this point Nerzul to be a pretty long fight. They do have they've got 2 very nasty trash packs to deal with in between here and Nerzul. So this is not over by any stretch of the imagination. With 9 minutes left, or now 8 minutes, they're going to have to effectively play perfectly, Lithy. And, I mean, the Coast Guard have been doing some great stuff, but still, this is a 25 burial ground. This is nothing to sniff at.
No, but it's looking pretty good. You really need to clean up Bone Maw now, though. The faster you get out of this worm, the more likely it is for you to clean this up. As you mentioned, Kexman, about 7.5 minutes left to go now. So I'll basically... That's an interesting Windrush totem right there, but let's forget about that.
Oh, they cleared the trash
pulled
beforehand.
The trash already into the boss over the corner. Love the strats coming through. And that, of course, makes this whole thing a lot less tricky on time. So, Ner'zhul on this 25 is going to take about 5 minutes, plus minus a little bit, depending on how good your damage is. And with these blueberries out of the way in the next, like, minute maximum, these guys should be well on time. The big problem, though, is the Coast Guard has been here before. They were on a route to time this key, and then they wiped that Ner'zhul, so we really need to keep an eye on how this last boss fight goes for these guys, because it ended there in tears already once.
Yeah, Ner'zhul, a very dangerous boss fight. We've said it's probably going to be about 5 minutes if they are able to obviously kill the boss in that time frame. But once again, one wipe, and this is pretty much going to be over for them. We do lose Mirren on that Shaman, immediately rezzing up, not using the reincarnation, actually rezzing, getting themselves over. Void Pulse coming out. Kaboom Claw's also dying here. They're losing players. 6 minutes left. This is not the end of the world if they lose players on this trash pack, because they can regroup before the boss. But every moment, every second that they waste waiting for people to run back in is a second lost on Ner'zhul. And once again, this is going to get so close. This is going to go down to the absolute wire. And once again, correct me if I'm wrong, Marialia, this is going to be the first 25 that we've seen.
Yep. This is
Yes,
indeed
this
the
will be
first
the
time
first
25 we
25
would see for Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, and currently...
Absolutely.
Oh, this is looking spicy.
This 25 will put them 2 points ahead of every other team in this dungeon.
They just need to
This is close.
finish it off, man. Bloodlust to start it off. That's a massive boon that they have that available, and pop in all the cities in there. You just have so much time and opportunity to burst it out. Lovely Demonic Circle to bait that Omen and not take too much damage here. Scotty starting off the fight really, really nicely. But the next round of CD of mechanics and, well, general abilities is coming in, as well as the first Wall of Bone. Kaboom Claws dropping to 5%, and he heals Tacos. Save the man! Okay, we're good. No stress. Gotta kill off the skeleton. Worst case, you can use a Warlock Gate to go through this wall, and then it's back on Ner'zhul. Dodge the cone, and we're fine for the moment. We're looking good. And Ner'zhul on 80% Kex, 4 minutes 40 to go.
Yeah, 4 minutes. This is a massive timer for them. They're looking solid, but we do immediately lose Skylock. The damage coming in there, just one thing that you cannot avoid. Kaboom Claw's going for the immediate res. That is going to cost them that 5-second timer. And we also lose buffs on the side of Scotty Lock. We see the Thundering coming in as well. And this is the danger of Ner'zhul. Just so much damage. The Malevolence coming out. We know how tanky Warlocks can be, and that just was in a situation where they could do nothing about that. They are safe now, so they do need to get themselves back in. We do see the Ritual of Bones coming out once again. Malevolence casting, Scotty Lock dropping so low here. And they need to ensure. There comes... Oh, we do see... Look at that. The beautiful totem coming out. The... I'm trying to remember the name of it. I do apologize. The Trinket. Fantastic. Doing a bunch of damage. That's perfect timing for them. And if they have a couple of those available... yes. If they have a couple of those available, that's going to be really nice. There comes the Omen of Death. Everybody needs to get away from that. 70%, but 3 minutes 40, Lithy. This is looking further and further away from them actually being able to time this, because their damage has slowed down considerably.
We're 1 minute 50 into the fight, and we are about 36% into it, so... Kexman, I'll be very honest with you, this looks timeable. This will come down to the wire. I think they're going to finish it with about 20 seconds to go, and that is only if no one else dies. It's really all on Tacos to keep them alive. Next Malevolence coming through, one more in 5 seconds after that, and of course, you gotta deal with this Ritual of Bones, otherwise you're gonna just flat out wipe. Walk through the boss, dodge the next Malevolence, and then you're gonna be okay. Omen of Death now needs to be baited. Lots of damage going out on the party here because it's spawning so close to everyone else, but Tacos has everything under control. Ner'zhul about to hit that 50% mark, that magic number. Kex, And we're 2 minutes 40 into this boss fight as Scotty takes a lot of damage, forced closer to that Omen. The next one coming in right now, and that one definitely hurts. There we go, time dilation is invested, and for the moment it's going to be okay. 48%.
Yeah, it looks as though they might be on time. It's going to, as you mentioned, it's getting close. Scotty Lock is the one that they really have to pay attention to, though, because Scotty Lock is the one that is outside of the group baiting that Omen of Death. He is the one that is going to be taking the most amount of damage from those as they come down. However, as the phase goes on in between these Ritual of Bones, that's more and more damage that they need to be paying attention to. 43% on the boss, 2 minutes left. In comes the Thundering. Scotty needs to get away from that Omen, doing a great job there. The clear's available as well. They need to keep pumping. 40% now on the boss, that Malevolence coming out. Keeping out for the Omen of Death. Should be coming in any moment, doing a great job in moving the team around. Kaboom dropping to about 50%. Clearing there. They do have a couple of cooldowns left available. It's not looking too bad, and we see Scotty moving as far away as possible to bait out this next Omen of Death, doing a great job at that. Now we see this next Ritual of Bones, 30% left on the boss, 1 minute 30 here, so it looks as though they are currently on pace to be able to time it, but this, once again, we're going to see this 20 seconds, 10 seconds between this. This will be huge for them. This is where you really need to get the concentration going. 30% left on the boss. When we get into that 20% mark, that's where we'll see potentially executes coming in. Nasty crossover, but Scotty, great job getting away from the rest of the group, moving back in 25%, 1 minute, just over a minute left, and once again, this is playing perfectly for them, Lithy.
This is coming down to the wire, man. 4 minutes 25, we are into the fight now, and that was 80% of the boss. 50 seconds. You really need to give it your all. Scotty down to 5%, not getting out of that Omen in time, but Tacos with some big heals. This Thundering is gonna help in terms of damage, but still, Ner'zhul on 13%. 35 seconds left to go, and you've got another wall of bones coming in. You kinda need to use the Warlock Gateway at this point. Try to skip this wall, save any sort of damage you have, because Ner'zhul is on 10% and you have 20 seconds to clear it out. The wall is finally dead. 4 million HP. 20 seconds to go. It's coming down to the wire. It hasn't been this close at all this tournament so far. 10 seconds. A few more hits. 1.5 mil. 6 seconds. Ner'zhul is melting. 900k. 2, 1. And that is it. They don't make it. 1 second and 9 milliseconds overtime. It is heartbreak for the Coast Guard.
That came down to the absolute wire there. That was so close. That is 0.2 that you see there, just under 2 seconds. That was so close. That is so unfortunate for them, for the Coast Guard. They weren't able to time the 25. Now we take a look at the rest of the teams. This is interesting. We do see the Air Force. They've had to go back into the Algathar Academy. They weren't able to time the 23. That's another one that goes down. It looks as though we do see, we're getting reports of something going on, obviously, with the timer on that one. We'll find out. It was razor thin, but it does look as though apparently we're seeing they did time it. So it looks like the key did increase. They were able to time that one. So it looks like they were slightly over. Maybe the timer was just slightly off, but that's huge if that is counted for the Coast Guard. Meanwhile, we're taking a look at the US Army. They are still in that 22 Halls of Valor. They're moving on to Hersia now. So it looks like this boss is available. On the side of the Marine Corps, they are in the plus 20 Halls of Valor. They're not going to be able to plus 2 it, but they will be able to get the completion for the 21. My word, what just happened there, Marielia?
All right, so let me break this down for you. If you are over the timer by less than 1 second, it counts as a 0.00 time, and therefore you complete the key. This is the second time in Armed Forces Dungeon League history that we have had a 0-second clear. The first was on Solia way back last year. I can't believe we've seen it again.
Huge. Absolutely massive. The fact that the Coast Guard were able to claim that, and it did really come down to the wire. That's how close it was. My word. That is putting them in the driver's seat. That is a statement that is made. But at the same time, you've also got to imagine, taking a look at the US Army, taking a look at the Air Force, they are now Algathar Academy, Halls of Valor, but also, at the start of the day, The Marine Corps slightly behind the rest of the teams, but as the day's gone on, Lithy, they have been getting closer and closer to every single team.
Indeed, slowly but surely working their way up. I'm a little bit flabbergasted at what the hell just happened with the Coast Guard. I didn't even know that Blizzard auto times are key if you deplete it by less than a second. Well, there you go. That's another
I don't
piece
either.
of
I either
little
time it
information.
or I really deplete it. Like, there's
yeah,
no in
no.
between for me.
I haven't even.
Well, you're here. You've learned something
yeah,
new.
Exactly. Oh, it's fantastic. But that wasn't.
I think now would be a great time to go take a look at the
Oh
leaderboard.
yeah, definitely, definitely.
We've got some updates, and with that 25, it makes a huge difference to solidifying the Coast Guard's lead. These guys, like we said, they are two-time runner-ups. They have come into this event hungry, and with that 25 Shadow Moon, they set themselves apart from the pack. These 2-point differences can make or break your lead. We saw it previously with Junkyard back in October, where one team got the 33, another team failed it, and it was that point differential that cost them the tie, let alone the win. So having this safely in their pockets is a big deal for the Coast Guard.
Yeah, absolutely. And the weird thing is, we're gonna see the Marine Corps time this Halls of Valor 18. They're gonna be able to get in. Obviously, they're doing the plus 20 now, so they're gonna be able to go into a 21. Technically, and correct me if I'm wrong here, if we were to stop right now, the U.S. Armed Forces would be finishing last because they don't have that 21 Algrathar, which again is absolutely crazy to me. And if they're gonna continue to work on that Algrathar 22 or 20, I think it's the 23 they have available to them. Then, and we end up with the Marine Corps getting a 21 Halls of Valor or being able to push to, say, a 24 Shadow Moon, things then all of a sudden completely flip on their head. And we've still got another dungeon to go tomorrow, Lithy. What is Temple of the Jade Serpent going to do to these teams? Because it's definitely Temple of the Jade Serpent.
You mean Court of Stars? Yeah, I don't know, man. It's gonna be wild for sure, but quite honestly, I have the distinct feeling that the 5th dungeon tomorrow is not going to be the deciding factor. It's going to be today. Whoever manages to push out the better numbers on the existing 4 dungeons. And if we look at the Coast Guard, 2 levels ahead in Ruby Life Pools, 2 levels ahead in Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. And they still got the opportunity to get ahead in Algathar, Halls of Valor. I don't think they've reached their cap there either. 2 levels ahead there. And these guys are sitting comfortably in first place because we've seen the Air Force struggle super hard with Shadow Moon. They're barely able to get close to that timer. They really need to clean up their run, and we see the Coast Guard like barely timing that with a 11 or even more deaths run. So that was anything close to anything. It wasn't even close to clean. So, yeah.
Let me break down some of the scenarios that have now opened themselves up, all right, before we quickly hop back into gameplay. The Coast Guard are sitting at 91 points, okay? The Air Force, the current 2nd place, have 85, tied with, now that Marines have just keyed their 20, they also have 85. U.S. Army with 84. So there's a real tight placement between 2nd and 3rd place. But this gap for 1st can only be overcome by a couple of specific breakdowns. Either Dungeon 5, someone comes out ahead and just goes, oh, apparently this is our dungeon, and we're just going to do to Dungeon 5 what the Coast Guard have done to Shadow Moon and get that extra high key that no one's going to be able to match. That's one scenario where someone could make up a lot of point difference. The second is that everybody has to go back and do every other dungeon at least twice, and that's a lot of time.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of time, and again, I think that you mentioned a key point though that I kind of want to jump on, in that the Coast Guard at the moment, they're cruising, shall we say. They're cruising. They're in pole position. They're doing a great job. And we see them going to Algrathar now, looking to potentially cement Algrathar for themselves. However, if a dungeon comes up tomorrow that they are maybe not comfortable with, because all it takes is 1 or 2 players to not be comfortable with a dungeon, or it's their dungeon that, and everybody has a dungeon or a boss fight that causes issues for them. And we see on the side of the US Army, they're wiping again in that 22 Halls of Valor. And is that Ruby Life Pools I see on the side of the Marine Corps? So once again, an interesting choice from them. You end up in a pretty rough situation where, oh, this dungeon isn't for us. We're not going to be able to get some good pushes. What do we do if we've already reached our limits on some of the other dungeons? And then other folks start creeping up, and then all of a sudden, Sunday becomes interesting, Lithy.
Sunday becomes really interesting. Maybe you can confirm this for me, Marielia, but I don't think the Marine Corps has finished a single key in the last hour, right?
No, they just finished.
Did they just finish?
Yeah, they just finished their Halls of Valor.
Oh, that was the plus 20.
Their
though,
Halls
right?
of Valor was finished 4 minutes ago. Correct.
Okay.
It was a plus 20. They won. They plus 1'd it. So they have a 21 Halls of Valor in their pocket. They're about to start what should be a 23 Ruby Life Pools.
Okay, but outside of that plus 20 Halls of Valor, how many keys have they timed? When was the last last key they timed rather?
So they did the Halls of Valor 20 about 5 minutes ago. They did the Halls of Valor 18 40 minutes ago. They rolled straight through them.
Yeah.
Okay.
They pushed through Halls of Valor pretty quickly, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Yeah, and they did have a small break in between.
Yeah. The US Army, on the other hand, not pushing through Halls of Valor. They are having a rough time leading up to Fenrir here. A bunch of deaths at the moment. They're 21 minutes in. We see the Air Force on Croth now here on this Algrathar Academy. And actually, honestly, for my money, the people that have made the most ground recently is the Marine Corps. And as I say that, they immediately they've immediately abandoned that Ruby Life Pools 23. Or are they going to go back in? I'm wondering. They're going to go back in. Okay, interesting.
I mean, this is a very familiar situation for the Marine Corps, right? Yesterday they went into Ruby Life Pools to start it out, and they immediately got annihilated by that first pull as well. So this is just getting comfortable with the dungeon, remembering what you need to kick, and after that these guys usually have been looking smooth. But then again, today has been a little bit rough on them. Not too successful. They've had a lot of flubs, especially in the academy, so... Are you resetting for cooldown?
Here's something interesting.
Hit me.
It's, if we're talking about the Army, they've lost 1 hour and 8 minutes so far today of progress due to failed runs. That is a lot of time. They're only beaten by the Air Force, who've lost 1 hour and 17 minutes.
How much time have they spent collected in Halls of Valor?
Halls of Valor specifically, I'd have to take a look, but they've spent 2 hours and 22 minutes in dungeons in total. So let me get you just the Halls of Valor.
Halls of Valor should be somewhere around 1 hour, right?
I believe so. Looking at the Army, Halls of Valor, they have a lot here. One moment.
Also, interesting, we see Coast Guard. Looks as though they are in Algrathar Academy, but they appear to be taking a short break, which honestly, if you're going to take a break, now is the perfect time to do it, Lithy, because you've just timed that 25 and you are sitting pretty right now.
Absolutely.
All right. So literally all of their time has been Halls of Valor. The only thing they've done today that isn't Halls of Valor was a quick 4-minute wipe up on their 25 Shadow Moon Burial Ground. Their entire day for the U.S. Army has been this one dungeon. They did their 15, they plus 3. They did their 18, they plus 2. 20 plus 2, and then just trying and trying and trying to get this key down.
Yep, that sounds like a day 2 in a Great Push format tournament.
We do see players dropping on the side of the Air Force as well. They're still working on this Algrathar Academy. They're just under halfway through, and they've only got they've got 2 bosses left, which obviously is the final boss. And we do have You know, we do have that Veximus that they are going to have to get through. This trash pack pretty nasty as well. Side of the US Army, they have lost another player 24 minutes into Halls of Valor, this 22. They do have God King Skovald and Odin left. Meanwhile, on the side of the Marine Corps, they do have this big pull going on. They did lose one DPS. I think it was the Rep Paladin. Big pull going on, doing what they can here. So they're going to try and push through as much percentage as they possibly can. And if they can get through this first pull, I'll be quite happy with them moving on. But when they get up to that second tier, that top level, that is when the run really starts to become real for them. But if they do manage to claim this, and as I say that, the tank dropping down, so that's probably going to be a wipe for them there in the 23 Ruby pools, Ruby life pools, or Ruby death pools, as Sam called it earlier, which I think is quite a good nickname. I'm interested to see. I think the one team that I want to kind of keep an eye on at the moment is probably the Air Force with their Algrathar Academy, because they're starting to come up to the area now that has caused them a lot of issues. So if we can, there we go, perfect. So we can take a look and see if this is going to cause them issues coming up to the boss. They do have a fair amount of time left for them, so that shouldn't be too much of a problem. But one of the things, the timer of Algathar Academy, it sneaks up on you, Lithy, and there's a couple of dungeons where that does happen. You think you have a lot of time, then suddenly you don't.
It does happen, yeah, especially... Quite honestly, we've all been there over the course of our years, right? You get involved in something, especially when you're at the academy, and then you get hit by one of those monotonous lectures, and suddenly basically the whole day is gone, and that's just not a fun position to be in. But let's see if they are gonna get caught out by this whole thing. Of course, Veximus is something we need to talk about. We've seen them do this already. Previously, just before this, in the same level of difficulty, that looked quite clean, but it really comes down to all this fortified trash that has been incredibly dangerous to deal with.
Yeah, and they're coming up to the nasty part where we do have the textbooks, we've got the battle axes available, the mana fiends you need to be careful of, but that, once again, the monotonous lecture from the textbook is your #1 interrupt spell here. They have the damage for the trash, like they have a very, very, you know, heavy AoE sort of cleave build here, the Rep Paladin, the Arms Warrior. Now they've got a Balance Druid in as well, which I think is, they didn't have the Balance Druid in before, they had a Hunter. So they've not only come back in, but they've changed up the composition as well.
Yeah, it's been a consistent swapping thing going on for the Air Force. They're still trying to figure out things and how they want to run. But so far it looks like, with 8 deaths, this comp is working at least somewhat well. 13 minutes on the clock, 2 more trash pulls before Veximus, and after that you have another 3 or 4 trash pulls before Doragosa left to do. So it's not too much left to do, but also not too much time left to do it. It's gonna be tight.
Yeah, it's gonna be very, very tight, because once again, they get through this trash pack, they still have the double textbook pull to go, dart dropping really low on that druid, but being able to be picked up. And I think one of the reasons why they did bring the balanced druid is because they do have a couple more defensive cooldowns specifically available to them over the hunter, so that's going to be quite nice, plus the off healing that they may be able to bring in. Here comes the textbooks. This is the dual textbook pull here. I'm wondering if we're going to see a solar beam to get rid of a lot of those monotonous lectures. Doesn't look as though that is going to be the case. But once again, they dealt with this smoothly. It was kind of the trash pack afterwards where things really started to go south for them. So we'll see if that plays out. We do lose Skunk on the healer though, and Dart is also dropping pretty low. This could be rough. Immediately picked up. Well, I say immediately. There was a little bit of time left over. Is it going to be able to? Is it going to be recoverable? I think it will be. Monotonous lecture coming out, incoming in the Mana Void. Yeah, they've been able to recover pretty nicely on that. That could have been nasty for them. But once again, a little bit of time being lost for them as they do move over to Veximus. I also want to get a little bit of an update if we can. If we could head to the quad once more as they're going to pull Veximus. Veximus didn't cause them too many issues previously. I'm going to keep an eye on that. But also, US Army, God King Skovald. They've got about 9 minutes left on the clock here. They've just pulled the boss. That should be timeable for them. We also see the Marine Corps stealing that 23 ruby life pools. They are dealing with the trash here. Looks as though they did reset. They have had one death, so they are going to continue to go for this ruby life pools. And I mean, this is the first time we've seen ruby life pools today, Marielia. Is that a? I mean, would this put them ahead, or would this put them even with the Coast Guard on the timing here?
So if the Marines complete this 23 ruby life pools, that will only net them 2 points. They will then match the Coast Guard in this dungeon, but they will still be more than 4 points behind the Coast Guard that they have to make up somewhere else. So yes, this is going to help. And I believe last night I actually predicted we would see. I thought groups would choose to gain points in ruby life pools before they chose Algathar, because I thought maybe saving Algathar for day 3 would have been the strategic choice. So I am surprised that more teams are choosing it than ruby life pools. But, you know, at this point, the Marines have to get any points that they can.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, U.S. Army wiping on God King Scovold by the looks of things.
No, that was the Kings.
Oh, that was the trash.
They're now pulling Scovold, so they're still up on target. 7.5 minutes for the last 2 bosses. They do have Bloodlust available. I'm curious to see if they're gonna use that for Scovold, which I would personally probably prefer, but you can still also use it on Odin. First Ragnarok coming in with the Thundering. A nasty little overlap, but they should be fine. No! Did the Demon Hunter just get one shot off the end of that?
I believe the Demon Hunter got one shot. Sounds about right for Demon Hunters, though. We do see, obviously, on the Air Force here, taking on Veximus below 20%. Once again, that was clean for them. We do see a 23 Academy here coming out for the Coast Guard. So they're looking to get that completed at the same time, obviously, as the Air Force. And interesting, if they're able to time this maybe on their first run or first run of the day through the 23 Algathar Academy, that's going to be huge for them. The trash coming up after Veximus is where we have seen issues, obviously, for the Air Force. So fingers crossed we're not going to see that. They do have 9 minutes left. That's still a fair amount of trash to get through. It's still pretty dangerous. So we've got to keep an eye on that one. The Demon Hunter has been picked up on the side of the US Army. Both the US Army and the Air Force right now, these runs, I predict, are going to come down to the wire. Genuinely going to come down to the wire, specifically on the side of the US Army. They do have the Bloodlust available, but that's still a lot of health to chunk through.
Bold prediction. This is the first proper run at the 23 life pools today for the Marine Corps, so that's probably gonna go horribly wrong somewhere between the first and the second boss on trash. The army, though, you are very much correct on that. We have 5 minutes 50 left to go here on Scovold and Odin. And Scovold definitely the longer of the 2 fights. Bloodlust still available, so there is a lot of time to be made up with that massive CD. All in all, I think the army on a very good path, given no one else gets one shot. What we need to mention right now here, Kexman, is the fact that the Air Force just cleared their death pack in the first attempt without any issues. But they did pull a little bit smaller, I think, this time around.
Yeah, they pulled the first before they were pulling both of these trash packs that have obviously the the mana fiends as well as also the mana parents and the battle axe together, and that was causing them issues. Going smaller, slightly safer, could cost them a little bit of time. So once again, the Algathar Academy, keep an eye on that timer because it is gonna sneak up on you. They're gonna have 7 minutes left to go through probably 3 trash packs after this and the boss. That is a lot of time. Also, good point being made in chat. That is a 23 Algathar Academy with 4 DPS.
No,
that is a Rep
Shaman.
Paladin, a Feral Druid.
Shaman in there.
That's enhancement, my friend. That is an enhancement shaman.
Let me look at
that. That is absolutely an enhancement shaman. I'm pretty sure that's enhancement.
I mean, I'm willing to bet a stake on that being a Resto Shaman.
I'd be interested to see a Resto Shaman
Spirit Link on the left side on the cooldown list, but...
Interesting. So this is a comp change from their last attempt. Their last attempt ran 2 Paladins, a Hunter, a Warrior, and the Priest.
He's not doing any damage. That's not an enhancement Shaman. That's a Resto Shaman. They would not be doing a 23 academy without a healer. No way.
It has a resto icon.
Yes.
I've got the POV right up here. That's a restoration icon in the meters.
If we could full screen the Coast Guard, please.
Wait.
Oh, sorry. Hang on. We were talking
Yeah,
about the Air
Kex, we're
Force.
talking about Air Force. Where are you at?
Are you talking about
I was
the
looking
Coast
at the
Guard?
Coast Guard.
Oh yeah,
They're-
no.
they-
Coast Guard is running without a healer. That is true.
Yeah.
But that's the Coast Guard. They've been doing that the whole time.
Yeah, I was.
All weekend.
I was looking at the Coast Guard, just
Oh,
just a
God.
23 academy.
There you
I'm
go.
running
No,
with
you
that
are,
one.
You are indeed correct, Kexman. All right, we were
Yeah.
both correct, which is
We were both
a little
correct,
bit
but in
weird,
different
but
ways.
Okay. God damn it.
Let me just point out that they ran every dungeon yesterday with 4 DPS. They drew the line at the 24 Shadow
Yep.
Moon. And considering the 25 ended up being their first reset and their first failure, I can see why that line was drawn. But I think they'll probably end up with something similar here. It's been an incredible strategy from them because you got to realize if you can do it, you're going to get the keys done faster, which means you're more likely to 2-chest what other teams will 1. You're more likely to 3 what other teams will 2. And it gives you a better opportunity to eke out a couple extra points. Now, it does become a problem later on because suddenly you're stuck with a 23 in your pocket, let's say, and everyone else has a 22 in their pockets, and you just can't kill the 23. It's a double-edged sword the higher the number goes.
What the army was just able to kill, though, is Odin. With that, they time their 22 Halls of Valor and pull even with the Coast Guard in this dungeon. Beautifully done. The army making their comeback actually properly happen. And with that 22 done, maybe for the first time today, we'll see these poor guys get to leave that dungeon.
I mean, Halls of Valor, like I said, I predicted there was going to be a 25 done. We'll see. Let's head back to the quad and see how the other teams are doing. We did see the Marine Corps there. They did reset their Ruby life pools. Something did go wrong. We did lose a couple of people on the side of the Air Force, though. They do have,
Let's go
they
full
got
screen
3
on the Air
minutes.
Force until they got the dungeon done, because they've got one last boss to go, no bloodlust for it, and they need to get a little bit more trash in on this whole thing. 4% missing. This should be the 3 mobs that they need for that. I'm really curious if they will actually pull that into the boss fight, because that could be exactly the time save they need. 2 minutes 50 seconds on a 23 fortified. That's gonna be close without the lust, but not impossible.
They got to send it. They have to send it.
Well, absolutely.
There's no other option for them. They've got to go. They've got to clear the trash. They've got to kill the boss at the same time. As we've said before, this boss, kind of a nothing burger. Bit of a disappointment in regards to the rest of the dungeon. But once again, this is going to come close. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left to burn through all of the health on the Echo of Doragosa and the ads. The ads looking relatively low, so I'm feeling confident in them being able to kill that. The question is, will the time work in their favor? Because 84%, 83% now on the boss. 2 minutes left. This will be close for them. If they can get this 23 down, that will be good for their... That'll be very, very good for them going into, obviously, the later stages of today and tomorrow. But still, they've spent so much time in this Algathar Academy that could cause them real issues going down the line as well.
25% in about a minute. 28% in about a minute. This is a depleto angle, my friend.
Yep.
This is done.
Yeah. This is unless they actually, I mean, they won't have Bloodlust available. They've still got
down
2/3,
goes-
and we
now
lose
it's done.
Dart as well. That's that's a deplete, my friend, as you said, Lithy. That's that is unfortunate. I mean, I'm not sure why they're still playing it. I mean, surely at this point you would just go, let's just wipe and reset. That's the only option we have available to us.
Well, I have a question for you about that, because there is something that I always like to consider is the mental effect of completionism, right? Is it better, they know this key's not going to get timed, and they know what they need to look forward to. So do you discuss what you need to work on while practicing the key, and get the satisfaction of having completed the dungeon, even if it wasn't in time, versus abandoning your task and then having to sit around while your body still has that like go 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 energy in it, trying to communicate, okay, let's change things around and risk having a longer break. I like the fact that they're finishing the dungeon personally.
I mean, it depends on how they feel as a group. They will have made the call for this, and the other side of it is you turn around and you say, okay, we will complete this dungeon and we can talk while we're doing this, as you mentioned, so we don't have to worry about anything. The other side of it, though, is you end up with the downside of you see that it isn't timed. And now you're going, this is just wait, that we get nothing for this. We get absolutely nothing for this. And we see them now standing in this. They know they can get nothing from it. Why waste that time? They're just gonna wipe up here. They're gonna reset. And I think regardless of how you look at it, they will see it as there's no point in us doing it. We get nothing for it. There is a better way to use our time.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the main thing I'm thinking about as well, right? If this wasn't a time-limited tournament, I could support the argument of just going for it, but quite honestly, there's no proper advantage you gain, and the disappointment of depleting a key is going to overburden all the supposed euphoria from actually finishing the dungeon in the end, because killing the last boss on a 23 fortified is not a challenge. That is not what is your big issue in this run. So just wasting another 2, 3, 4 minutes of time of your limited budget of the day on that boss while you know it's not going to happen is, logically thinking, a silly thing to do.
Yeah. It's I know again it's and we don't know what these teams are thinking either. We're kind of just giving our ideas. That there may be some teams that would prefer to spend that time talking, as you put it, Mariella. So again, but then you've also got to consider the side of it, which is you got to accept the social contract.
Exactly.
Got to scroll all the way down. There we go. Accept that social contract.
He didn't scroll completely.
There we go. Moving on to the Demon Hunter now. So maybe a slight comp change, maybe a dungeon change as well coming out from the Air Force as we head back to this group here. 1 hour and 40 minutes left. We do see Croth going down for the Coast Guard now on that 23 Academy. Looks like they've only had 3 deaths, making great time. Meanwhile, 23 Ruby life pools on the side of the Marine Corps working on that first boss, Meladrusa Chillworn. Meanwhile, the US Army, Algathar Academy. Algathar Academy proving to be quite popular so far.
I don't know why, man.
It's because they don't really have another choice. Let's just stick with the Air Force because that's who we were talking about. What do they have? They have a 21 Halls of Valor in their pocket and a 25 Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. If they're struggling with this 23 AA, I mean, maybe. We do know they can. Yeah. We do know they could do the 25.
Exactly. Quite honestly, they're 25. Everything past the first boss yesterday looked clean as hell. So if we're talking about kind of the mental aspect and getting a little dub into your pocket to move on with higher spirits and a little bit more momentum into the next few dungeons, just go for the 25. You know exactly that if you play everything up to the first boss clean and get through that, you can time that dungeon without an issue. So that's really something the Air Force could and should, in my opinion, think about. But on the other side, hey, if you finally make it through that 23, and they've made good progress, like every single run has been looking better, they're actually deciding to swap dungeons now. That is an interesting call to make.
Oh.
RLP, Ruby Life Pools.
Let me double check which one this is going to be.
We'll find out. I mean, if we could get a close look as well on the Marine Corps at the moment, if we could zoom in and put them front and center, because this is the area of Ruby Life Pools that is the most dangerous. I think we can all agree this ring here is just a ring of pure hatred from a lot of these mobs. It is nasty. and especially on Fortified as well. We do see Holy Bucket there dying, immediately getting picked up. I think they were targeted from afar. That is one of the DPS, that is the Rep Paladin, so that's a bunch of extra off-healing that they are missing, and damage as well, so this is slowing them down. I mean,
I guess the enemies kicked the bucket.
No, well, kicking the bucket is when you die, so I don't know,
Well, it works both ways, because the
Well,
enemies die,
yeah,
but they
the
also
enemy kicks
kicked
it.
bucket, like kicked it
Yeah,
to death,
I see.
You know?
I see.
This is one that has layers, Cax. Please appreciate it.
It definitely has layers. I think this would be... I'll file that one under needs work. It's got layers.
I think
it's got layers, but
Liza needs to fix the hole in that pun.
really, that's what you've gone for? Okay.
Yes,
okay.
it is.
But yeah, we see them deal with that trash pack there. They still have 20 minutes left in the dungeon. A very, very rough. Ruby Life Pools once again very rough. Ruby Life Pools week 1 as well was pretty disgusting. We do see the HP there dropping super low. The amount of damage that these trash packs will do is no joke. You don't want to pull in those 2 Flame Dancers and the Cinderbolt at the same time. Looks like they have been able to avoid that. There we go. Perfectly placed for that trash pack. And I'm honestly, as the day has gone on, the Marine Corps is growing more and more into these keys. I've been so impressed with them over today.
Well, they've been working their way up. Still feels a little bit like a slight drop in performance compared to yesterday, because they were on a solid roll throughout that first day. So I'm really curious to see what they can do over the last 2 or rather 1.5 hours now. Timing this 23 life pools would obviously be incredibly massive, and they are definitely able to do that. We have 19 minutes left to go with about half the trash before the second boss left standing, and after that it's 3 more packs before you go into the last boss, and we are talking about Fortified here, so these bosses really do not take a lot of time and effort.
Yeah, they're not going to be ones that you have to be really aware of, so again, the focus is going to be on this ring. This ring is going to be the make or break for this dungeon. Do we have any news on the Ruby Life Pools that we were seeing, Marielia, out of the Air Force?
I have a little bit of information that I can give you. It is also a 23. They are 3 deaths in, still making their way to Meladrusa. Nothing too crazy to report.
Right, okay. So we do see the 23 coming out of the Air Force. We do lose Enlarge Shaman there, unfortunately. That is, you don't want to see that, but they are able to pick themselves back up. They didn't use the Reincarnate, so they are going to move up. The Blaze of Glory coming up from these ads doing a great job at dodging that for the group at the moment. And they're taking it slow and steady through here, and this is kind of one of those weird situations, specifically on a 23, where you want to get as high a score as possible, but you also want to make sure you complete it. So I think for what we're seeing out of them at the moment, Lithy, playing it safe, playing it quite calmly, just going through the motions, I think this is actually a better choice from them, rather than going, we need to push a +2, we need to really hammer this home. They're just looking, right, let's just calm it down.
Absolutely. I mean, we're talking about Fortified after all, right? So especially these trash packs where there's nasty casters in there, there's Fire Elemental, and of course all the Scorchlings around it. This is definitely not trash packs that you can rush. As you can see, Bunny, one small misstep, one opportunity to maybe drag in some small little minor mobs from the sides into this whole thing, and immediately the tank gets clapped and just flat out dies. So if you needed another pointer and proof for how dangerous these packs are, there you go. So safe and sure is absolutely the right call and the only call to make in this situation.
Yeah, and they have actually only had 5 deaths so far in this Ruby Life Pools, which is honestly a really, really good job. Losing the tank there, they recovered. That could have been disastrous for them, but they only had a couple of mobs left, so a relatively easy recovery for them as they move back in. to this Blazebound Destroyer. There is one more pack of these before they have to get to the boss, and as Liffy has mentioned, this is a fortified. There we do lose Holy Bucket, once again kicking it, unfortunately, but being able to keep their healer alive, which is always what you want to see here on the heal totem. That does lose them a little bit of off healing, a little bit of damage, which means these mobs will last slightly longer. So overall timer, they may lose out a little bit, so they need to really sort of try and, I mean, to be honest, at a plus 23, only losing one player per trash pack, that's actually pretty successful as far as I'm concerned for some of these some of these mobs. They are so dangerous. If we go back to see what the rest of the teams are currently doing, see how the Coast Guard were doing on the Algrathar Academy, it does look as though they are currently on Veximus. They're doing a great job in clearing up Veximus there. We do obviously see the US Army working once again back in the Algrathar, they're in the Algrathar Academy, sorry, and the Air Force, not looking good on their screen at the moment.
They're looking pretty dead to me.
No, I want to put a couple things in perspective here about the strategies that these different teams are employing at this point, because you know, we're seeing things narrow down, and the Marines here, for context, this is the longest attempt they've made at this dungeon. This is their 6th run of Ruby Life Pools 23. Their longest run before this, they reset at 9 minutes. They are on par with the maximum number of deaths they have. They have a very clear set of, we need to be done this much by this time or it's not worth it, let's go back. Compared to that, you can see the Air Force, like, they've got someone here just sitting, waiting for this encounter to end. It's a very different choice, where I would expect if the Marines were in this situation, they might say, all right, let's just wipe it up and go back, and we've only lost 5 minutes, let's restart. The Army, again, they're just getting started on the Algathar. We have seen them do Halls of Valor all day, so this will be an interesting adjustment for them. And the Coast Guard, like you said, they're making excellent time with Veximus, but if they can't control themselves on the ad packs, we could just see a big net zero.
We could definitely. Yeah. Scotty, in the meantime, taking a lot of damage. So is Mirren. 1 DPS already down on the floor. You can see the Air Force wiping it up around the mini-boss before Meladrusa. So that is probably a dead key. And in the meantime, the Marine Corps also wiping it up, accumulating more and more deaths here in this part between Meladrusa and Kokia. So it's a rough patch in this dungeon that they need to fight through. And they're about, I think, 1 or 2 packs out from making it to that second boss here.
Yeah, they just pulled in the dancers before the Blazebound Destroyer as well. So this is a double pack that they have going on at the moment. Not too bad for them. They have the Storming coming in, which should, the Thundering, which should help them slightly with the damage that they are doing. So they're doing a great job here, keeping everybody alive. The health pools of those mobs dropping further and further. The off-healing that we're seeing out of that Ret Paladin is absolutely disgusting. They have lost the tank, though. This could be another wipe from them. It looks like it is going to be another wipe here in the Ruby Life Pools 23. Questioning whether or not they're going to fully reset the dungeon. It doesn't look like they are. They're heading straight back. Meanwhile, on the side of the Coast Guard, we're seeing 2 players down on Veximus here, 3 players down. This could be a wipe from them. It looks like it is going to be a wipe there on Veximus. They do have, it looks like they have just under 10 minutes. I think that is going to be a depleted key. 17 deaths for them. Meanwhile, the Air Force, they are out of the Ruby Life Pools now. The US Army still working on this Algrathar Academy, and at the moment, it looks like these teams hard stuck on a couple of different key levels.
Wow. Like I said a minute ago, a big net zero. This could be a sticking point for the rest of the afternoon. We've got, what, an hour and 30 minutes left in regulation play. This is not where you want to be if you're anyone but the Coast Guard.
Yeah, this is not a good place to be for anyone. But you folks in the chat, you are in the best place to be for dungeon content, for dungeon tournaments here this Easter weekend. This is obviously, of course, the AFDL event that we have going on. This seems like a perfect time as these teams decide where they're going to be going next to take a short break. And when we come back, we will be joined once again by Sam. I believe, Liffy, we are letting you take an early night. You can get yourself tucked up in bed. You're going to get nicely tucked up. You're going to be all comfortable. You're going to have a good sleep, which is always what you want to see. But thank you so much for joining us here today. Thank you so much. For the folks that enjoyed what you do, where can they find you?
Well, you can find me here and there, Lithy on Twitch, at Lithyara on Twitter. I do a bunch of esports stuff, in particular World of Warcraft, some League of Legends, Valorant, and Final Fantasy in there, you know, every now and then. But all in all, wherever you find Kexman or Sam, that's usually where you find me as well, because we're kind of inseparable, so one way or another. No, it's been great fun. I'll be back here tomorrow. We're gonna have some more fantastic dungeons to go through, and we'll have a great time doing so. So yeah, thanks for having me.
Before you go, I want to make a note. What's your dungeon pick? You still sticking with Jade? I'm giving you a final chance to change your mind. You're going Court of Stars. All right, it's in the notebook.
Court of Stars in the notebook. But yes, while we're taking a short break, folks, I implore you, please check out the ! charity command. That will take you through all the information that you need. Is all their donations greatly accepted. Take you through to a GoFundMe. Once again, ! charity in the chat. Check that out while we are on this break. We will be back very shortly. Do not go anywhere.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. And it's good for me to be back now as well. I'm taking over the spot for Lithiara. Kex, is there something wrong? I noticed that
Did you
have,
change your shirt?
No, I've been wearing this the entire day.
I don't know. Something seems different to me.
You've definitely changed your shirt.
I don't know what you're talking about. Well,
just gaslighting me immediately upon coming back.
Kex, we can look over the VODs. There's Twitch clips, all right? And if I was wearing a different shirt, that's been deep faked and AI enhanced. Okay, there's Photoshop. I've been wearing this the entire time, of course, obviously.
Right.
But regardless.
Look, you're repping.
Yeah, well, listen, Mary Elliott. Okay.
Listen.
We here on the caster desk are supposed to be non-biased, right? We're not supposed to have any favoritism or anything like that. But if you send me free stuff, all right, I'm going to wear it. And the Coast Guard sent me this jersey, so I'm going to wear it.
It's nice. It's a nice jersey.
I know, right? It's nice. It's got doesn't have my name on the back, but I'll let that one slide. Yeah, you know, and it feels good. It breathes, and that's the most important thing. But like I said, I'm not rooting for them. I'm just, you know, it may seem like I am. I'm just wearing the nice clothes that they gave. I'm very comfortable. Very comfortable.
Look, all I'm going to say is it's a good thing they're winning, because if they weren't and you went and changed your jersey, we'd be having a whole different conversation.
We would be. Speaking of winning, well, that is exactly what the Coast Guard is doing. I mean, the Coast Guard is cozy comfy in that first place position, especially after that 25 Shadow Moon Burial Grounds that was within enough error of margin that they were able to time it, even though they just went over by 0.1 seconds is something like that, something crazy like that.
Yeah, 0.12 seconds within the acceptable margin of error. And you remember, Sam, you and I were casting the last time we had a 0-second clutch, like I mentioned earlier, was Solia back in October.
Yeah, it was close.
It was so close. It was heartbreakingly close. But hey, sometimes those kind of things happen, and that's what makes these tournaments so much fun. But from what I've also been understanding since my time away is that, well, our teams have been running into a brick wall, and the brick wall has been the these massive dungeons, these massive key levels that are sort of proving to be their stopping point. We may be seeing them chewing through this, and it's proving to be a very tough hide to chew through.
It's a tough cookie. It's a real tough cookie for them to break through. I mean, if we could go obviously and see what the teams are doing at the moment, because I also think over the past hour and a half we have seen a lot of teams being, you know, they've depleted a fair few of these keys. We see obviously the Marine Corps in the Ruby life pools. We see Air Force also in Ruby life pools, both of them doing a 23. Algathar Academy here on the side of the Coast Guard, also a 23. It looks as though they are going for the 4 DPS that we have been seeing from them. And we're also seeing Algathar Academy from the US Army. But over the past hour and a half, as mentioned, a lot of depletes. That also means a lot more deaths. And during the break, Marielia, you put together a little bit of an information packet for
the death
us.
sheet.
We
call it the death sheet.
Yes. All right, let me break it down for you. If this was a tournament, you know, if this was golf rules based on who could die the least, we would have Coast Guard, incidentally, still in first place with 62 deaths, okay? That's the lowest we've had today. Then we've got the Marines with 64 deaths. They used to be the leader. When we last talked about this, they had, I think it was 34. They've doubled it since then, and somehow they've lost first position because Air Force have 84 and Army have 96 deaths.
Ouch, their bones.
their bones and then some to go along with it. Marielia, I'm sure that kind of information, by the way, is making the Grim Reaper himself a little jealous. I'm probably going to come and try and take notes from you on bookkeeping the amount of dying that has been happening today, which has been quite a lot. And with what we've been getting out of these Algathars, what we've been getting out of these Ruby life pools, I mean, it makes sense, though. These 2 keys, I said it going into this weekend, and especially yesterday, that these are going to be some of the toughest keys that we see.
Yeah, absolutely. And
yeah,
the breakdown as well, I think you mentioned it before, Marielia, that they don't have anything else really to go for right now. These are the keys they have to be pushing. These are the keys they have to be attempting, because the other option is a 25 Shadow Moon Burial Ground, 23 Halls of Valor. There's, you know, these keys, there are no other choices.
No, it's very much do or die right now. These teams need to be playing with a particular mindset. It's no longer just let's go in, let's get it down. Now is the time when team, like, the actual player composition and how they play together when adversity is staring them in the face, how, you know, their actual attitudes outside the game impact them. Now is when that's going to come into massive, massive focus, because it's all about finding, all right, why did we die? Because person A missed their kick. All right, now you got two options. We either flame that person to death, or we all pick ourselves up, we get back in, we move on. It's a tough place to be for any of these teams.
I think at that point, you know, you got to call it out. You got to say, hey, all right, we need to fix that, but you don't dwell on it. You just fix it and you got to go. There's no time to think. There's no time to do anything else. And before we took our break, the Air Force also took a break of their own. And I think, you know, in these kind of tournaments where time is the enemy, sometimes taking a break, though, is what you need. Stand up, stretch, go out there, take a drink. Smell the fresh air. Touch some grass. Remember that there's an outdoors that you can enjoy.
Let's not go too far now. Let's not go too far.
I know. I'm sorry. But still, taking a break is really important. We see that even in the RWF, right? They do 16-hour days, but there's still allotted times for breaks, because at the end of the day, we're all just human, and humans need some time to decompress. And I think for the Air Force, that may actually be kind of a difference maker.
Yeah, it may be. I mean, we saw the Coast Guard take a relatively long break after their 25 Burial Ground, which the perfect time to do it. You know, you've got a 25 on the board, then that's the time for you to break. We see them moving the plus 23 Algathar Academy. I don't expect them to break until, you know, until the day is over. The same probably from the Air Force. We saw them taking a break just before. They took a break about 35-40 minutes ago. On the side of the Marine Corps, they took a break earlier after I believe they completed their Halls of Valor, and their Ruby life pools right now, I don't want to curse them, but it's looking pretty solid. They're on the second boss here, Kokia Blazehoof. It is not tyrannical, so that should not really give them too much problem. And once again, they're playing this dungeon safe right now. They want to clear. They don't want to push. There is a big difference between the way you approach a dungeon, between pushing the timer and just straight up clearing the dungeon. They are looking for the clear. On the side of the US Army, that's probably the same thing for them. They are running, obviously, 3 DPS, 1 healer, 1 tank, what you expect from most groups at a 22 level, sorry. However, on the side of the Coast Guard, they're like, no, we're doing a 23 Academy with 4 DPS. We don't care. And they're doing a great job at it. Meanwhile, on the side of the Air Force, they are doing pretty much the same route we saw from the Marine Corps here. Marine Corps killing the boss. They're now going to move on to that final area. And I'm fairly confident they're going to time that 23 Ruby life pools. It's not going to push them where they can necessarily catch up at this stage to the Coast Guard, but still, that extra points on the board, Sam, that gives them, you know, belief to continue pushing forward into day 3, which then gives us dungeon number 5.
Which is Temple of the Jade Serpent, by the way. Just letting everybody know that. I didn't take a peek behind the curtain, but that's my best guess, and so far I haven't guessed correctly yet, but there's no reason for me to be wrong.
I was about to say, you didn't guess today's dungeon correctly at all. You're 0 for 1.
0 for 1.
So, listen, if I was wrong once, then I can't be wrong twice. That's the logical...
Statistically,
steps.
You can't be incorrect twice.
No comment.
Exactly. Those are the steps I'm taking. And Temple of the Jade Serpent, I think, is just the right amount of cruelty that makes Hothead smile. And especially when you pair it with Fortified. Yeah, I think that'll be give Hothead. That'll make them very happy. Or Tyrannical, honestly, it doesn't matter whichever one.
Okay, look, you know, production might really enjoy making these players suffer. You know, especially for everyone's viewing entertainment. But there's a shred of humanity within us somewhere. I'm legally obliged to say
okay. Legalese, everyone. Legalese.
Contractually, I have to confirm that we are all still human and not soulless dungeon selecting succubi.
Okay, let's pull up the Marines though. I want to full screen the Marines. They're at this 23 Ruby life pools and getting very close to the final boss of Kairaka and Urquhart, the duo double the trouble action that's going to be happening here for them, and still a pretty comfortable timer, if I would say, Kex.
Yeah, I'm still stuck on the dungeon selecting succubi as a combination of words I thought I would never hear. I thought I would never hear in my entire life, but here we are.
I needed something alliterative.
I mean, it works. I suppose it definitely gives an idea of what goes on in the background when you're deciding. Oh yes, we really want to. We're going to go for the Temple of the Jade Serpent with the fortified. Let's give them sanguine as well. Just all the cruel stuff. And speaking of cruel, the damage coming in is cruel on the side of the Marine Corps. But they are actually able to survive. That is huge for them. They have 7 minutes left. Once again, this is a plus 23, not tyrannical, so the boss is not going to be the problem. It's going to be these ads. This is going to go down to the wire for the Marine Corps here. It's going to be so close. It's going to be even closer if they lose their healer.
They lost a healer?
Luckily, the Reincarn is available and is used, immediately healed up. It looks like that was a lay on hands coming in from Holy Bucket there, making sure that everybody is nice and topped off. But once again, this is the danger of fortified on Ruby life pools, and I believe it was you earlier called it Ruby death pools, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, this is Ruby death pools. All right, there is no other name for it. And I don't know what Blizzard was thinking when they named it this, but there's a lot of death happening in this dungeon. We saw it happen once here for Heel Totem, and the Marines to suffer 4 deaths so far in Ruby death pools is a really impressive feat on a 23. A reminder, that is a big old key, a very difficult key. Even just in normal circumstances, Ruby death pools is a very difficult key, but the Marines, well, they're working it.
Yeah.
Let me say, 4 deaths is the least amount of deaths they've had on a run.
So far. We got it.
So far. Their last attempt was 16 deaths, and they ended that run at 18 minutes. So you can see just how much further they've made it on this pull. They had a couple quick resets where, they just went in, pulled, and then left, so I'm not counting those. And otherwise, they've always died 5 or 6 times within the first, 3 minutes of the dungeon.
Kex, I had a question for you. You're a gamer. You're a WoW gamer. Is that correct?
I have been called such, yes.
Okay. There is a certain point where I think teams sort of enter like a flow state, right? And we see that with we see that with raiders, we see that with PvPers, and we see it obviously with Mythic Plus Dungeoners. And I think maybe the Marines have just entered that flow state. They've done this enough. They've started to get comfortable with how the classes play, and things are looking really good for them.
Yeah, it is looking really solid, and I said this previously. I was impressed with the way that the Marine Corps have kind of come back into this. They're clearing up the last bit of trash.
Oh my god!
No, they're not.
What did we do? What did we do?
Mistakes were made.
That wasn't our fault, everyone.
They've got 4 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. If they get back in, it's a long run.
And they don't have lust, so...
They don't have lust. I don't know if they killed that trash pack. I'm trying to figure out if they killed the trash mob. They did. They managed to kill the trash mob, so now it's just the boss. It's just the boss now. It is still timeable. As mentioned, there is no bloodlust available, but it is definitely timeable for them. They need to get everybody back. This is still not an easy boss by any stretch of the imagination, but the fact that it is not tyrannical, it is still available for them. That was very, very nearly disastrous. I bumped my mic. I apologize. I'm so excited because that was...
Yeah.
That was close, but the fact that they are able to actually take down that trash pack is huge. Now they need to send, and as you mentioned, entering that flow state, that may have been a slight bump in the road, but they cannot in any way, shape or form let that affect them moving in. 3 minutes left. With the DPS this team has, this is absolutely possible for them, but is it doable? That's the next question.
Here's the thing. Yeah, here's the thing, Kex. This fight is going to demand nothing less than absolute perfection. Any mistakes are going to be felt greatly, and the impact that will ripple throughout this team will be felt down the ages. But so far, so good. They're handling the puddles very well. They're not getting caught out in awkward places. Obviously getting hit by the frontal that's going to be happening from this dragon. The roaring fire breath comes through. Everybody is going to survive on top of that. Urquhart still on top of it. Here comes the winds of change, but with where the puddles are, not even a concern for them whatsoever. Phase 2 is going to be the important moment. And with 2 minutes left on the clock, they are blazing through this.
Yeah, their damage is very, very good. The most important part is Kairaka. Kairaka needs to be low before Urquhart jumps up. It looks as though that is the case. Looking at about 44% on both of them here. So they're looking relatively even. This is where things can get incredibly hectic, though. They have to clear. They also have to make sure that they are dealing with these pools, but doing a great job at them. Kairaka looking around about the 35% mark. Yeah, 33% now on Kairaka. Urquhart Stormheart looking to be around about the same, but once again, the damage will ramp up drastically throughout this. The beauty of it, though, they do have the extra Shaman. They've got the Rep Paladin for the extra off healing. They do have cooldowns available. Bloodlust is going to be nowhere near available. 1 minute 30 left on this. We do see Kairaka down at 12%. 10% now, getting super close. 2 battle reses, which once again, as you pointed out, Sam, incredible. This wind, really nice. Look at those pools. They do a great job of being able. And heal totem, fantastic reactions. Actually being able to survive. Kairaka's going to die, and then it is just Urquhart Stormcloud left.
This is it. 20%, that's going to be an easy peasy one here for the Marine Corps. They have pulled out a 23 Ruby life pools. Unbelievable victory here for this team. And with 10 deaths on the board, where things looked like it was going to go down into the drain. No, the Marines standing strong and as tall as ever. A 23 Ruby life pools. All done, all dusted. And I couldn't agree more with you, Purple Crayon. Get me out of here.
That was incredible. And honestly, the key point for that for me was the way they were able to kill that trash pack. If that trash pack didn't die right there and then, I'm not sure who it was that stayed alive. I think it may have been the tank there, that warrior tank. If they didn't stay alive, that would have been the key depleted. That would have been it over. And speaking of Ruby life pools, we now switch over to the Air Force. They are currently looking slightly ahead, actually, in regards to pure time. I don't think they're going to get the +2, but we switch over here and we are now on the cusp of an hour left. 1 hour and 30 seconds, and it is so close between these teams to see who is going to be able to take the advantage going into tomorrow. Coast Guard currently in the lead, and it's quite a substantial lead, but this Algathar Academy not going too well for them. And not only that, it looks as though we have an interesting fact coming in from Marielia here as well, after we see that brilliant 23 Ruby life pools from the Marine Corps.
Yeah, this is insane. That's the first dungeon we've seen die in nearly 2 hours. Let me put this in perspective. The last time the Marines cleared a new key was 2 hours and 8 minutes ago. The Coast Guard, it was 2 hours and 11 minutes ago. The Army, an hour 47. The Air Force, 3 hours and 29 minutes since they last cleared a dungeon. That's got to make the Marines feel so good going into this last hour.
I don't want to brag or anything, but it's probably the Sam buff came back, and what do you know? Keys are getting timed again. Speaking of getting timed, can we pull up the Coast Guard, because they are on the final boss of Algathar Academy in this +23 Academy. Not quite as tight a timer as what we saw from the Marines, but I still think something to highlight for sure. This is what I think this is the highest Algathar Academy. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes. This will be the highest academy, and not only that, but it's that 4 DPS setup that we've seen, which, once again, the Coast Guard have been doing throughout the entire weekend, and it is so impressive to see. But once again, they are going to make short work of Dorogosa. As we've mentioned, a bit of a nothing burger when it comes to bosses, specifically when you consider the bosses that lead up to Dorogosa here in Algathar Academy. This is going to be a pretty easy time here. Not going to be anything wild. It's not going to be a +2, but once again, this is going to continue to cement the Coast Guard's position. One question I do have, Marielia, with that 23 Ruby life pools on the side of Coast Guard, Have they now actually leapt over the Army and the Air Force into second place?
Yes, just to clarify, it was a 23 for the Marines, but it does
Marines.
secure them second place. They have now 87 points. Again, it's only a 1 point difference between second, third, and fourth. 87, 86, 85. But the Coast Guard have 91 points. So yes, that gets them to second place, but there is still a long way to go. And if Coast Guard time this 23 Algathar like we're expecting, they'll jump up again even further, and they'll have another dungeon with a 2 point cushion.
Yeah.
So, to put this into perspective as well, the Marines started today off 4th, right? They were down bad, and now to leap back up and secure second place for themselves, a big victory for them, especially considering, you know, this was the current champion title holder. They're the ones holding on to it and fighting for their lives to make sure that they continue to keep that in their possession. But with the way that the Coast Guard is playing, tomorrow is going to have to be a lot of makeup ground with that new dungeon.
Oh yeah, I mean the Coast Guard, again, it depends on what dungeon it is. There is a world where tomorrow something horrible goes wrong for them. I'm not expecting it, but there is a world where that does happen. We do see them timing that 23 Academy, so that once again confirming there is the plus. There's more points for them. They are 2 ahead of everybody else. The Coast Guards, once again, they are running away with it slightly here today, but for my money, Marine Corps, they're my winners. They are my winners of the day, and I'm not sure if we've actually got, you know, if we've got any idea of who has made the most ground today. Actually, is it the Marine Corps that have made the most ground today, Marielia?
Hands down, the Marine Corps have made the most ground, but that really comes down to their strategy and choosing when to reset. Like we said, they spent 2 hours trying to clear that Ruby Life Pools. Think about that. Yes, it was, you know, a 29-minute clear, but it was more than 2 hours and 30 minutes worth of time spent in that dungeon to get those 2 points. They didn't have the same problem earlier with Halls of Valor, which made them up quite a lot. They also got done an earlier Algathar 2022. They got done their Shadow Moon 24. So they really kind of just said, let's get an extra point across the board, and then let's push this one that we know is going to be a challenge for everybody else.
The Marines wanting to do a 24 Shadow Moon Burial Ground now. If they complete that
it's a good decision.
It is a good decision because that puts them at the same level as the Coast Guard. Which, by the way, Kex, man, you're...
No.
No? Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm sorry.
No, the Coast Guard have the 25.
I forgot because I wasn't here, so it's not in my brain. Yeah, you're right. The Coast Guard is at that 25. Now,
Sam
Kex,
has baby object permanence. If he doesn't see it, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, if I wasn't here, it never happened, obviously. So
yeah.
Now, Kexman, your money is on the Marines. Marielia, where are you leaning towards?
It's a tough one. You got to remember, I know what tomorrow's dungeon is, so I can kind of... I don't think it would be fair for me to speculate because I also know, you know, which dungeons these teams have practiced, and there's a lot of information that I have that I think it just wouldn't be fair for me to choose a horse to cheer for, you know?
Air Force timed.
But that said, Air Force timed their key.
Yeah, they've got the 23 Ruby Life Balls. So they're now obviously same as the Marine Corps there. They timed that, and that's what their first timed key in 3 hours or something. Like it was like 2 hours or something along those lines. So,
more than for Air Force, it was now 3.5 hours ago they last timed a new key.
Sam Buff.
Oh, that's pain.
I don't want to brag. Yeah, that is pain. So I'm gonna put. By the way, I'm gonna go for the Coast Guard. No obvious reasons, but that I think they have been doing really good this weekend, and that I have not been bribed in any way, shape, or form. I really got to make that clear here. Okay, I've not been bribed. 53 minutes left to go. Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I was going to say, I do think it's an interesting choice to go for the 24 Algathar by the Coast Guard. Their options right now are the 24 Algathar, the 26 Shadow Moon, the 23 Halls of Valor. if they keep with the 3 DPS, I think it's feasible we see this die. Like, the time lead that they had completing the 23 compared to how close we're seeing everybody else fail it, honestly, the 4th damage dealer could make all the difference.
Yeah, it definitely has made all the difference with them in that 23, and it wasn't even a close 23. It was a comfortably large amount of time that they had with him completing that 23. So why not do it again? Go for the 24. Get that done. Keep increasing that lead as far as you can. See how the margin of error, how close that margin gets to depleting the key becomes before it's like, okay, all right, there's just no reason for us to do this. Now we're so far comfortable. Now we're so far ahead that who else is going to touch us? Oh yeah, that's right. Nobody, because we're the only team so far that has done this 4 DPS composition, and we're the only team that's made it work.
It's true. I mean, taking a look at what we're seeing from, these teams here, we do have on the side of the Air Force, looks as though we're getting a burial grounds. And also, this is an interesting point where they have 52 minutes left. Realistically, if you were to look at the dungeons you have available, if you were to say, right, we can time 2 dungeons, you would pick those 2 dungeons in the time frame you have available. However, with the dungeons that we do have in the pool and the key level that we do have, and we see the Marine Corps wiping up very, very quickly in that 24, that's going to be a very quick reset for them. There is realistically only time for them to attempt, unless they reset quickly like the Marine Corps there's time for them to attempt 2 dungeons, maybe
all the way through.
All the way through 2 dungeons, I would say. 25 minutes each. I mean, again, depending on what you want. I don't think a Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, there's a 25 for the Air Force. That's not a 25-minute dungeon. I think a Shadow Moon Burial Ground, that's not a 25-minute dungeon.
No.
So
now and as a small reminder, Kex and Marielia, as long as they start the dungeon, so Kex, let's say 10 seconds before they put in that keystone. As long as they put in that keystone and get loaded into the dungeon, as long as they have done that, even when the 10 seconds ticks away and the regulation timer has hit 0, they can still finish the dungeon. They can still run it, they can still finish it, and they can still do it.
Yeah, exactly. So there is a little bit of leeway for them in that regard. We do see on the side of the US Army, they're coming up to the last boss of the 22 Algathar here. They're looking like they do have 5 minutes left on the timer. And they will probably, I think this pack is going to give them their percentage. So in theory, that should be a timed Algathar Academy unless something goes horribly wrong. We do see on the side of the, on the Coast Guard, they are going to be looking at that Algathar Academy again, the 24 Shadow Moon Burial Ground from the Marine Corps, and the 25 on the side of the Air Force. And honestly, if they're able to time this 25, that's going to be a big confidence booster, considering how long it's taken them to, it took them 3 hours and 20 minutes to time a key. If they're able to time this before the end of the day, that's confidence going into tomorrow, Marielia.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just looking through here about what they have available to go to after this. Now, I do have the stats. This is the same 25 that they actually ended on last night. A reminder, all they have to do, the only thing they have to do is not die before Saldana. It took them 13 minutes and 19 seconds to clear that first boss, and that is what killed them. If they get through her with no problems and they play decently well like they did for the rest of the dungeon, this will be an easy 25. It'll tie them with the Coast Guard, and it'll give them, a chance to breathe. They do have a 21 Halls of Valor in their pocket, which is, a nice contender to go get some extra points. I don't see them going back for the 24 Ruby Life Pools. Personally, they still have their 23 Algathar. I would feel like you time this 25 and you probably go back to Halls of Valor, because you have times to reset it, and knowing you can do the dungeon once the timer hits 0, it seems sound to me.
I would have to agree with that assessment, that statement. So many decisions that need to be made. This is where day 2, in my opinion, is one of the most interesting days. Just based off the fact that you don't know what's happening tomorrow. You have everything in front of you now, so far, with the keys that you have in your pocket. You've attempted a good majority of the original 3. you've done as much as you can of the new dungeon that got revealed today, and now the decisions had to become, all right, what's worth it more for us to push? And I mean, for the Coast Guard, apparently that decision is, let's do the 24 Alcathar Academy with 4 DPS while making the biggest pools known to man.
Yeah, easy. I mean, what, you don't do that?
I mean,
you don't...
yes.
I mean, it's definitely a choice that they have made, and they've probably taken a look at what their 23 was like and said, yeah, we could do that. They've probably considered X amount of damage, but I mean, Fu's on that Protection Warrior dropping real low, picking them back up once again. I mean, the difference is...
Healing done.
I know. It's pretty big on the side of the Coast Guard, but also on the side of the Marine Corps. They're heading towards the first boss here, Sedana Blood Fury, and once again, they obviously need to make sure they're breaking through this, but that Tyrannical on the first boss is an absolutely cruel choice, specifically here in Burial Ground. That's your fault, Marialia. We do see the U.S. Army. Well. They've decided, where are they going to go next? It looks as though they have maybe thought about abandoning. What were they going for at the time?
They, I believe, were in their Algathar 22. They don't have too many options either. They've got a 23 Halls of Valor in their pocket. I feel like that's not the place to go. They've got the 25 Shadow Moon Burial Ground. Another struggle, but now that we've seen that barrier broken, a reasonable choice if you're tired of Algathar. It's a tough call for the army.
I haven't even touched Algathar, and I'm already tired of it. Sorry. Sorry, Kex, go on.
I was going to say, if I'm, and I don't know whether you agree with this here, Sam. If I'm in that position, I'm looking at that 23 Halls of Valor, and I'm saying, right.
Oh.
Let's go for the 23 Halls of Valor. Let's not look for. We don't want to look for a plus. Let's just look for a completion. Look for a completion on the Halls of Valor, and then we make our choice.
Hang on.
Oh, hang on. We gotta hang on.
I missed the obvious choice. They've got a 21 Ruby life pools in their bags, I believe.
Oh yeah,
that's a good choice.
Yeah, I think that's actually probably the most solid choice is to go and do Ruby life pools. I do like the Halls of Valor decision as well, but the only thing that scares me about Halls of Valor is how long that key will take. 38 minutes. I mean, so if they were able to time it, then they can. Yeah. If they're able to complete it, if they're able to time it, then they can start another dungeon. But maybe with Ruby life pools, a little bit shorter, you're able to... Yeah, you're probably going to get the same amount out of a Ruby life pool. So at this stage of the game, it doesn't really matter whichever dungeon they go into. But I still think...
We're about to find out.
Yeah, we are.
I have some information for you about the Coast Guard 23 on Algathar. Okay. So, looking at logs, you were talking about, look at those healing meters. Well, when they cleared their 23, Foos did 51.8 million healing.
Hero.
11% was overhealing. Then you had Thick Tacos coming in with 30 million healing, 44% overhealing. Like,
what is the warrior?
They've got lots.
What is the warrior doing to heal themselves? Are they just like shouting the wounds close? Is that how? Is that how that works?
Well, I mean, the funny answer is yes. It's just rage.
Yeah.
It's just anger that closes. You just go, and your wounds close. The real answer is it's counting the absorption from ignore pain.
Yep.
But yes, they are. Man is so angry they cannot die. And the ring, of course, the ring. But yeah, and you spend rage, and there's a bunch of stuff going on there. We do see on the side of both Marine Corps and the Air Force, they are working on the first boss here, Sedana Blood Fury. Looks as though it is a 24 for the side of the Marine Corps, whereas it's a 25 for the Air Force. But at the moment, looking pretty solid, both of the teams. Not too worried about it. Sedana Blood Fury about to go down for the Marine Corps and about to go down for the Air Force. So pretty neck and neck between these two. This would be nice for them to complete this before, obviously, tomorrow, before the end of today, and gives them maybe a little bit of leeway for a key afterwards. Ruby life pools coming out from the side of the US Army. Looks as though they have gone for the monk as well. We do have a monk available, which is, I don't think we've seen one of those so far. I'm interested in the Ruby Life Pools pick. I think the 21 is probably the right choice because they complete this. Then they have an option to go for the Halls of Valor. If they complete the 23, then good. If they don't, it's not necessarily the end of the world.
Hang on a second. It's a 23.
Ooh.
All right, I've got a log missing then. If they're in a 23, they've already completed their 21. That's, I mean, great.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, okay, all right. They want to go for the beefy 23 and see if they can complete it with the composition that they have, bringing in the Windwalker Monk now. This is a lot of melee they got going on, though. That's interesting decision to do for Ruby Life Pools, considering the amount of AoE in this dungeon.
I don't hate it. Because
I don't hate it either.
When they get up into the top tier of the area for Ruby Life Pools, with the Monk, the leg sweep is going to be able to block a lot of those casts. You obviously have the DK being able to grip mobs in. You've got the Ring of Peace that's going to be able to position mobs where you want them to be. The Demon Hunter is there as well. So I quite like, how they've set up with that melee composition. It's not the end of the world. My biggest worry is going to be specifically the final boss, even though it's not tyrannical. That's going to be a little bit of a worry for me, but outside of that, I don't necessarily mind that composition they have set up here.
I would like to bring attention to the Air Force for a moment. Remember that last night they needed 4 minutes and 46 seconds of time in order to have timed their key. That's how far over they were. Well, they're now 6 minutes ahead of pace on Saldana.
I wonder if they've been practicing Shadow Moon Burial Grounds last night during the off time. Maybe they wanted to go in there and really get this dungeon perfected going into today. Now they are looking pretty clean.
Maybe.
A 25, yeah. I mean, a 25 is still a big juicy key, and on a tyrannical at that, even more so. The fact that they're ahead of pace is really impressive.
They've cleared the first hurdle. Saldana Blood Fury, very, very tough boss on Tyrannical, specifically at these levels. Next, they're going to come up against a glorified trash pack in Gnarlish. We know that.
Thank you.
It's a glorified trash pack. Then they come up against Bone Maw and Ner'zhul. Both of them 5-minute fights, if not more. And they also have some pretty nasty trash packs in between. So even though they're ahead of pace, this is definitely someplace it could go wrong. Whether or not it will, I don't know. I like to think that the Air Force, they've kind of got themselves into a bit of a groove. That completion, obviously, of the Algathar Academy, that's going to be, of the Ruby Life Pools, is going to feel good for them. So I'm confident in them completing this. As mentioned, they are ahead of their time currently. So we'll have to wait and see. Gnarlish is not really a fight they're going to have to really worry about. It's later on where things start to become difficult, start to become annoying for them, and that's going to be Bone Maw and Ner'zhul. We'll have to wait and see how that goes for them. I'm interested to see how the rest of the teams are going on, specifically the Marine Corps. Because last time we left the Marine Corps, they're on Gnarlish as well, so they're pretty much keeping on time. They are one key level lower, but they're keeping on time with the Air Force right now. Meanwhile, US Army working on that mini-boss just before the first boss here of Ruby Life Pools. And honestly, it feels as though these teams have kind of gone into gamer mode, Sam. They've decided now's the time we really want to get these keys done right before the end.
Yeah, it's a very strange thing, right? They bang their head against the walls for 2 hours. A lot of depletions happening in that time. Marielia was biggest smile on her face as she was collecting all of the death totals. And I mean, now it feels like they've become more. I don't really know how else to put it. They've been able to find the groove, and they've been able to continue to push themselves further and further and doing some really insane keys or doing some really insane strategies, changing up the compositions. The Coast Guard back to the 4 DPS, and with these 24, 25 Shadow Moons that we got, as well as this 23 Ruby Life Pools on screen right now, the double 23 RLPs that got timed when I conveniently got back. It's really impressive from our teams to rally together at the very end, especially.
Yeah, I mean, they've been playing now for including warm-up, probably close to 5.5, 6.5 hours. So they are going to be, you know, again, it's one of those situations. Oh, 6.5 hours. I mean, if you're just playing a game regularly, those are rookie hours. You need to pump those numbers up. But when you're playing at this level, when you're playing in a competitive, effectively a competitive arena, a competitive tournament, it's very, very different. You really have to make sure you're at the top of your game. And as you mentioned, the fact that we are in the final hour, 38 minutes left, and these teams are still pushing at the level that they are at, it's not only is it commendable, it's incredible that they are still able to perform in the way that we are seeing. I mean, 4 DPS coming out on the side of the Coast Guard here. We see the Air Force, the 25 Shadow Moon Burial Ground. We see the Ruby Life Pools 23 on the side of the US Army. This is 24 Burial Ground on the side of the Marine Corps. You know, this is kind of what we wanted to see as this tournament went on. And, I mean, if this is what's happening on day 2, Marielia, day 3 is going to be...
That's not good.
It's going to be even better.
Yeah, day 3 is always really, really exciting, especially for me and my spreadsheets, because we get to break down what all the actual finite possibilities are, right? There's only a certain amount of time left, which means you can only run a certain number of dungeons and collect that many points. It really separates the teams on a strategic level. We actually saw Coast Guard, they lost out on that first place because of a single strategical error on day 3 where they chose to go get one dungeon over another, and it only granted them 1 point instead of the 2 they needed to win. Like, the pressure is absolutely on when day 3 rolls around.
Well,
I mean,
hopefully
pressure's on the US Army right now, Sam.
Yeah, the pressure is on the U.S. Army. See, pressure can either do one of two things. It can make you crumble, or it can turn you into diamonds. And it looks like for the Coast Guard, they've decided to turn that pressure from last go around, and they're using it to become diamonds this go around. U.S. Army, even with some of the missteps they've been having, are still choosing to... Well, they have one down, and the big thing that concerns me is during that Frost Overload, you have to burn through the shield, and when you're missing a DPS, you're seeing just how hard it is to get through the shielding of Meladrusa. But it looks like they're going to be able to do it, survive, and I think that should be the last time that they have to worry about that. I think they got all of the whelps. So, yeah, this is looking good for the Army, sans the fact that they have one dead. You're going to lose a lot of time. It looks good in the fact that they're going to take... Yeah, it looks good in the fact that they are probably going to be able to take down the boss, but even still, then all of the time on the table, and now with their healer dead as well, yeah, the possibilities are getting slimmer and slimmer.
Yeah, that's the biggest time is the time it takes. The longer the fight takes, not only does that deplete the time you have for the rest of the key, but also it's the more time that mistakes can be made. It's more time for cooldowns not to be available. There's so many different things that go into it. A lot of people see someone dying in a Mythic Plus and they think, oh, it's 5 seconds to the timer. There's so much more that goes along with that. You're waiting for reses. You're waiting for them to be back into position. Buffing is an issue. The damage you do to a boss is an issue. They're still pushing it. If we see another death, I wouldn't be surprised if they reset this. They reset this Ruby Life Pools, which again pushes them back so far, specifically when you're looking, and we do lose 2 extra DPS. We do see the DK coming back up. But yeah, that's going to be real rough for them. I'm trying to see, and there's everybody dead. So that's a bunch of time they've just wasted, and yeah, they're resetting. And that's brutal when you're at this point of, you know, of your daily timer as well. There's just over half an hour left.
Just over half an hour left. Took them 9 minutes and 31 seconds to wipe inside of that dungeon. Now you had to add on top of that the time it took to get there, the time it takes to get out. Now it's the time it takes to get back in there and start things all back up over again. And so...
Well...
Well?
It's a good thing I have those numbers then, isn't it?
What? Give us the numbers, Mariella. The numbers, Mariella. The numbers.
So,
what do they mean?
Including that last run at 9 minutes, they have lost more than an hour and 42 minutes of play today to failed runs.
Ooh.
Ouch, my time.
That's like a third of the play day.
Yep. That's a lot of time to be losing. That is a lot of time to be losing. And 33 minutes left. Realistically, Ruby Life Pools, you're going to be looking at this sort of level, 25 minutes. So they do have the time, but if they reset once more after 9 minutes, I think that could, you know, they could run the risk here. And speaking of running the risk, Marine Corps running the risk of wiping here as well. It looks like they are going to. Still timeable, but it's going to be close for them. It's going to be very, very tight. Meanwhile, on the side of the Algathar Academy for the Coast Guard, they're absolutely coasting. Coast Guard by name, Coast Guard by nature, because they are doing a wonderful job at getting through here. Time looking really, really solid. The DPS, obviously, they do have 4 of them available, and they're moving into, obviously, this next area. Looks like they're doing a little bit of, yeah, they're getting the trash moving over, doing a good job there. They've got the DPS for it. They're not going to worry too much about that. The main thing is going to be making sure that everybody stays alive, but that, once again, doesn't seem to have caused them too many issues. They've only had 2 deaths this entire run. Meanwhile, the Air Force still working through that 25 Shadow Moon Burial Ground. They are working on these carrion worms, which, for my money, this is the most dangerous portion of the dungeon. Like, I know Sedana Blood Fury is an absolute nightmare, but these 2 worms leading up to Bone Maw, this is the most dangerous part of the dungeon. And this is where they really, it's going to be make or break for them here.
These keys right now. The tension.
Look, I know you said Marines were your sort of winners of the day, but I want to just shout out the Air Force, okay? If they complete this 25, they are currently tied for 2nd place with the Marines. Never mind that they've lost over 2 hours of time to failed runs today, okay? 2 hours lost. And yet, if they complete this key and the Marines complete theirs, they will be the ones who stay in 2nd place because of the 2-point bonus it gives them.
Wow. This is mind-boggling. That is really mind-boggling. See, these are the things for the 2nd day that these teams had to crunch the numbers real quick. They got to figure everything out. They got to look at the leaderboard scores when we end the stream and figure out, all right, okay, what do we need to do tomorrow to guarantee success? How is the path to victory going to be paved? Is this final dungeon going to be the difference maker for us? And whatever that final dungeon is going to be, listen, if it's Temple of the Jade Serpent, then, you know, I'm going to be happy. But will they be happy about it, right? Is that something that they even want to go for? Very much.
Big question. I do want to point out the time that they have left. Looking at both of the Marine Corps and Air Force are almost neck and neck when it comes to time that's left in their dungeon run. Looking as though they have about 13 minutes, roughly 13 minutes. I believe on the side of, yeah, I want to say, I'll say 30, between 13 and 12 minutes. We know that the Ner'zhul fight is about 5 minutes on Tyrannical. We know that the Bone Maw fight is about 5 minutes. That gives them 3 minutes leeway to clear the trash after Bone Maw specifically, and also be able to, you know, and they don't need any deaths. So this is going to be really down to the wire for these 2 teams. And honestly, I think the Air Force, they're the ones that are going to benefit the most from this, but we'll see. I don't know how this is going to play out. Are we going to see another setup for these 2 teams where we have just a ridiculously close timer? And speaking of, we also see the Coast Guard wiping there. Coast Guard wiping on Veximus, or the trash leading up to Veximus. So their timer still looking relatively healthy, but it shows that gods can bleed.
Blood has been drawn, Kexman. But for the Coast Guard, they managed to find the God Band-Aid, and they're not hemorrhaging too poorly here. No. So hopefully it was just a scratch, right? A little nick here, and they're back into fighting shape once more. Fighting shape, though, for the U.S. Army. The fight has been taken away. They're resetting again. It was this Ruby Life Pools looked like it was going well for them. Like the first attempt they made, it was going well for them until they hit that first boss, and even on a fortified Ruby Life Pools, these bosses are still not pushovers, Kexman.
Absolutely not. They're going straight back into it. They want it. This is still timeable for them, but if no, there's the disconnect. There's the disconnect. That's so unfortunate. So unfortunate. I mean, we take a look at both, as we're seeing the reconnecting coming in. Air Force, Marine Corps bait effectively neck and neck here on Bone Maw. They're still looking a about right for time
One
once
in the
again
sink.
coming down. But, oh my word, that disconnect is horrific for them. That is absolutely horrific for them. In regards to a question in chat, what is the rules about when the timer runs out? Do the teams get to complete their dungeons? Yes, they do. As long as the dungeon is started before the timer runs out, they will be allowed to complete the dungeons. However, I mean, you've got to imagine for Coast Guard, Air Force, for the Marine Corps, they can definitely complete these and then get another dungeon started. If US Army's going for this Ruby Life Pools, Sam, if they complete it, it's going to be down to the wire if they will be able to start another one, because they will have to complete this sub, 26 minutes?
Sub 26 minutes, yeah. I mean, to give yourself a comfortable buffer, right? In case something like you getting disconnected happens again. Which is just something that you have to deal with when it comes to technical issues in these tournament settings. The unfortunate acts of the internet not being on your side, or whatever, Blizzard servers just not having it right now. It's same thing happened to the Marines yesterday. Too many of them tried to start a key at the same time, and the server was like, Lamau, no, get out of here. Issues like that crop up.
Yeah.
And you gotta kind of
Lamau,
factor
no.
it in. Yeah, Lamau, no, get out. These are the kind of things that you have to factor in, though, when you're thinking about time. You gotta account for the margins of potential technical issues. There's no other choice. And for a key like Ruby Life Pools at this 23, it's a 30-minute long key, and there are 27 minutes left. Oh my goodness. Our poor monk got nuked into oblivion.
How do you not get tilted?
That is not what you want to start off your very first pool of RLP.
No. How would you not get tilted in that sort of situation? I would be in orbit if that was me, to be honest with you, especially knowing how close we are coming towards the end here. And I mean, if they have to reset this again, do you think they keep going? I mean, you've got to imagine they keep going for the same key here, this 23 RLP. It would make sense. We do see on the side of the Air Force, they have killed Bonemore. They're now moving on to this. We've got this trash pack here, one of the nastiest in this entire dungeon, but they're going to looking like they're handling that relatively nicely.
Because
we want.
If the Air Force do this, then they'll be matching the Coast Guard in Shadow Moon.
Which is huge. I mean, timer looking pretty healthy for them at the moment. 7 minutes. Once again, we do know that the Ner'zhul fight is effectively 5 minutes here. So this now for them, there can be no mistakes. This has to be perfect. Otherwise, this is going to be 25 minutes wasted. They will still have time to start another key, but what you want from the Air Force here is you want to see them time this and then maybe move into a Halls of Valor, maybe go into a Ruby Life Pools, depending on what they have available for them. There's a bunch of different things. These two blueberries, as Sam and Lithy called them, the blueberries, these can be nasty. Once again, this is not fortified, so they should be able to get through these relatively quickly. But one wipe on Ner'zhul, that could potentially put an end to this run.
Still 7 minutes on the clock, and it looks like they are having blueberries for dinner tonight, Kex. Kex,
5 minutes on Bloodlust, though.
Ooh, that 5 minutes on Bloodlust. So they're not going to have that during the Ner'zhul fight.
They will, but not at the start.
Exactly. So this is.
I mean,
this is scary, even
yeah.
on a non-fortified. Oh my gosh! Just the wrong place. Warrior
place.
speed though.
Wrong place, right?
You know it's a tough dungeon when your casters can only make vague effort noises.
Yeah, well, that's basically what that boils down to there. But they did lose, obviously. Yeah, you have to be. I mean, 6 minutes now on the clock. It's still doable. It is still doable. Void Pool's coming out.
So well, now that they don't have the... Yeah, they did. They took down the first blueberry. Now the second one was relatively easy. They get to go on to Ner'zhul just under 6 minutes. Just under. Getting all of their cooldowns back up and ready to go. Getting that food buff. They need everything that they can get, Kex.
Yeah, this has to be...
perfection.
Perfect. Yeah, there is no way around it. This has to be perfection for this team here. And as mentioned, we know this is a 5 minute fight. 5 minute 30 on the clock. 3 minutes left on the Bloodlust. They're going to get Bloodlust if we looking around it at about 30% of the boss's health, which will help with execute. But losing the Paladin, the Rep Paladin right at the start, That is literally the worst case scenario. There is nothing that could have been worse from that, and we see them immediately running in. And
that's not good.
they're wiping. They're wiping, and I'm wondering if they're going to come back into this. That is the worst case scenario for them. They're immediately going to run in, but 4.5 minutes. Nerzul's normally a 5-minute fight. The only hope they have is that their execute is going to be good enough. I mean, we need to see what the Marines are doing as well. Let's head to the Marines as well, because they're looking at the same sort of point in this dungeon. If we could get the Marine Corps on full screen as well, that would be fantastic.
The Marines are making progress.
They are.
I know we're waiting for production to catch it up, but they are on the boss fight. They did not have the same problems. There's 5 minutes and 15 seconds left. So, you know, comparative to where the where the Air Force just were for being 1 key difficulty lower. But there's still a chance they flub it.
Yep, absolutely. 5 minutes left on the timer. Nerzul currently looking around about 85%. They have more than enough time for this. They have a nice setup, double warlocks. The gate is going to be available. They can bait out these Omen of Deaths. The Malevolence isn't really going to cause them too many problems. Enlarge taking so much damage, though, immediately being healed up by the Shaman. Great job keeping them both alive. Only having one player is nice because it means that the healer has to only focus on one. Having 2 ranged, that's 2 players the healer has to focus out on range that could get targeted by those Omen of Deaths. Is that going to bite them in the backside as this fight goes on? We're going to have to wait and see. In come these Ritual of Bones, but so far, Sam, they're looking stable.
They are looking stable, get out of the Malevolence, everything looking good, picking the right bone target on top of Nerzul, getting that delicious cleave damage inside of there. For the Marines, not the disastrous result that we saw from the Air Force right at the very end. Oh my gosh. What are the words that come out of my mouth? Keksman! Oh no, and Heel Totem is inside of the Malevolence, res right into it. Manages to get out just in the nick of time. Always these closer margins, but the Shaman has reincarnated. They onked right back up, and they still think, I think they still have the Soul Stone. Either that or they don't, but regardless of whatever happens there. And in just over a minute, Keksman, it gets even better for the Marines because they're going to have the ability to lust.
Yep, they're going to have Bloodlust available for them. I'm trying to figure out what killed HB there on that Shaman. Maybe just dipping their toes into the purple there that would have caused a bunch of issues for them. Malevolence coming out. Ritual of Bones needs to get killed here, though. This is getting super close. They need to make sure they're running out because that Omen of Death is going to cause issues. Great bait on the Malevolence, though. Absolutely perfect for them. In comes the Omen of Death. Enlarge doing a great job in getting away. 55% left on Nerzul here. Marielia, do you have an update on the Air Force for us?
I do. The Air Force have bricked their key. They had another wipe with just shy of 2 minutes left on the clock. There's no recovering that. We know it's a 5-minute fight at minimum. So excellent effort. They played the first half of that dungeon beautifully compared to how they were last night, and they lost out right at the end. I'll be sure to let you know if they go back in.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting choice based for them. Whether or not they do decide to go back in, we do have the Thundering coming up. Everybody looking like they're clearing. They need to get that once again. The Ritual of Bones down. Nerzul at 44%. Bloodlust is not going to be far away. Bloodlust is available now. So now they can absolutely pump the damage if they want. That's going to help in the healing. This is almost a perfect timing for them. Explosive coming out. There it is. Are they going to be able to use it? It looks as though they're stabilizing. They want to get themselves into a decent position. They do have 2 minutes left. 38% left on the boss. This is going to go down to the absolute wire here once again for the Marine Corps. And Nerzul, as we've seen previously, just proving to be an absolute wall for these teams. He is a demon, Sam.
Some might say he's a king. Anyways, stuff inside of a helmet. Malevolence, here we go again.
Yeah, that
Bloodlust has been used.
I don't know how I feel about you.
Bloodlust has been used.
Yesterday's
I gotta
joke.
do it again for the people who hadn't heard it, but that's what I thought they were gonna use Lust, saving it for the Ritual of
no,
Bones, so that
no.
stuck inside of there. They couldn't get out of the Malevolence in time. Keksman, that's disastrous. They've lost the healer and they've lost Purple Crayon. They do have the B-Res available, but they did it right into the Malevolence again. Heel Totem still has the reincarn, waiting for the right opportunity to do that. But let that be a lesson to everyone out there. Make sure you're paying attention to what happens. Otherwise, you might just get blasted right into infinity. Again, another Malevolence comes out, and this is putting a lot of pressure onto Heel Totem right next to the Omen of Death. That tick damage is doing a world of hurt onto them, but it looks like the stabilization is coming through. They're going to be able to keep the team alive and keep them going with 17% and only 40 seconds, Keksman.
Yep, and they've got the Ritual of Bones coming in as well. They need to make sure this Malevolence is dealt with. The Ritual of Bones looking really healthy as it comes across here. They're slowly but surely falling behind. They need to find a way to break through, and it looks as though they have lost the tank. This is going to be another Ner'zhul kill here. He's just wiping out teams once again. The Shadow Moon Burial Ground by name. It is proving to be a burial ground for these teams here. That once again is another bricked Shadow Moon. Plus 24 for the Marine Corps. We saw the plus 25 on the Air Force here. So unfortunate for these teams, but that Ner'zhul fight is just proving to be absolute hell for every single team that comes up against it. So far, the only team getting that 25 is the Coast Guard, and we do see the Coast Guard. It looks as though they have actually gone. It looks as though they reset their Algathar Academy. They've reset their Algathar Academy. They've gone back in, and they're now taking on Veximus as the first boss. However, we also look at the US Army. They've reset that Ruby life pools probably twice since we've been watching the Marine Corps. And I want to point out the Air Force. They've decided it's time to go back to the Halls of Valor. Between these teams, this last hour for them, it's not been great, Marielia.
No, it really hasn't. Coast Guard are feeling real good right now. Yes, they've had to reset their key, but they've got themselves a nice buffer. They reset that after 27 minutes, and I am not surprised to see them go Veximus first. We know that this is the problem child of all the bosses, and it's the ads you have to deal with later that are honestly causing more issues than the bosses themselves. So, not a bad decision here from them. Halls of Valor is an excellent choice from the Air Force. They are slightly behind on that dungeon with only a 20, and the Coast Guard and Army boasting a 22, so that's a nice quick 2-point pickup. The fact that neither the Marines nor the Air Force got their Shadow Moon, that's good news for the Air Force, because, you know, if they failed but the Marines got it, that would be another point gap to make up. You know, as much as it sucks to be bricking these keys, as long as everybody does it, the scoreboard won't move too much, and you can come in tomorrow with some high hopes.
Yeah, you gotta have high hopes.
The Coast Guard, though, is very happy at these keys being bricked.
Oh, yeah.
In their position.
It's good for them. I was going to point out as well, these are the last keys we're going to see. There is no team that is going to complete any of these keys in a 16-minute timer.
Nope.
No, but there is a possibility that someone wipes up and restarts.
Yeah, I mean, but these are the last keys that we will see that potentially could be, or
yeah,
if they
from
don't
start
reset.
to finish.
Yeah, exactly. You know, if they do manage to complete these keys, there won't be any more. This is their, you know, for this key specifically, I suppose. This run specifically, I should say. They can reset and come back in, absolutely. But for now, as it stands,
start to finish key, yeah.
Potentially the last, which makes what are the Marine Corps going to go for?
The Marine Corps are making their decision. I know what they've got in their pockets. It's a really tough call for them. But Air Force electing to take a break and saying, look, we know we've only got one shot at this. This is a long dungeon. Let's breathe. Let's go in. Let's make sure we get this. So good decision, strategically sound from them. The Marines have only a couple of options, realistically. They've got the 24 Ruby Life pools. They go back to the 24 Shadow Moon. Would honestly not be a bad decision in my mind. 21 Halls of Valor. Like we said, they are the other team that doesn't have a key higher than 20 there. Or it's back to a 22 Algathar. You know, personally, I'd go back to the Shadow Moon. You were so close. It's in your muscle memory. Let's just go get it done.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Going back to the 24 Shadow Moon would probably be the play. However, they might I don't know. I like the idea, like you said, if it's in the muscle memory, you could maybe go for the 22 Algathar and save the Shadow Moon for tomorrow, but then if you don't get the Shadow Moon, you know, I don't know. I mean, it's tough. It's tough. We're sub 15 minutes now. We are sub 15 minutes. And as mentioned, unless they reset, these will be the last keys for today. We're still waiting to see what the Marine Corps are going to do. The Air Force are taking a break, which honestly, I don't mind that idea. Taking a break now is probably the best shot. Because as you mentioned, they've only got one chance at this.
Yeah, I think a 10-minute break might be too long, though. I think that's a little long. But if that's what they feel they need to have to really get themselves going, then hey, more power to them. Do what you got to do in order to bring yourself success. Halls of Valor, though, like I said, that long key, like we've all been saying this weekend, or today, sorry, not this weekend, but today, it is a long key. It's one that can really test and push your limits. It's also a potentially very tight key if you're not precise with your pulls and if you're not precise with how you go about taking down the mobs as well. And even though it's Halls of Valor is the way that it is, you can potentially still find something, find a lot of issues. And for the Air Force, they elected to go all of the way through in a Shadow Moon Burial Grounds last night at the end of the stream and went all of the way through. Even though it looked like it wasn't going to be timed. So this is a team, even though they might not see a timed key, still wants to complete it to, I guess, get the practice in, get the idea of how things are looking, and to see if it's doable, right, Kex?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's one of those situations where you think about day 2, you think about the ending, you say, right, we've got X amount of time left, right, let's do this key, because then that takes the pressure off tomorrow. But then we don't know what the dungeon's going to be tomorrow. We don't know what that 5th dungeon is going to be and how we need to push that one. And, you know, if we do push this, then that leaves us a 25 for tomorrow or a 24 for tomorrow. There's so many variables. It's not just, ooh, Zug Zug time key. It's the, you know, with this and the point system, it is a decision to make. And honestly, one that I am glad I'm not the person making said decision, because it would just boggle my mind completely about, you know, do we want to complete this one? Do we want to complete this compared to tomorrow? Do we want to do X, Y, and Z? I do see a fantastic, by the way, I do want to bring attention, Marine Corps. They had a fantastic week order that said, don't forget to donate to charity. Chat, don't you forget to donate to charity either. Exclamation point charity in the chat to learn more about that. And Mariella, we've got you here. You've given us some fantastic numbers today for deaths and time. Do you want to give us some information about the charity and what goes on and what it's all for here? What we're doing this weekend?
Absolutely. So the Armed Forces Dungeon League is planning to run events throughout the year, and we need everybody's support to make that happen and to give these teams an incentive to come show up and play. And that big incentive is charity money. What these teams win is they get the choice of charities from the Activision endowment, and every, you know, bit of prize money that they would win is being donated to those charities that they select by the AFDL instead. So, you know, it's a great incentive. The more money we can raise, the more, you know, the players are going to feel like, oh yeah, I want to win so that I can support my guys. And I think it's a really exciting opportunity that we have to showcase the military community, both actively serving and retirees and veterans. And it's something special to the to the hearts of the original creators of this event, who are sitting here running in the background. You've been seeing them in the Twitch chat, and you know, it's just a great opportunity to support a great community and hopefully some great causes too.
I think they are great causes, 100%. The Coast Guard 100% looks like they ran into a small tornado, so that's really unfortunate. But with the amount of deaths that they've had so far, the Academy's still looking pretty good for them, as they've taken down Vexmas first, now looking obviously towards Croft in that area. And I'm wondering for the Marines if they're doing the same thing, taking a break and making those decisions. Now, Kex, Lithy brought up a fantastic point last night where they said sometimes if you're going to make a decision, even if it's a bad one, making it quick is better than making a good decision. It takes you way too long to try and figure out, right? In these styles of tournaments, time is everything. And so if you're able to make those quick snap decisions, you're able to make them quickly, in the long run, that could potentially work out better for you.
Oh yeah, I mean the U.S. Army, they're making the decision to wipe on that paw and again making it quickly. And what Lithy's kind of alluding to there does have a name, analysis paralysis, where you spend so much time trying to find the right solution that you end up not being able to find anything right. you know, and you just take so long that the right decision completely passes you by. The Coast Guard have dropped out of their Algathar as well, and now they're figuring out what they want to be doing. It looks like they're heading back in, so they're heading back into the Algathar Academy. The Halls of Valor is starting for the Air Force right now. Algathar Academy on the side of the Marine Corps, and the US Army looks like they are not going back into the Ruby Life Pools, hovering over that Algathar Academy. So once again, Algathar Academy seems to be the end point for 3 of these teams. However, the Air Force looking at doing that 21 Halls of Valor, which honestly, if they play it safely, shouldn't be a problem for them, Sam.
It shouldn't be. I also like the Shroud protecting the rest of the team while the tank goes in and gathers up everything to pull it into the Drake. Yeah, this is... I think they've come back from their break all fresh and ready to go with 8 minutes on the clock. As long as they hit the reset early enough, Caxman, and that decision, in my opinion, will need to be made in, like, 6 minutes or 7 minutes and 30 seconds. So, or not 30 seconds because that's going to be the timer, but 6 minutes, 30 seconds, right? It needs to be made very quickly.
Well, don't forget, they have to literally make the key too. So the closer they cut this, we have had it happen where a group went in, they made themselves a key, walked into the dungeon, realized one of the affixes was wrong, and that was it. We did not let them restart. So
and that's where I'm saying give it like 6 minutes, where we're at that 7 minutes and 40 seconds. That's a minute and 40 seconds. That decision needs to be made on whether or not to reset then and there. Otherwise, that is... You're playing with fate at that point, right? Because you may get disconnected from the server, or you may put in the wrong affix, or the server itself decides that everyone tries to start a key, too many people at once, and kicks you out. You got to take those into account, and you got to remember that that could be a possibility.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, for my money at the moment, the team that have probably the best chance at timing their respective key that we are seeing, and this is obviously no shade to any of the other teams, but the team that has the highest chance is the Air Force. And I'll tell you for why, is that on the side of the Coast Guard, they are running 4 DPS, which is, you know, always going to make things a little bit more difficult. It's always a lot riskier. We've seen them wiping on Veximus, we've seen them wiping, you know, a couple of times on the trash leading up to it. They haven't been able to get this 24 Academy. If there's a time for them to do it, it's now, to get this 24 Academy out of the way. On the side of the Marine Corps, this 22 Academy, they're going to Veximus first. This is still going to be a big decision for them. 22 Academy, still a very, very tough key to do no matter who you are. US Army, they're going back into Ruby Life Pools. We've seen them wipe probably over the past 45 minutes, 30 minutes inside this Ruby Life Pools with this same composition. So once again, if there's a time for them to complete it, it's now. 21 Halls of Valor with the team setup that we've seen from the Air Force here, they don't need to worry about we need to +2 it, we need to +3 it. They don't need to worry about that. They just need to worry about completion right now, which takes a lot of pressure off you in that sort of scenario. They haven't really been in Halls of Valor for quite a while. Does mean that the muscle memory could be, you know, a little bit off, but for the team as a whole, I honestly say that out of them all at the moment, the Air Force in the best position.
You know what, Kex? I'm going to go with you on that. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident to put my horse, attach my horse to the carriage of the Air Force.
Yes.
Or however that term goes, I don't know.
That just gives me an idea of a fighter jet with a horse just like dragging behind it as it's flying through the air. Or like,
yeah, I was very confused where that was going.
Or a super advanced Santa.
Oh my gosh.
He doesn't have a sled anymore. He's got an F-22 Raptor.
With a horse on it. There you go.
Yeah, with reindeer.
Oh man, just imagine what you could get away with on that. So, U.S. Army stepped into a Ruby Life Pools, and now they've stepped out of a Ruby Life Pools. Ruby Life Pools is proving to be their complete and utter downfall. Such strong momentum going into today, and this one dungeon is ripping it all out of them the very last possible moment. But at the very least, Kexman, they're making the adjustments. They're making the, sorry, not the adjustments, but rather the resets now and very early into the dungeon.
Oh. 3 minutes and 45 seconds. They have to put the key in the stone. Like, they have to be running. Sitting here drinking, buffing up, it has me nervous. But the other thing to think about, they need this 23.
Yeah.
They have to time it, because let's say Coast Guard fails their 24, right? U.S. Army getting this 23 puts them 2 points away from the Coast Guard, and that is an absolutely surmountable goal for tomorrow. Definitely. If they don't complete it, they're sitting closer to 5 points behind, and that suddenly gets a lot more difficult.
Yeah,
It does
absolutely.
indeed.
And they've put the key in, and you've got to imagine this is the last roll now. There's realistically, I mean, you would expect them to get about 2 minutes into the dungeon before they would figure out whether or not they needed a reset, and at that point, you're really cutting it close. So you still have reset capability for both the Marine Corps. You have it for the Coast Guard. They managed to take out the Overgrown Ancient, which is, once again, one probably... I mean, I say it's the most difficult boss for most pugs, but Veximus seems to be causing issues for most of the teams here today. Air Force, they are just going to be going through Halls of Valor. They're not going to be worrying too much about pushing the time. It's more about completion for them. At the moment, I think the most pressure, as you mentioned, Marielia, is on the U.S. Army.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I'm just looking at the scoreboard and what possibilities there are based on, you know, if one team completes a key, one team doesn't. I'm trying to math it all out for us right now. The best case scenario for the Army is that they time this 23. The Coast Guard fails their 24. The Marines also need to fail their... no, if the Marines get their 22, it's not a huge deal. They'll be okay. And the Air Force need to fail their Halls of Valor. It's a tricky scenario. They're banking on a lot of failure. Oh my gosh, they have to... If they're going to reset, they got to go.
Yeah.
I don't even know if you'll make it.
Oh my goodness! Not up the side.
1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock, and they are walking out of the dungeon. They need to hurry and get back in there.
They gotta go fast. They gotta be zooming right now. This is last chance for them to be remaking this. Absolutely last chance. I mean, they should be fairly quickly. They should be able to do it 1 minute 22. I am quietly confident in them. But it's gonna come down to the wire for them. Immediately back into Agathar Academy. And we're now pretty much at last gasp for these teams. This is the last gasp opportunity. And none of them can really afford to reset now. We are sub 1 minute in. Can Marine Corps get this key started? Can they get this key started before the time runs out? I'd like to believe that they will. I have faith in them. We do see on the side of the Coast Guard, yeah, there it is. They've put the key in. It looks like they have been able to get that one sorted. And we do see on the side of the Coast Guard, they are going to continue. But that's it now. I don't think there's time for any teams. This is pretty much at the cutoff. And my word, the pressure is on each one of these because there are so many permutations. The U.S. Army effectively need everybody to lose and for them to time, well, for everyone to deplete, for them to time their key. However, the Marine Corps, if they're able to time this and nobody else times their keys, they're going to be looking pretty nice for tomorrow. If Coast Guard don't, but then if Coast Guard complete this, they are going to be so far ahead of everybody else going into tomorrow. If everybody else fails, I don't even.
Right. So both the Marines and the Air Force have the same win condition. Okay, they want to complete their keys.
It's over.
But the Army and the Coast Guard don't. Because if they do that, then there's a three-way tie for second place, which is going to be 5 points behind first place, which, you know, 5 points going into day 3 is a lot, but it is theoretically doable. The Coast Guard just want everyone to brick so they can have a great day tomorrow. And the Army, like I said, their biggest thing is that they time and Coast Guard don't, but they would also love it if Marines and Air Force don't.
I swear, we sound like that one meme where it's Charlie from Always Sunny on the board, the conspiracy theories and everything. That's exactly what we sound like right now. For all of our teams, though, the timer is 0. This is it, Kexman and Marielia. There is no second chances for today. And for the Marines, well, that got a little spicy there. The healer goes down, but right back up. That's a rough way for a key that you just started 1 minute and 53 seconds in.
Yeah, I think if they, I would honestly say if any team right now with the, well, I think if Marine Corps, if they wipe, they may continue the key. Simply because they're only 2 minutes into it and they can probably come back. Looking as though they have stabilized though, so that's not too bad for them. On the side of, on the side of the Coast Guard and the Air Force, I can't see them coming back from it. Maybe the Air Force would be able to. We're gonna have to wait and see, but still, this is it now. These teams need to either complete these keys or there's no other options available for them.
No.
And they will have like the pressure is on them now. They know they can't make any mistakes, and you don't want to see what's happened on the side of the Marine Corps. You don't want to see the healer dead.
No, you don't. All right. As Veximus is coming out, they're doing a ritual of summoning because no one else in the group can do a revive. They're going to... oh, no, they can. All right, there's a resurrect. All right, we're good. Never mind. I lied. So they're fine. They're back up. But still, that's time. They got to eat. They got to get back up to full health. So I think what they decided to do there was expend a B-res to bring them back up. Yeah, because they have no B-reses available now.
Yeah.
Instead of using the ritual of summoning, which I think was going to waste too much time. Now they're going to take on another trash pack. Yeah, you got to do whatever you can to save time at this point. There's no other options. But any deaths now, Kexman? Yeah, any deaths now though, Kexman? Yeah, that is going to be felt.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, any deaths now, if they wipe now, it's going to be tough for them to come back into it. However, they're doing what they can to save their time. We do see on the side of, everyone else looking relatively healthy at the moment. The Coast Guard working on Croth. We do have Herger on the side of the Air Force. And we do have, obviously, the Chill Sworn on the US Army, that first boss of Ruby Life Pools. So all of these teams kind of setting out their stall now, saying this is what we're going to be doing. There is, we have to just go for it. And it looks as though they have lost their tank on the side of the Marine Corps. This trash is kiteable though. The trash was pretty much all down to 0 health. They do have this big worm available. This is kiteable. This is definitely healable. It will not hit them that hard. I mean, as I say that, the Warlock's being hit by it. There's probably no better target than the Warlock, to be honest with you. They're able to res the tank up. So, once again, this is not looking too bad for them. Losing a player here, not the end of the world. Herger cleared on the side of the Air Force, and Croth looking relatively low for the side of the Coast Guard. These final... I mean, if all 4 of these teams clear their keys as well, they manage to complete their keys, I mean, that's something we haven't even considered either.
That is true.
The stats for that to happen, like the odds, the probability is not in our favor. I mean, just looking at where these last attempts were. So, for example, the Air Force, the last time they attempted their Halls of Valor 21 was more than 4 hours ago. They died 12 times, and it was a 30-minute run before they failed and decided to wipe it. Apologies. That was the 20 that they cleared to go into the 21. They haven't even tried the 20. This is their first attempt on a 21. Yes. Sorry, I've got too many numbers in front of me at this point. They have not tried this before, but with 12 deaths to +1 on the 20, I feel like they've got a decent bit of wiggle room here.
No, they've got a...
I know you were saying earlier if they wipe, they're done.
They've got a big amount of wiggle room, honestly. Because they've been playing this dungeon really well.
I thought this was more interesting than it was because I misread my numbers. Done. I'm sorry.
Marine Corps out.
All right.
I think.
Yeah, no, they are. They've hit the loading screen. That is it for the Marine Corps. That Alcathar Academy proved to be, well, turns out they're all getting Fs for today, but thankfully they get another chance tomorrow. A valiant effort and a valiant attempt from the Marines. And now we look towards the rest of our teams, the final 3 remaining that are still inside of their dungeons. The Coast Guard, the U.S. Army, and, of course, the U.S. Air Force. And for the 3 of these groups, still timeable, still decent chances to be able to walk away with a key done.
Yeah, absolutely. And, again... Air Force in a pretty solid position right now. The Halls of Valor 21, this is their first time coming into it, but they've been playing, I mean, as Marielia put it, 4 hours ago was the last time they were in Halls of Valor, but they've carried on playing. They're going to be warmed up. They're going to be ready for this. it's not too much of a step up from the 20. So fingers crossed, that's going to be pretty comfortable for them. We do see on the side, obviously, of the Coast Guard, they're coming up against Veximus shortly, which has been the real problem moment for them. If they can get through Veximus, then they will look pretty comfortable in timing this 24 Algathar Academy. On the side of the US Army, Ruby Life Pools, they've had 2 deaths. They are in the upper tier, which is the most dangerous point. The most dangerous point here. It looks as though on the side of Marine Corps, they are dead. They've, you know, it's taken its toll today. It absolutely has taken its toll.
Dead in chat.
Yeah, dead in chat. It's unfortunate. But Veximus has, caused the Coast Guard a lot of problems. We do see Fenrir, the good boy for the Air Force. Being able to take down Fenrir would be huge for them, because then they'd move on to God King Skovold and Odin. And we do lose 2 other players on the side of the US Army. So they're now looking, they're not jumping up immediately, which suggests to me, are they thinking about calling it an evening, I wonder?
I would.
And there's
I would
another
have to
death.
imagine. Yep. The Ruby death pools. There is no life to be found here. But no, they're going back up. They're going back up.
They
want
waited.
to keep trying.
They wanted a full reset. That's what it was.
Okay. So they wanted to get the full reset going, and now they right back up there. Try to keep going for it. It's that's gonna be rough though, even on a 23. I am very interested. No, they didn't let it reset. There's still someone up here fighting. Wait, what?
No, it was the combat bug. So someone in chat saying there's a combat bug in Ruby Life Pools that if your team is in combat, you can't click the dragon, which is kind of unfortunate. You hate to see it, but doing a good job here in clearing out that trash pack. They didn't wipe, but they lost a lot of people. Fair chunk of time, 7 deaths there. So they do need to keep pushing it. We do see on the side of the Coast Guard, they're moving on the trash, heading up to Veximus. This is make or break for their run. If they kill Veximus, fantastic. They are on course for the 24. If they don't, it's going to be an absolute nightmare for them. Meanwhile, on the side of the Air Force, working on that small trash pack before Fenrir. Fenrir is a boss, not necessarily too much of an issue for them. They do have the classes to deal with pretty much anything that he can throw at them, but still, anytime you're above a 20, any boss is going to cause issues for you if you don't respect it. And I think Lithy made a very, very good point earlier. Respecting these bosses is what these teams are doing so well right now.
This is where sometimes overconfidence can be kind of the death knell for you if you aren't prepared for it, and you do need to give these dungeons the respect that they demand, not even just deserve, they demand it.
But yeah, because if you don't, they will destroy you.
That they will.
I feel like you really have no choice but to respect someone who's murdered you multiple times in a day.
You're not wrong.
You either respect it or you hate it. Or maybe both. Right?
Yeah, maybe both.
You can still respect something and hate it. I know that feeling. Sir Sheep a lot in chat has made me laugh, has made me chuckle. I don't want to give them too much credit, but they've made me chuckle twice. That Veximus got too Compleximus. Show Veximus that respects.
Yes, Sheep. Thank you very much for representing the pun life in chat. I appreciate it.
Now I need somebody in chat to Photoshop my face on Veximus to make Keximus.
With a Santa hat on. Do you have a picture with a Santa hat on and we can make it a three-way? Just like 3 puns deep?
I don't have a picture of me with a Santa hat on.
But
yeah,
you do have
if
a
anybody
picture of you with a bunch of...
No. And then we need to put 6 of them in the same picture so it's a 4-way pun.
Oh god.
We gotta stop.
I just wanted my face photoshopped on a boss, but apparently we're going deep into pun territory.
Yeah, this is like some weird kexception or something. I don't know. Punception? Yeah. Speaking of deception, I can't even do a segue into that. Fenrir's dead. No. The Air Force flying right through him. And
they did lose a player though. It looks like they lost their hunter, so that is 1 extra death, which isn't going to cause too much of an issue for them. I think the boss was pretty close to dead. That's not too problematic. On the side of the US Army, they are still working their way through the Ruby Life Pools. They're in the upper area right now. think this is the second to last trash pack before Kokia Blazehoof. I think, looking at it, yes, it is. Second to last trash, or one of the big second to last trash packs before the boss. They do have, obviously, the Flame Dragon. These dragons are absolute demons. Meanwhile, on the side of the Coast Guard, they're moving now on Veximus. If we could get full screen on the Coast Guard, that would be absolutely fantastic, because this is the boss that has caused them so many problems, and I'm wondering if they're going to finally be able to break their way through this. Veximus, hopefully, is going to be taken care of. Once again, I think the main thing is keep an eye on the health of the team, because they don't have that healer available. That is where things are going to get real rough, and you can immediately see Thick Taco's there, dropping low on the Paladin, and then we have Scar T-Lock having to run more than one way, having to run one way and then the other. Bunch of damage coming out, and I mean, you just look at the sheer amount of pain this team goes through taking on this boss at a key level 24 without a healer, but my word, they are doing a great job of it so far.
Oh, clean as can be. The good thing is nobody's died. That's the most important thing. And even with all of the running that Scotty Lock has to do, pumping those meters like it's nobody's business, joined, of course, by Kaboom Claws on that Feral Druid. We know a Feral Druid out there who's very happy to see this dominance from them. A couple of mana bombs going out away from the group, keeping those puddles under control. And out of the main section of the arena where the tank is trying to draw Veximus around, here comes another Arcane Expulsion. But nobody caught in front of that is going to be perfectly fine. The Thundering has been cleared. Watching out for the orbs coming out from the mana bombs. Picking up the Arcane Orbs now is going to be Scotty Lock, as tanky as can be. Doesn't even phase them whatsoever. Here we go, bringing it back out once more, and it's just rinse and repeat. Any mistakes that are going to be happening here on Veximus for the Coast Guard, well, they haven't made it yet.
Yeah, it hasn't happened, and I also like how you saw different people collecting those bombs. They're rotating their defensive cooldowns. You now see Thick going around, collecting every single one of those as they possibly can. We do see Foos also picking up a couple of them. We saw Scotty Lock previously, Kaboom Claws before that. Great rotation, and the damage coming out, they are able to survive through it. 10% left on Veximus here. They do have 11 minutes left on the key. It's still going to be close, but they are able to take down Veximus. Now it just comes down to those final sets of Trash Pack and the Echo of Doragosa. This could be huge for the Coast Guard if they get this 24, but let's catch up with both the US Army and the Air Force. Where are they in their respective dungeons right now? It looks as though the Air Force clearing their way back through towards God King Skovold and Odin. 2 extra deaths on them. However, on the side of the army, they do have 12 minutes left. Kokia Blazehoof in front of them, currently on pace to time this 23 Ruby Life Pools.
Even with the unfortunate combat bug that happened, the U.S. Army, turns out the final try is a really good attempt for them so far anyways. It really all just hinges on how Kokia Blazehoof is going to go, and whether or not things are going to look upwards for them in being able to time this key. How low the monk is, that gets a little scary. Here comes the burnout. Get away from the flames. Don't let the heat cook you alive. So far, so good for them. The Molten Boulder comes out and perfectly baited, in my opinion. Now for the Air Force Gaming, they're crossing the beautiful bridge, taking on the 4 kings left. The Marines, they're just chilling right now. They're looking at all their fancy gear that they get because they're on tournament realm. The Coast Guard, with Veximus down, now the question does become with Echo of Doragosa, will the Doragosa open or will it shut right in their face?
I think it will be open. I think Doragosa as a boss is not the problem for the Coast Guard. It's the trash pack that leads up to it. And we have seen more than one team wipe on this set of trash here. Now, you've kind of got to balance this now. You've got to play it safe, but you've also got to ensure that you're not playing it too gently, which can happen. It can happen. So I would hope that they do a good job in keeping everybody quite calm in this sort of situation. They're feeling as though they definitely have this in their pockets if they, once again, just play it safe. Don't need to do anything drastic. We still need to do what we need to do, but it's nothing crazy. just keep going how we're going. Same for both of these teams at the moment, especially on the side of the Army. I mean, you take a look, Kokia Blazehoof, this isn't a tyrannical key, so that boss is not going to be too difficult for them, but they still need to do things right. 10 minutes left. The make or break for them is going to be the trash pack before the final boss. That trash pack is going to be so important for them. On the side of the Air Force, they're currently taking on the Kings. They do have God King Scarbold and Odin left, looking as though they have around about the region of 12 minutes, which should be doable. I can't quite see how long Bloodlust is down for, whether or not they're going to use that for whether or not they're going to use that for Odin or for God King Scovold, we will have to wait and see. But as time's moving on...
Sorry, but that's the Air Force?
Yeah, the Air Force.
I will find out.
Fantastic, thank you very much. We do have the Coast Guard made very quick work of that trash. It looks as though they are going to hit their percentage here. Doragos is going to go down finally, and this could be an absolutely phenomenal end to the day for the Coast Guard. Once again, cementing their place here in #1 for the tournament. But Kokia Blazehoof going down for the US Army. They do still have the ability to finish off this key, and, we do have 1 day left, but this could be make or break for some of these teams here, especially when you take a look, at what we may have coming up tomorrow. Maybe, we have some crazy Court of Stars. Maybe we have, the fortified temple that we know is going to be absolutely horrific for these teams. There is so much going on right now, and this could be huge for tomorrow.
It could be. That's the nice thing about what's happening here for us, Kexman, is that we get to think and we get to look forward to the future. But for our competitors right now, it's all about what is in front of them. For the Air Force, it's a little bit of RP. For the Coast Guard, a small little misstep in these final few mobs. I did see a revive go off, bring them back up to life. And now, once they get through this, their percentage will be done, and Dorigosa will be stared down and then beaten down from the fury of a team that wants to be in first place in day 2. They've had it for day 1, now it's day 2, and they want to make it permanent for this weekend. And now the US Army working on through the bridge, taking down the initial annoying storm mob. The Warriors here to go, just a little bit more to happen. 7 minutes and 33 seconds on the clock to get rid of the final little pieces of trash, clean it up, and then take on Kairaka and Urquhart. So a lot of tension here for all of our teams, as all 3 of them are either at the boss or literally looking at the final boss, Kexman.
Yeah, exactly. And you made a very good point in that, we have the ability to just kind of sit here and go, oh, we'll see how the things play out, whereas these teams currently are living it. Honestly, the Coast Guard, if they're able to complete this Algothar Academy, they are going to be so happy going into tomorrow, simply because every team is going to be behind them. The teams are going to have to chase them. They can just play, and they can play casually. They don't have to think about, oh, we need to time, we need to +2 this. They can just go, okay, let's play our game. We'll get a 15, whatever is coming up, we'll do the 15. We'll see if we can get an 18, a 20, 21, and then maybe a 23, or, maybe we can revisit one of the other ones, the Ruby Life Pools, for example. Maybe we can revisit an Algothar Academy for a 25. We'll see how things play out. The other teams, they're going to have to chase, which is so important for them right now. If they're able to complete these keys now, makes their life so much easier for tomorrow. If they brick any of these keys, if the US Army or the Air Force fail to time these keys, just makes their life so much harder for tomorrow. So right now, pressure is on both of those teams here, and I mean, you've got to imagine, Marielia, if you have the Coast Guard being able to time this, which is looking likely for them, then the task tomorrow for the other teams just becomes that much more daunting.
Absolutely, and I will have a lot more details when we can bring up the scoreboard at the end to really show you how close this is. But if Coast Guard get their key, then the worst case, if both Army and Air Force get theirs, they will still have a 4-point advantage over second place.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's going to be huge for day 2. That's day 3, sorry. That's huge for day 3. And Huge for day 2. Can we get US Army, if possible? Could we get US Army close up? Because this is going to be huge for them. This trash pack is so difficult. There is so much they need to do. If at any point they do not break through the shield, this will wipe them. This little mini boss beforehand is an absolute nightmare, specifically because it's fortified as well. Look at the damage that goes out on the group there. They've even used Bloodlust for this. They have not got Bloodlust for the boss. They are using it for this boss here. There's the Tempest Storms. They need to clear that shield. If they don't clear that shield before that cast goes off, and it looks like they're able to do it. If they don't do that, it's a wipe for them. The moment if they kill this boss, I am confident that they will time the key. But as I say that, you see the damage coming out. Lazy Death on the DK there needs to heal. Super on the Monk is looking low. Looks like they're able to survive through it. The Tempest Storm coming in once again. This is going to have to be a big nuke on this shield. They need to clear it before it goes off. It looks as though they have been able to. We may see one more before the end of Rival here. This, once again, he's nasty. He is just pure nasty. You see the damage coming in. They do have the AMZ. That is going to be a great bit of mitigation for them. Some Primal. There's the Primals coming out. Do they kill him before the Tempest Storms? They do.
Yes!
That's huge for them. They are probably, I'm confident in saying they're going to go and time this key. However, do we have news from the Coast Guard? Have they timed their key, Marielia?
They have defeated the Echo of Doragosa. 22 minutes past regulation time. That is going to secure them a nice, comfortable extra point.
Can we go back to the quad and see how the Air Force is doing against Odin?
Yes, the Air Force.
Odin is making progress. They've got blades coming out. Everybody's dealing with them. Yes, we've got the quad.
Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah, so Halls of Valor, that should, in theory, be a pretty... They've got plenty of time left on the Air Force, but they have lost one
Someone's
of their DPS.
dead?
Yeah, they have lost their DPS. That is a really unfortunate position for them to be in. They got so
Another
lucky.
one dead.
There's the stun. There's another one dead. A third dead. Are they gonna? Is this gonna cost them? Is this gonna be it?
No,
for them?
it's not. They still have 5 minutes and 30 seconds left. I think they're gonna be fine. That's really unfortunate to have that happen. They're gonna get the revive.
They've got the revive
that's
off.
amazing.
They're able to get somebody up. The tank is still alive as well. Odin is currently looking super close to dying. I'm not sure if they're going to do it.
Can we get
Meanwhile,
this?
oh
no.
They're
Can we
going
get the
to
full
Yeah,
screen?
Air Force full screen.
Can we get the full screen?
Air Force full screen.
It absolutely needs to be the Air Force here. We do see the US Army working on the final boss, but that should be a comfortable kill for them. Air Force needs to be taken a look at here. That was the Coast Guard, unfortunately. We absolutely need to see the Air Force.
We get to see some delicious feasts, but
there we go.
This is the real
Air
feast
Force.
we want to have.
Oh my word, Venom on that Paladin doing everything they can. Odin 83%, that's a lot of damage they need to get through, but Paladins can work through this. They have so many defensives available, but that Obliterator is going to be doing so much damage. 82% left on Odin here. That is a lot of health to get through. 33%, just under 5 minutes left, 4.5 minutes there. This is going to be so close for them. 82%. I'm interested if this is the right choice here, Sam. Would you potentially wipe it up so you've got more time to go back into it? Because if Venom isn't able to do this and wipes it, say 81%, it's going to be over. They're not going to be able to come back in. I don't think this is the right choice.
It's this is one of the choices of all times, Kexman. That's all I got to say about it.
There we
And
go.
it
Oh!
does end. And where we thought it was going to go, their death, that could have potentially costed them this key. 3 minutes and 45 seconds left. Though. Like I said, potentially, though, they still have time. They got to go all
We
the way
need to go back to the army.
We need
Now
the
back to
army.
the
We need to go back to the army.
We need the army now as well.
Sorry.
3.5 minutes left on the timer for the Air Force. I don't think that's going to be enough for them to get back to Odin and kill it. However, we do see them wiping. They are wiping here. We've got the warrior left alive. There is so much health left on Eckhart. This is the exact same thing that's happening. They're 30 seconds away. They can't time it. So,
Yeah,
but
they didn't reset it. They just died.
It's looking like both the U.S. Army and the Air Force.
Back to the Air Force. Back to the Air Force. They're still trying. They are still walking towards Odin. They've got the rogue with the shroud, trying to make them get past all this trash up the Rainbow Bridge as quickly as they can. 3 minutes left on the clock. I do not know. With Bloodlust down, this is...
No Bloodlust,
Yeah,
tyrannical
no
Odin.
Bloodlust.
It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. I honestly, the moment you saw it was just Venom by himself, That should have been a wipe. I think if he'd have died, they would have had the time to come back.
Well, you know what? I want to watch, because if we know they're going to kill it, the Air Force have proven that they would prefer to finish things out, and I want to see what the seconds of difference are, because then I can go back into the logs and tell you for certain if that death would have made
They still need to
difference.
talk to him and get the RP out of the way. There's still going to be about 10. There's going to be. There we go. They've got 2 minutes, 10 seconds to kill this boss. No bloodlust. 20% of the boss's health to get through, which is a fairly big chunk of change. That's what, 26, 28 million, somewhere within that region. That is a lot of damage to break through here. We want to keep an eye out. See when they hit that 1 minute mark, how much health they have on the boss. It looks as though they're taking down the Obliterator. They need to kill that one there. Odin currently at 93%. They need to get out of this big AoE. Otherwise, they will just get absolutely chunked. 1 minute 40 seconds left here. Odin at 92%. They are going to get this big Valkyrie buff, which is going to help them massively. But once again, this is going to come down to the absolute wire for them. They may still be able to pull this off. This could be huge here between, obviously, the Air Force here. If they can time this key, that's massive. They cannot lose anybody. So much damage going out. They do lose Drift. They've lost the Rogue. That's so much damage they've lost. They are still going to keep going at it, though. 89% on Odin here. They're coming up on that minute. 1 minute, 5 seconds, 88%. It is technically doable, Sam, but this is looking so tight.
It is looking so tight, and especially with the Rogue gone. That was a massive portion of your damage, and I don't see the... Oh, nope, it's over. It's done.
5%, they've lost Halos. They've lost Halos, but we're looking 85, 83%,
Maybe.
40 seconds left. There is a world where this does happen. There is a world where it happens. They have the Priest. The Disc Priest is going to be able to put in as much damage as they possibly can. Drock on that Hunter is going to do everything they possibly can as well. They are falling so far behind, though. 83% hasn't moved in a while. They do have those explosions.
Holy
82%,
cow.
20%. This is 0.1, this is 1% every 10 seconds. 15%, 82. They do have the Valkyrie buff coming out. Skunk has dropped, but now it is between Venom and Drock. They do have 4 seconds left. I don't think it is going to be done. That is super unfortunate for them. There it is. The timer has run out, and the Air Force is not able to complete this 21 Halls of Valor. They end the day with a depleted key. That's got to be painful going into day 3.
That has to be so much pain. Oh, no.
That's unfortunate.
Right there, 12 seconds over. Kexman, if nobody had died, if that was perfect, that was a timed key.
I mean, yeah, if nobody died, yeah, that was a time key. I mean, that's
if nobody had died... if
I
nobody had died in that attempt. Yeah, if nobody had died in that attempt,
Yeah.
if the Rogue hadn't gone down, they would have had enough damage.
I mean,
to
honestly,
have-
if I'm honest, they could, if they'd have only lost one, they still would have timed that. If they'd have lost one, they still would have timed that. Losing 2 was super painful. That's so unfortunate. And I mean, we were looking at those two teams going into it, and we were so confident heading into that final boss. And I don't know whether it was pressure, whether it was, but it just didn't work out for them. And right now, we were talking about what's happening, obviously with these teams going into day 3. Marielle, you've probably got the news for us. How happy are the Coast Guard right now?
Oh, they are incredibly happy. Let's take a look at the scoreboard. I'll show you where everyone's at, and then I will explain to you just how difficult of an uphill battle these other teams have to claim the title from the Coast Guard. I mean, even with a 5th dungeon being thrown into the mix tomorrow, there is a lot of space between 1st and 2nd place. The Coast Guard with a 23, 25, 24, and 22 across the board gives them a total score of 94 points. Okay? That's 94 points going into day 3 is incredible. The 2nd place, who is currently sitting at the U.S. Army, with 88.
Yeah, exactly. And also, I do want to point out as well that Algathar is, the Coast Guard have got a 24, not a 23. So that Algathar Academy...
Yes, I think it's been wrongly assigned to Ruby Life Pools, but that can be fixed.
Yeah.
There we go. So their total still remains the same. It's just swapping out the
Yeah,
dungeons. There we go. That's what
There
we
we
were
go.
looking for. Good spot. So let me break this down. If you look at each dungeon, that's where teams will have space to make their gains and what they need to be considering strategically. Because your total number of points is nice, but picking which one is going to give you the best return for your time when you've only got 5 hours is a big deal. Let's take a look. Through Algathar, if Air Force and Marines want to have a chance at this, they're going to have to run the dungeon at least twice. That's an hour of their time dedicated to Algathar if they want to catch up to Coast Guard. When we're looking at Shadow Moon, the Marines only have the 24 in their pocket. If they complete the 24 and no one else does, that's a nice easy point for them. They may save it for a last minute extra catch up, but the US Army and the Air Force Gaming, again, they're going to have to spend at least 40 minutes on Shadow Moon. Ruby Life Pools, you can see with Coast Guard sitting at the 23, Marines at the 23, and Air Force, this is going to be where we probably see the least amount of time spent tomorrow. I would not be surprised if the Army go for a 23 bright and early when they're feeling fresh. We know it's doable. We know they were close, and that could just save them, a clean 2 points for, half an hour's worth of effort. Definitely a good choice for them strategically. Halls of Valor, Marines and Air Force, they do not have a choice. They have to run this dungeon. Coast Guard is going to have the opportunity to increase their key. Army is going to have a chance to increase their key. If you sit at a 20 going into day 3, you're going to be 4 or 5 points behind on this dungeon alone. Then we take into account the new dungeon.
Which is, of course,
just think about that.
Temple of the Jade Serpent. Yeah.
You can hope for whatever it's going to be, but each team already has almost 2 hours of their time allocated for tomorrow.
Just playing catch up.
And that's if they clear everything first time. That's without resets.
Mm-hmm.
That's
correct.
Without, keys that run. If they spend an entire time in, for example, Shadow Moon, that's 33 minutes they're not getting back.
That's exactly it. So you understand just how much of an uphill battle this is. The Coast Guard have been playing phenomenally. Everyone else has had amazing gains today, though, and I want to make sure that we are shouting those out because, yes, Coast Guard are comfortably in first place. It's a tough battle, but it's doable. And frankly, the performance from the Air Force, the Army, and the Marines, bashing their heads against the wall and then making up all the points that they've regained today, incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the main takeaway from today is, Coast Guard doing a fantastic job, but every single team, every single player, huge. Massive. The fact that they spent some of the teams spent a long time on being able to do certain keys. I think we saw Air Force was something like 3 hours and 20 minutes before they timed a key. It was like pretty brutal for them, but the fortitude to come back into it, incredible. We cannot take that away from any of these teams, from any of these players. They have been absolutely incredible, and for me, a joy to cast over. So for folks, if any of you are in the chat from any of those teams, you got GGs from me, because that was incredible.
The Kex GGs. I can't think of anything, a better stamp of approval, honestly. So that is, I think, going to be it for us for tonight. However, a couple of things, though, little mentions here and there. First of all, a big thank you to all of you for watching, and a big thank you to my amazing co-casters and my co-hosts, Kexman and Marielia, and of course Lithy that was on earlier. Really helped to make this show and make this weekend as amazing as it has been so far. Remember, there's still one more day to go. It all goes down tomorrow, same time, 12 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. I'm getting a little ahead of myself with the timings there. But yes, it is going to be 12 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. So make sure to come out for that to see the exciting conclusion on whether or not the Coast Guard are going to be able to take the lead for the first time ever. Take the win, for the first time ever. They've taken the lead hardcore this entire weekend, and they have shown no signs of giving that up. Or if maybe one of our second place competitors can make the upset happen. Regardless of whatever that is going to be, remember, we're also raising money for charity. So make sure you type in !charity. We'll give you all of the information that you need. So that way, for one of our winning teams, they'll be able to choose a charity of their choice from the Activision Endowment Fund and say, hey, we want it to go to this. And guess what? That is where it will go to. So a nice incentive for the teams to win. But from myself, Kexman, and Marielia, whoa, am I missing something?
Hang on, Sam. Because I want to make sure that we get this on record, all right? I know you're a Jade Serpent baby all the way. We know that Lithy has put his vote in for Court of Stars, but Kexman has been pretty quiet. Now, I want to make sure he's on the record about his dungeon choice for tomorrow.
He's sneaking away. You've
Slowly
scared
sneaking away.
Kexman away.
Okay.
What would you want to see? Even if you don't know, like, which one would be the most painful for the teams, what would you have the most fun with to cast, Kex?
What would I have the most fun to cast?
We lost Kex. He muted himself.
Oh, we lost Kex.
He muted himself in fear.
I didn't mute myself out of fear. What would I like to see? Honestly, I would. I see that's so difficult. I would probably say if it's a season 1 dungeon, then I would say Temple. Temple fortified. Let's really scare these teams. I am a demon choosing succubi. Or out of left field, I want to see Freehold. I think out of left field,
Freehold, okay.
maybe bring in like a season 2 sort of something the teams can really race through. Whether or not it's going to happen, I don't know, but those are my 2 choices. If it's season 1, Temple of the Jade Serpent. If it's season 2, let's bring in something a little bit early. Let's bring in Freehold in.
All right, sounds good. I've got that written down. I've got all of the information that I need to show up tomorrow morning and let y'all know whether you were right or wrong. You know, it's just an extra statistic for me to put in my spreadsheet, so I wanted to make sure we got that before we signed off.
How many times can Sam be wrong in one weekend? Well, Marielia has that spreadsheet prepped and ready to go. And you can see that she's
How
not
many
saying
caster
anything because-
curses did Kex do over the weekend?
Yeah, right.
Like
the little...
I actually tracked that statistic once, not even a word of a lie. We spent an entire show tracking every death that occurred whenever we cut to someone, whenever a caster mentioned them, if it was by name. It was so depressing, I vowed to never do it again.
I'd be in the lead. Like, literally my first 2 things I said, I wiped tears. So...
Yeah, you killed everybody. It's pretty impressive.
Sorry.
I do have to admit. All right, well, Kexman, Marielia, I think that is going to be it for us for tonight. We got the predictions out of the way, and reminder to everyone, tomorrow, 12 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Be here to figure out who is going to take home the crown. We'll see all of you tomorrow. We hope your weekend is cleared, that you have some snacks ready, and most importantly, that you are excited here because the AFDC is back and it is better than ever. And things are going to get real spicy today.
2.3, 2.2. Oh my God, the Holy Paladin might have this. There are 29.
Where that? Bill, put your finger back on that release spirit. Put that back on there. You release spirit immediately. Release spirit immediately. Release spirit immediately. Go and take out the mobs.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I have doubted again. 1 second.
They timed it just. Oh my gosh.
Go.
0 seconds.
Goodness.
Literally 0 seconds.
I've never seen a 0-second clutch before.
Yeah, they got the +2. They've got the +2. The Marines are. Oh no!
No.
They might still have this though. They might still have this though.
Oh, it's him. He's at 1%. We expected to see more priests than we have. See, we got the Resto Shaman now. We've got another team running the Resto Druid. We've got Paladin in the mix. There's a lot of fun and flavor.
You know, I cannot believe everything we've been seeing from the Navy to the Marines or to the Army. This is insane. The Coast Guard has been doing insane. Everybody's been doing insane.
It feels satisfying to bring home #1.
They have it. They have it in the bag. They're doing a DPS a second. 1% of health a second. Koromar is bouncing around all over the place. But the Marines at the last 10 seconds +2. This 25.
but you're racing against the potential for a +3.
Go, 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 Pop Lust. Use everything you have. 4 seconds, 3 seconds. I don't think they're gonna make it. No!
Coast Guard just barely missed it.
This was the most amazing Keystone event in recent history.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb. And I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I won't get back up. Cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.